Peace, peace, peace. What it is your brother Tyvon Swaino, aka the Orthodox Moor, wishing you all peace and blessings. This evening, I am pleased to bring to you a debate review from the other night from Ryan Apologetics versus Zion Lexx. Was the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68? So what I'm going to do, fam, is I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to let the debate run. And I'm going to pause it after each round and give an assessment round by round. I think it's about 4 rounds or whatnot, right? And then I'm going to open the panel up, and anyone can jump on and give their opinions as well. I'm going to run at about 1.25 speed, just so it'll be a little bit quicker. Matter of fact, let me get my banners and everything correct right quick. This is definitely going to be a fair use kind of a situation, fam. Fair use. Oh, here we go. Shout out to Ryan. We got Ryan Apologetics on stage. How you doing, man?
Oh, what up, man? I have no problem just falling back and that you do.
No, you straight, bro. Like I said, I'm gonna let the debate run. I'm gonna give my assessment. If you want, you can give your assessment when I'm done at round by round. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no problem. What's up?
My bad. Huh? I had YouTube still open. That was an amateur move there. My bad.
You straight, bro. It's okay.
But I'm gonna fall back because I want to hear what you say and your audience says, because I know you guys are more objective than some of the crowd that was probably watching yesterday. But I just came to, if you have any questions for me, you know, I'm here to try to give some feedback on my perspectives. And yeah, I didn't do a perfect job. I would have, in hindsight, done some things different, like we all would do in every debate or anything you ever do in life, you know. But yeah, do your thing, and I'll be in the back watching with you. And if you have any question for me or anybody in the audience, I'm just here to, you know, give feedback.
No, that's what's up. And anybody in the audience, if you got a direct question for Ryan, he's here. So with that, family, I'm going to share my screen. And I put this John up right quick. And shout out to Sinetta for hosting this debate. This was a really good debate. I think people who watched this enjoyed this very much so. And so without further ado, I'm going to hit mute and I'm going to let this run. And if we get in the way of the information, I'm going to take us out of the screen so people can see what's going on. But with that, family, I'm going to hit mute, let this run.
Minutes. Now, the topic is, so we can get it straight. Let me let everybody know the topic. Not now, can't talk now. Here is the topic. Is the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28? That is the topic. Zion, the time will start when you're ready, brother. You got.
Right, I have my screen shared, and I would love if you could make sure our faces can still be seen. So just perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right. You got. This is your opening round. You got 3 minutes to open up. Let the people know what you're here to prove, and let's document your point. Go ahead, brother. Time will start when you're ready.
All right. Excellent. So, you know, unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with Ryan. Kudos to him. I'm hearing that he's doing a pretty good job on the HOK platform. Thank you to Sonetta and the HOK platform for once again bringing a powerful meeting of the mind, so to speak. On that note, me not being so much familiar with him, I had to go and do some research. So I went on his channel. I watched a number of videos. It seems as if 95% of his videos is addressing Hebrew Israelites. You know, something that I definitely have to say from the outset I found interesting. Even after watching one of his videos, he says that it's due to his interaction with Hebrew Israelites that he created that channel. So then it makes sense that most of his channel is about, you know, his interaction with Hebrew Israelites, because he says that that's, after all, why he named his channel what he named it, and that's why his channel carries the content that it carries. But he kept saying something, Sonetta, that bothered me. He kept referring to Hebrew Israelites as self-proclaimed. So I'm going to go into my next slide because I have something to say about that. So Ryan continually refers to the Hebrew Israelites as being self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelites, you know, because the thinking of white supremacy is that a black man thinking greatness of himself can't come on his own. It always has to come with the cosign stamp of approval from the white status quo. So that's why many like him always refer to us as self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelites. But I want to offer a nice opening rebuttal to that. In the book of Isaiah, chapter 44, verse 5, there's a verse that says, "One shall say, I am the Lord's. One shall call himself by the name of Jacob, and the other shall surname himself by the name of Israel." What does this verse do? This verse affirms the God-given right of Hebrew Israelites to reclaim their national identity, defiantly rejecting white supremacy's attempt to arrogate to black people who and what they are. With all due respect, Ryan, we don't need your goddamn approval to self-proclaim ourselves as Israelites. The Bible says that God will raise his people up from the places where he will scatter them, and he even says that we will surname ourselves. So you goddamn right we're calling ourselves Hebrew Israelites. You goddamn right that we are allowed to make that proclamation. And I just want to let you know, as an open and jest, play if you want. It's on you.
Let's be real, fellas. Your dad bod doesn't make her want to call you daddy. Introducing Huel, complete meals developed by...
All right. Powerful opening. You still had a couple of minutes left, but all right. So, Ryan, are you ready? Unmute yourself. Let's get it.
Sorry, I always go to my PowerPoint. I got to remind myself not to go to the PowerPoint before.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing anything yet, but you know what I mean? I got something written down to prepare.
Okay, the time will stop when you're ready, brother. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, you got 3 minutes in your opening round. Let's get it.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, Zion, I'm not smart enough technology-wise on YouTube to figure out how to put all my videos on videos. So you probably only saw the ones under videos, none of my videos under live, but I have 247 videos on my channel, and I haven't talked about Hebrew Israelites in a title for probably 2.5 years now. So I would suggest revisiting my channel for that. But just to start, most importantly, peace to Sadnetta, peace to Zion, peace to everyone watching and in the chat. I sincerely appreciate Sadnetta's willingness to allow everyone a voice, and I hope everyone else watching understands how invaluable a righteous judge or moderator is for this kind of information. We should never take for granted legends while they are still with us, and there's no other words in the conscious community to describe Sadnetta as a person and his work. Now, to address this debate itself, I just want the audience to realize I will be presenting a thesis about when I believe Deuteronomy 28:68 was fulfilled. And Zion will have a thesis on his version of when Deuteronomy 28:68 was fulfilled. Our disagreement over the time frame of the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68 is a core issue in this discussion. Zion will be taking an affirmative that the transatlantic slave trade is a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. I will be taking the negative stance that Deuteronomy 28:68 was not in any manner related to or fulfilled by the transatlantic slave trade. I'm going to emphatically, biblically demonstrate that my thesis is more consistent with God's holy word and secular history. I'm going to do my best to glorify God's will to aid anyone who is unsure about this information and struggling for answers. My ultimate goal is only truth and faithfulness to accurately portraying the gospel message. I'm going to be using the ESV translation for all my scriptures within my presentation. I've highlighted key elements of verses for the sake of time. So during my presentation, I won't always be reading the entire verses I'm sharing on the screen. However, the audience is free to read the entire verses. I put the surrounding context of all the key points I'm trying to show. So please just have an open mind in this debate. I'm not trying to take away anyone's personal identity or willingness to spiritually identify as an Israelite. What I'm doing is I'm trying to stay true to what the Bible teaches and to not eisegete in things that can be used or misused to demean others, to exert authority over others, or to shut the kingdom of heaven in other people's faces. So nothing I'm doing here is a personal attack at anyone's faith. As I showed in my Yara debate, it's just about truthfulness. I look forward to a competitive but respectful dialogue with Zion. Lastly, I'll say nothing about this disagreement again is personal. It's strictly in the interest of truth and in honoring our shared God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thank you.
Right. All right.
So Ryan dropped off, but first and foremost, so round one, this is the opening, right? So for a debater, this is an extremely important round, right? You want to spend your time trying to explain your premise to the crowd, which you're going to be reiterating throughout the debate. So instead of doing that, Zion Lexx decided to do what is known in the debate world as a fallacy known as trying to muddy the waters and also appeal to emotion by trying to paint Ryan as a white supremacist because he had the nerve to say self-proclaimed Israelites, and then went right around and said, yes, we were self-proclaiming to be Israelites. So just completely neutralizing his own appeal to emotion and an attempt to muddy the waters and whatnot. So to me, that was a complete wasted round by Zion Lexx, and he even wasted it. He even surrendered a bunch of time, which he could have been using to explain his premise to the people and whatnot. On the flip side, Ryan Apologetics, he made sure that he was not like delivering ad homs like Zion Lexx was. Again, Zion Lexx was delivering ad homs, trying to muddy the water, trying to poison the well, right? That's what we call it, poisoning the well fallacy, right? and was appealing to the emotion of the crowd by trying to paint Ryan as a white supremacist. Ryan said, "No, I'm not. This isn't an insult thing. I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to tell you can't be something, etc." He made sure it wasn't an ad hominem thing, and then he explained his premise to the people. Right? I'm going to be talking about this. I'm going to be working on this. I'm going to be comparing and contrasting that. This is where we differ in the debate. This is what's going to be shown, etc. So as a debater, I have to give round one to Ryan Apologetics because he was the only one that offered a premise. So by default, he wins. But also, when you build your argument on fallacious argumentation or logical fallacies, like again, we just saw Zion Lex building his argument on 3. You're off to a really bad start, fam. So I'm gonna let this runner go into round 2 right quick.
All right, so now we ready to rumble. First round. First, let me say there is absolutely no profanity from each brother, no profanity. And for my moderators in the chat, let the people live. You don't need to time them out unless they are using profanity or slander against any of the debaters that's up here. That's what we're giving y'all today. Let the people go in, let the people rumble, and let them say what they want, as long as they are not slandering, cursing people out, or being disrespectful. Let the people live. And so with that, Zion, you got the first 15 minutes, brother. Time will start when you're ready. Go ahead, Zion. You got something to say? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, give me 60 seconds on it.
Yes, go ahead, bro. All right, so that's what I'm saying. Let the people live. Let the people do what they do, as long as they're not in here being very disrespectful. Let them live. Let them write. Let them say what they want. This is the toughest environment to be in. And this is why a lot of debaters, they run to the little minor leagues. They don't want this toughness. You know, they say things like Sarnetta is biased. Y'all know I'm not biased. When the debate comes, Sarnetta let the people do the judging. I'm not biased at all when it comes to this, you know? And so the people is getting ready. Paces in 6. I see my man Keon is a hater. Keon hating hard. Paces in 6. I hear you, Keon. I see you. Where your team at? Are they even in the goddamn playoffs? Where your team at, Keon? Nah, you ain't even got no team. All right, Zion, you back? You ready, brother? Unmute yourself, Zion.
Sorry about that. My screen is shared, correct?
No, your screen not shared yet, brother.
Okay.
Hey, and don't hesitate to donate. The Cash App work, y'all. I'm giving this to y'all. Show some love, and that makes me want to give more. You know, y'all did great with the other debate, and that's why I'm doing this debate with y'all. Y'all did good. All right, Zion, let me know when you're ready. Your screen is now showing, Zion.
All right, let's get it in.
All right, time will start when you're ready.
I'm absolutely ready.
Time starts when you talk.
All right, so the debate topic is Deuteronomy 28:68 a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade? Sonetta, just make sure someone's mic is muted. It's a feedback coming through. Stop the time for a moment.
I'm going to stop the time over. What's going on is I'm by my window, and my Dominican brothers and them downstairs playing their music. So I'm going to put mine on pause while we get it. Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
I started the time all over. So
Thank you.
I'm going to start when you're ready.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'm ready. So again, the title is Deuteronomy 28:68 a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade? So there's some things that we got to set in place first. The verse begins by saying, "And the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey that I had promised that you should never make again. There you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there will be no buyer." Over the course of history, there's been several commentators that take different stances and points of view as to what this is. It's my job tonight to demonstrate exactly what this is a fulfillment of. The first thing I'll have to do is frame the argument. Ryan acknowledges, as a Bible believer, that when God speaks through the mouth of his prophets, it's a true thing. So God says in the book of Amos, chapter 3 and 7, "Surely the Lord God does nothing unless he reveals his secret to his servants, the prophets." The Bible is on record, as Ryan knows, stating that God will scatter the children of Israel to the 4 corners of the world. I would assume that the 4 corners of the world would possibly include Africa. I would assume that it would possibly include the New World at that time in history, known today as America. So Amos 3 and 7 says, "Surely the Lord God does nothing unless he reveals his secret to his servants, the prophets," meaning that if there's something that's going to happen to his people, there should be key.
Okay, we are about to create the brand new Game of Thrones game.
Key passages and verses in the Bible that are revelatory towards describing exactly what that is. Here we go. Throughout the Bible, Egypt is used as a symbol of bondage. This has to be framed first so that people understand when Israelites look at Deuteronomy 28:68 and we say that the Egypt there is symbolic of bondage and not literally the location, everybody says that we're making that up. Hebrew Israelites are lying. I'm going to show you well over 7 sources tonight, possibly more, that go into depth on Egypt being more symbolic than a location. The most explicit association of Egypt with bondage occurs in the book of Exodus, where the land is referred to as Beit Avadim, the house of bondage. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. This phrase frames Egypt not merely as a location, but as a condition, a spiritual and physical domain where human dignity was denied and Israel was enslaved under a tyrannical power. Egypt as a cipher or code for future exiles. In Deuteronomy 28:68, as part of the curses for disobedience, it is said, the Lord will bring you back in Egypt to ships, and there you shall offer yourselves to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no one will buy or i.e. redeem you. This passage invokes Egypt not necessarily as a literal destination, but as a return to the condition of degradation and abandonment, symbolizing exile and divine disfavor. Many commentators, from Rashi, an 11th century commentator, Abarbanel, understood this Egypt cipher or code to refer to future exiles, where Israel would again know the bitterness of slavery, whether in Babylon, Rome, or other lands of the diaspora. So that's sources now. Even the etymology of the Hebraic term for Egypt, which is Mitzrayim, captures all of the essential elements for bondage and servitude. The Hebrew word for Egypt is not Kemet. We have our own word. When you go into the Levant and when you go into Mesopotamia, there are words that we use to describe Egypt. Our word is Mitzrayim. The root of the word Mitzrayim is Zarar. Zarar means narrowness, constriction, distress, oppression. This root gives us words like Metzar, which is the Mesopotamian term, a narrow or constrained place. Zar, which is the root, enemy, oppressor, or one who causes distress. Zara, trouble, anguish, affliction. Thus, even without historical context being laid, the linguistic root of Mitzrayim carries the meaning of a place of narrowness, affliction, and restriction, all essential elements of what it means to be in bondage. That's critical and key. Several Jewish commentators explain those interpreting the spiritual layers of the Torah regard Mitzrayim or Egypt not just as a geographic location, but also as a symbol of both physical and psychological spiritual bondage. Here's a list of key sources and schools of thought that interpret Mitzrayim or Egypt in this dual manner. You have the Zohar, written by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. This is you have the work of the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. You also have the work of Rabbi Samson Raphael Ersh. You also have the work of Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook. And all of the references are on the screen so everyone can see exactly what they're saying. In each of these cases, they're all describing Egypt not simply as a physical location, but as a spiritual condition, being symbolic of oppression, judgment, and bondage. This is key because now we would understand that when Hebrew Israelites make this argument, it's not innovative, it's not new, it's not unique. In fact, it's rooted in scholarship that has been traced for over 1,000 years. Ryan also is aware of what's called dual fulfillment prophecy, which is the idea that a prophecy that is given in the Bible can repeat itself or it can happen more than once. Why is that key? Ryan is going to argue that Deuteronomy 28:68 has a separate or possibly earlier fulfillment. My question is, well, does that negate that it can have a dual fulfillment? If you are to posit tonight, and if you can demonstrate that it has an earlier fulfillment, are you negating the fact that within the Bible's teaching, there's something called dual fulfillment prophecy? Let's go into that really quick. Dual fulfillment prophecy, also known as double reference or prophetic layering, is a concept in biblical interpretation where a single prophecy has more than one fulfillment, one in the near future and another in the distant future, often with messianic or eschatological implications. Examples of dual fulfillment prophecies in the Bible. Isaiah 7:14, behold, the young woman shall conceive and bear a son and shall call his name Emmanuel. The immediate fulfillment is in Isaiah's time. This likely referred to a sign to King Ahaz that the child will be born as proof that Syria and Ephraim would not destroy Judah. The distant messianic fulfillment, later Jewish and Christian traditions see this as a messianic pointing to a future redeemer born under miraculous circumstances. So clearly, based on the first example, the Bible has prophecies with a dual fulfillment. One prophecy can refer to more than one era. Joel 2, I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Initial fulfillment. This may have been partially realized in revivals in ancient Israel. The greater fulfillment. Rabbinic and later messianic interpretations associate this with the messianic age where divine knowledge and prophecy are restored globally. Psalms 22, the suffering servant. Though written by David, much of the psalm describes a person being mocked, pierced, and surrounded by enemies. The obvious immediate fulfillment is David's own suffering during times of his persecution. The future fulfillment, or the dual fulfillment, is that Jewish and Christian interpretations see layers pointing to Israel's serving or the Messiah's redemptive pain. Clearly a dual fulfillment prophecy. And then the fourth example is the very topic at hand, Deuteronomy 28, curses of the covenant. Many of these curses were fulfilled immediately in the Babylonian exile, the Assyrian invasions, or Roman destruction. But later again, as in the transatlantic slave trade, exile and dispersions experienced by later Israelite descendants. This shows the pattern of prophetic cycles, repetition of punishment when covenant is broken or where greatness is repeated, such as David and the Messiah. Duly note this, everyone. This is paramount and key. These are a list of ancient rabbinic sources that all agree that Deuteronomy 28:68 specifically points towards a dual fulfillment, it having elements that were fulfilled at the 1st and 2nd century Common Era, and it having elements that yet remain unfulfilled in the lifetime of these men. And as you can see, their year span. So you have Rabbi Samsai and Raphael Hirsch, the Ramban, Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, Seferno, Rabbi Ovadia ben Yaakov, and you also have a person known as the Malbim, Rabbi Meir Lebush ben Yechiel Michael. These 4 rabbinic sources all agree in what's called dual fulfillment, but more specifically, Deuteronomy 28:68. In all of their writings, they all agree that this specific verse has a dual fulfillment. So when Ryan tries to stop Hebrew Israelites from saying that this has a fulfillment that is relative to the transatlantic slave trade, he's wrong. Here we go. By the way, Sonda, stop the time for a moment, because I remember something. Sonda, stop the time if you're there.
I'm here. Your time is 5:47. You got 5 minutes and 47 seconds, brother.
Left.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Because I remember previously when we debated, you would sound off an alarm to let us know. That's why I had to stop.
Yes, I got that ready. If you want,
yes, please, please.
We'll hear the horn.
Thank you. Thank you. That's gonna help me.
You'll hear that, brother.
Good. So when we get to that 3-minute marker, sound that off for me.
Oh, all right. You wanted at 3 minutes.
At 3 minutes, because we already have 5 and change now, so I'm good.
You got 5 minutes and 47 seconds,
Thank
brother.
you so much. Thank you so much.
Time resumed.
All right. So here we go. Time is on. So I've already framed the argument that in order to understand this, we must understand that the most relative scholarship towards the Bible is going to be rabbinic and messianic sources. Whether or not I agree with Christianity, they are regarded as being authoritative sources in interpreting the Bible. Also, rabbinic sources are regarded as authoritative sources in interpreting the Bible. And of course, us as contemporary leaders and teachers, we are also contemporary and authoritative sources. So I'm incorporating a mix of all of them. The first thing that I'm framing is that we must understand that Egypt has both a physical and geographic location, but it also in the Bible is used symbolically. Also, in its etymology, you can see that the etymology of the biblical word denotes bondage. And here we go. After the fall of Jerusalem, many Israelites fled into Africa, where they later were kidnapped, sold, and shipped to the Americas. Now, where's our proof of Israelites coming into Africa? The 70 AD exile and the dispersion of Israelites into Africa. After the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD by the Romans, many Jews fled southward to escape persecution and enslavement. These refugees traveled to the Sinai Peninsula into Egypt, and from there migrated further into North Africa, eventually dispersing throughout Central and West Africa. This exodus fulfilled the prophetic words of Deuteronomy 28, which foretold that Israel would return to Egypt in ships and be sold into slavery, yet no man shall buy or redeem you, symbolizing total rejection and degradation. In West Africa, these Israelite exiles established thriving communities, maintaining traditions of circumcision, Sabbath keeping, dietary laws, and even Hebrew names. Over centuries, they became embedded in cultures that would later be targeted during the transatlantic slave trade. Many of those kidnapped and sold into slavery came from regions with clear Judaic cultural markers, including the Igbo of Nigeria, known for traditions like circumcision on the 8th day, Levitical purity laws, and claimed descent from the tribes of Israel. The Ashanti of Ghana practiced laws of inheritance and purification, echoing Torah commands. The Limba of Sierra Leone maintained oral traditions of being descendants of ancient Israelites. The Beta Israel of Ethiopia preserved Torah, kosher laws, and sacred Hebrew texts for centuries. The Yoruba held beliefs in a singular, all-powerful creator and practiced naming customs linked to Hebrew roots. Historical and rabbinical sources that show and prove that Jews and Israelites after 70 AD made their way into North, West, and Central Africa. Beginning with Eldad Hadanite, the 9th century, a legendary Jewish traveler from East Africa. Eldad claimed descent from the tribe of Dan and reported that lost tribes of Israel lived in parts of East and West Africa, practicing Torah. Thank you. 3 minutes left. Practicing Torah and speaking a form of Hebrew. His writings were accepted and preserved by Jewish communities across North Africa and Europe. The Jews of Bilad al-Sudan, the land of the blacks. Arabic and Islamic sources from the 10th to the 16th centuries, including Ibn Khaldun, documented Jewish communities living in West Africa, particularly in the regions of Mali, Timbuktu, Songhai, Nigeria, and Ghana. These Jews, often referred to as the Jews of Bilad al-Sudan, the land of the blacks, maintained their identity until Islamic pressure and enslavement fractured their visibility. The Vilna Gaon, a European rabbi in the 18th century, wrote a letter addressed to the lost tribes of Israel, acknowledging that they had been seen and located in Africa, particularly in the regions of Sahara and West Africa. His references validated earlier claims about Israelite presence on the African continent. This is known as the Vilna Gaon's letter to the 10 lost tribes, specifically tribes in West Africa. The Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Sanhedrin 94a, says, "To where did Sennacherib exiled the 10 tribes. The rabbinic affirmation places Israelite populations deep within the African continent over 700 years before the Roman exile. Historical and rabbinical sources agreeing that after 70 AD, thousands of Jews fled into Africa. Flavius Josephus, St. Jerome, Moses ben Isaac of London, Rabbi Obadiah ben Abraham, Rabbi Abraham ibn Ezra, Rabbi David ben Solomon. Sources confirm the dispersal. The Jews of Bilal al-Sudan, Eldad the Denite, the Vilna Gaon's letter to the 10 lost tribes. Flavius Josephus, in the Jewish War, Josephus records 97,000 Jews were captured after the Roman conquest of Jerusalem, many of whom were sent into Egypt and surrounding provinces as slaves. Although ship transport is not detailed, maritime transport was standard Roman practice, aligning with the prophetic image in Deuteronomy 28:68. Rudolph R. Windsor and From Babylon to Timbuktu, Joseph J. Williams, Hebrew Isms of West Africa, several sources. African Israelite tribes of Judaic identity, I named all of them. The migration of Israel to Africa and the transatlantic slave trade, historical sources that support it, Eldad the Danite, the Jews of Bilal al-Sudan, the Vilna Gaon's letter to the 10 lost tribes, the Babylonian Talmud, St. Jerome, Flavius Josephus, Moses ben Isaac of London. I mean, I've literally named over 12 sources that agree that Israelites fled into Africa after 70 AD, the greater majority of them. I'm gonna yield my time here, Sonetta.
That was right on time, too. Right on time, man. Right on time. All right. Powerful opening by Brother Zion. This is why you see he's a veteran over here. My man Ryan, are you ready, brother?
Just give me like 10 seconds to get the clock set up. And,
yes, sir.
Just for, obviously not for the rebuttal round because I don't need any warning because it's only 3 minutes. But when I do my 15-minute round, if you can just do what you did for me last time at 2 minutes, just say 2 minutes, Brother Ryan, and I'll go.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna put the sound so I don't interrupt. I'm gonna just hit the sound like I did for Zion.
Okay, yeah, I mean
I'm gonna hit that horn, and then you know that you got 2 minutes left. And when I hit the horn again, it's time.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say the horn might throw me off, like if I'm at the free throw line more than you saying it, but it's all good. The horn's not gonna ruin anything.
All right, now listen. In your rebuttal time.
Yep.
In your rebuttal time, when you finish rebuttaling, you can go right into your presentation. Is that cool?
Yeah, I mean it's only 3 minutes, so I'm mainly gonna stick to rebuttals. But
all right, let's go.
Can you see my screen, sir?
He's a bell, he's a boy, he's bell boy. Hotels bring him joy.
Yes, your screen is up and running.
It's sharing. So you see the map of Africa on the screen?
Yes, it's right there. We see it.
All right, I'm gonna get going here. Okay. First of all, Zion, I do believe Israelites are scattered throughout Africa. It would be ignorant of me to say that Israelites after the Roman 70 AD temple destruction went north, west, east, and south. Didn't go north, south, east, west, and you guys get it. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. The Yoruba had dozens of gods. So just like the Igbo and other African cultures we're going to get into in this debate, they had more gods than I can even mention. So they believed in one creator God, but they had a God for every single function of life, thunder, rain. I'll show it later in my presentation. Next, this is a map of Angola. I didn't hear you mention Angola within where Israelites were scattered, Zion. Approximately 6 million people, or 45% of the enslaved Africans, came from Angola. So I was actually wondering why Angola wasn't part of where the Israelites are, because that's literally almost half of the entire African slave trade. Next, I'll say that rabbis, and I don't like to say rabbi because we're only supposed to call Jesus rabbi, so I'll say famous Jewish teachers, yes, they're credible Bible sources, but they're far from the authority over the scriptures when they don't even understand that the Messiah came, which is the most fundamental thing in the Bible to understand when the Messiah came. And Jesus himself proved that there were many false Jewish teachers at the time who were brilliant, but yet they missed the scriptures. So God revealed these things to little children, but kept them from the wise. God didn't promise to curse the Israelites forever. I'm sure you'd agree that when the Messiah comes, Zion, God's no longer going to be cursing people. So for me as a Christian, Jesus coming ends the curses. So to say that Deuteronomy 28, the curses are still going today, or 1,500 years after the Messiah, well, I just don't agree with you, and I don't think you would agree with me if you thought the Messiah came and started the Messianic age. Dual fulfillment is fine. It is part of the Bible. Yet, again, not 1,500 years after the Messiah came, and also not after God told us verbatim that Christ's blood paid for our sins and the curses. So Galatians 3:13 will say Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law because he was cursed, like Deuteronomy 21, 22, and 23 states, cursed is any man who was hung on a tree. Jesus fulfilled that by hanging on the cross. Egypt is bondage. I'm fine. I'm going to show you within my presentation that Hosea refers to Egypt as bondage over and over again for the Assyrian captivity, which was the true fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. Yeah, I'm also fine with Israelites going into the entire world. As I said, the four corners of the world was used by all the ancient cultures. So the Assyrians called the four corners of the world the Middle East and that surrounding area. Yet it does refer to the whole world also, because we know that the four corners of the world will eventually mean that. That doesn't mean that Deuteronomy 28 curse was putting them there. That just means they were scattered there over time, over the thousands of years that would occur. So that's pretty much everything I wrote down as my rebuttals, and I'm right at 3 minutes. So after that, I'm going to get into my presentation once Sasa has time here. I'll yield.
Time. You have 15 minutes in your first round. Time will start when you're ready.
All right, just let me reset my clock, please, and just get a quick breath. All right, hold on. All right, one more sip of water before we get started here.
For any reason, Ryan, if you need me to stop your time, let me know. You got to tell me.
Okay, thank you,
right.
Sal. I'm going to get started now. All right, foremost, this is the most important thing that people need to realize. God cursed Israel when they sinned and rebelled against God, so the curses were a direct result of the Israelites' behavior. Then God had a plan to restore the Israelites, which was sending the Messiah. That's how you gather the Israelites, and that's when the curses are over with, when God sends his Messiah. Also, some of my slides are going to be filled with a bunch of different verses and information, and some of them are going to be more direct like this. Doesn't mean one is more important than the other. This concept, I want the entire audience to keep in mind the entire debate, because if Zion can't show where these people in the 15th century were committing sins that would lead to curses, he's failing a big part of the Deuteronomy 28 prophecy. All right, let me just do it like this. Jeremiah 4:18, your ways and your deeds have brought this upon you. This is your doom, and it is bitter, and it reached your very heart. This is to speak to the character of God, again, holding them accountable for their sins. This is Deuteronomy 28:15, which tells us all the curses from 16 to 68, why they...
All right, Ryan, you stopped. I stopped your time. You're at 13 minutes and 53 seconds. You might have to go out and come back in. Your presentation stopped. Ryan, call him Ryan. All right, let me kick him out. That way he'll know he's out and he'll come back in. He's at 13 minutes and 53 seconds. He will be back in, y'all. Just be patient. And super violate that Cash App button, man. I don't see my people in the Cash App. Where you at, Captain? My Cash App is right there, Captain. I got Captain in the building. My supporters. Cosmon Cal. I ain't never seen nothing from Cosmon Cal. I'm calling y'all out, man. Where y'all at? Where you at, Neftali? Super violate that Cash App button so we can support these great debates, man. I got Tazoriak coming up next. I got somebody for the captain. The champ. Captain is in the building. All right, Ryan is back. All right, Ryan, you got 13 minutes and 53 seconds.
Yeah, obviously that's nothing I can control. Thank you for stopping my time, Si.
Right.
Sorry about that.
I'm waiting on you to put your slides back up.
Okay, sure. All right, let me get entire screen. Here we go.
Yeah, as soon as you went out, I stopped it, so you ain't really lose nothing at all. I'm watching.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, your time is up. I mean, your screen is up. Let me know when you're ready. You had 13 minutes and 53 seconds.
All right, right when I start talking, just go ahead and start it.
Okay,
so again, in Deuteronomy 28:15, you'll see, but if you will not obey the voice of the Lord your God or be careful to do all his commandments and statutes that I command you today, then all these curses shall come upon you. So again, it's a cause and effect. The Israelites sinned, then God cursed them. Zion's going to have to continually show us in history where these Israelites sinned and then they got cursed from God. Specific sins are important. All right. What major events? Again, 15th century, the transatlantic slave trade, they say started 1526 all the way up to the 19th century. I'm fine saying it started a little earlier, which I'm sure Zion will agree with, in the early 15th century when the Portuguese started in 1441, taking slaves. So what major events or event led to ethnic Israelites in Africa provoking God to severely punish them? Again, this would have to be a very significant sin in order for slavery to become a curse. Why weren't the Israelites all over the world gathered in slavery? So why were just Africans put into the transatlantic slave trade? Why weren't Israelites that were in Ethiopia or Asia or Europe? Why weren't these people also put on ships and put in slavery if God was cursing all the Israelites for their sins? What was particular about the Africans that made God curse only them? So from 100 to 14 AD, which curse or curses, who, what, where, when, and why, was God cursing these people? Let's get specific. If it was Deuteronomy 28:68, God promised to bring all the curses when he was cursing people. Show us some other curses in the first 1400 years for these Israelites and when and why they happened. So if he doesn't have any major events for those ethnic Israelites, why were they obedient for 1400 years, but then all of a sudden in the 15th century got cursed from God? So if he can't show us in the first century, all the second century, third century, all the way up to the 15th century, Israelites getting cursed for disobedience, how come they could be obedient for 1400 years, but then all of a sudden in the 15th century, they couldn't maintain their faith? An equally relevant question is, why is God only bringing one curse, as I just said? Because there's 90 curses on the 43 verses of Deuteronomy 28. And do we have any objective evidence about the other 89 curses? Here's another important part of this. Who were the Deuteronomy 28:68 curses given to, when, and why? Moses did it at the end of his life, at 1320 BC approximately. Then we see Jesus came from 6 to 4 BC to 30 to 36 AD. And then apparently no curses were recorded for 1,400 years until the transatlantic slave trade. That's the theory, the thesis that Zion and other self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelites are telling us is, yeah, God waited 1,400 years, and then all of a sudden he decided to do one of the worst curses you could possibly do. This is a crucial part of this debate that I want everybody that is a faithful Bible believer to think, either if you're Old Testament or New Testament, this applies to us all. So think about this. In Genesis 18:22 to 33, this is the famous story where Abraham spoke to God before God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, which was one of the most wicked cities on earth, doing all sorts of sins. Abraham proceeded to ask God, if there are 50 righteous, would you destroy the city? Far be it from you, in verse 25, to do such a thing, to put the righteous to death with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Shall not the judge of all the earth do what is just? And the Lord said, if I find at Sodom 50 righteous in the city, I will spare the whole city for their sake. This continued down from 45, 40, 30.
Are you struggling for time in the morning and don't want to cook eggs? Get more protein than 6 eggs with 1 serving of Huel Black Edition. It has all the vitamins.
20, where finally God said, for the sake of 10, I will not destroy it. So if there were even 10 righteous people in Sodom and Gomorrah, God would not have destroyed the city for the sake of 10 righteous. Yet I just showed you 6 million Africans in Angola that were put through the horrors of the transatlantic slave trade, according to Zion, saying that God cursed the Israelites. So think about that. Millions of innocent people put in the most atrocious slavery and horrors possible because God was orchestrating his justice, his wrath against the Israelites. It's not math class, but it's not adding up. So again, approximately 12.5 million Africans were forcibly put in the transatlantic slave trade, and only about 10.7 million survived. So approximately 2.5 million died in the Middle Passage. Again, is God making those people die in the Middle Passage? No. Okay, so now is a very important part of this debate also. Zion needs to deal with specifics. He can't just say Israelites were in Africa. He needs to tell us specific numbers. Was it 1 Israelite, 2, 10, 20, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, 12 million? Tell us how many Israelites you're talking about, Zion, in order for myself and for the audience to follow your logic. And I apologize for getting excited here. I just get excited about defending God's holiness with the Sodom and Gomorrah story. Apologize for yelling. But anyways, we need specifics, Zion. You can't just say Israelites in Africa. You have to give us a rough estimate. I understand it's impossible for you to give a specific number, but give us a rough estimate. If we're talking about 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or 1,000,000 here, you got to show us this. You got to make it clear for myself and the audience. Can you show us in the Old Testament when God cursed the Israelites, when he also cursed other nations at the same time, and on the mass scale of millions of innocent people, like I just showed you, were involved in the transatlantic slave trade who weren't Israelites? And do you have any New Testament information that shows us the Deuteronomy 28 curses were continuing? So obviously the Bible being a source, can you show us in the New Testament if God was still punishing the Israelites in the New Testament, especially when they're denying his son as the Messiah and they're killing his son? That would probably be a good time for him to curse them, right? All right, so again, this is the original audience. So this is how you exegete Deuteronomy 28:68. Moses was talking to the children of Israel who had come out of the wilderness, their children. So the first generation, the literal Egyptian slaves, that the Egyptians who were Egyptian slaves came out through the Passover. They stayed in the wilderness for 40 years and weren't allowed in the promised land because of their rebellion. So Moses is speaking to their children, including still Joshua being alive and Caleb. Obviously, Joshua and Caleb were the only non-children who were allowed to go into the promised land. So Zion's trying to tell us that Moses, speaking to Joshua, Caleb, and all the people who were children of the actual slaves in Egypt during the Exodus 10 plagues, he's trying to tell us that God was prophesizing slavery in the Americas 3,000 years later and 1,500 years after his Messiah came. I want to know if he thinks any biblical prophet would think that God is going to be cursing the Israelites for 1,500 years after the Messiah came. And also, if he really thinks mathematically it's likely that Moses was telling the children of the enslaved Israelites from Egypt that they're going to be cursed into slavery into the Americas, because it doesn't sound very likely to me. Deuteronomy 28:68, and the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey that I promise you should never make again, and you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but there'll be no buyer. I'm going to break down other parts of this verse later on, specifically the enemies part, but right now we're just going to go into the bondage in Egypt, which again was fulfilled by the actual Israelites in the Assyrian captivity. This is the prophet Hosea in Hosea 8:13 saying, they shall return to Egypt. Okay? again, I'm not going to read all these verses for the sake of time. They're on the screen for you guys, but Hosea 9:3 also. They shall not remain in the land of the Lord, but Ephraim shall return to Egypt, and they shall eat unclean food in Assyria. See specifically in Hosea 9:3 how God is identifying Egypt as Assyria. I'd love for Zion to show us any prophecy that associates Egypt with the Americas, because he can't do it. So I'm showing you the true fulfillment and God's holy word telling you Egypt is Assyria. And the prophet Hosea in chapters 7 through 11 is going to do this repeatedly, and Isaiah is going to testify it being Assyria also. So Hosea 9:6. For behold, they are going away from destruction, but Egypt shall gather them. Memphis shall bury them. 2 Ezra 13:40, the Apocrypha, also another witness here. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, who Salmanaser, king of Assyria, led away captive. He carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. Two Ezra 13:40 is verbatim telling you that northern tribe went over the Euphrates River and the Tigris River and other waterways within Assyria, because there's tons of tributaries for both of those massive rivers. So 2 Ezra 13:43 to 44 testifies that they went over the waters in boats, because it's telling you that God had to stop the flow with a miracle to return them. So if he had to stop the flow like the Red Sea or the Jordan River with a miracle, and Isaiah's going to testify to this too, how did they get over it the first time? Clearly, it was boats. The only other way is a bridge, and they didn't have millions of bridges in Assyria to transfer all the plunder, slavery, and cattle. Now, here's a testimony of 2 Kings 17:3 to 7, saying the same thing that 2 Ezra 13:40 just said. So if you don't like the Apocrypha, well, here's the book of Kings, 2 Kings 17:3 to 7. The same king of Assyria, Shalmaneser, during the time of the northern kingdom king Hoshea. For 3 years, he besieged the city. Again, one of the major curses of Deuteronomy 28 are besieging the city. You see the Assyrians besieging the city, fulfilling this. He carried the Israelites away to Assyria and placed them in the Halah and on the Habor. The river goes on in the cities of the Medes. So again, this is the book of Kings testifying to it. These are the same verses just in the book of Kings, but this is the history for the king of Judah, Hezekiah, instead of the northern king's history. Anybody familiar with the Bible knows they tell it the same story sometimes for the king of Israel, but also for the king of Judah. So again, look where they're getting transported to the Halah, the Habor, and the river goes on. Now I'm going to show you where that is. So we just saw it in 2 Ezras, 2 Kings, and now also in 1 Chronicles 5:26, we see King Shalmaneser's father, Tiglath-Pileser, so the generation before, he even started doing this before King Shalmaneser did it. So he took, specifically, it says the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh to the same areas, the Halah, the Habor, the Harat, and the river goes on. So Tiglath-Pileser is the father of King Shalmaneser, and you can see he already started the process of moving Israelites to these areas. Where is the river goes on? Google it. It's the Kabor River. It's a tributary of the Euphrates River. So why were they moving them by these tributaries? Well, take a guess. It's because moving people on boats is the fastest way to transport them and all their gold, silver, plunder. Do you want to carry all the gold on your back or on your horses, or do you want to put it in boats and sail it? Think about it. So this is where the river goes on is. Obviously showing you guys the Euphrates River is a massive river is redundant. It's called one of the 2 great rivers in the Bible. Same with the Tigris River. Look where the Euphrates and the Tigris River are on the map if you're coming from Israel. It's unavoidable. You would have to go totally out of your way to the north and then hook back around. And even if you did that, you'd still have to go over the Tigris River. So clearly both these, the Assyrians had to become familiar with using boats in order to transport people.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Sal. But otherwise, they'd never be able to get around in their own country because the Euphrates and the Tigris run throughout their country. This is just a picture to show you a relief of Tiglath-Pileser, the father of King Shalmaneser. That's a relief that's likely associated with him. I'll circle back to these if I have time. This is to show you the ships and boats the Assyrians had. And again, I don't even think Zion debates that this was a fulfillment in Assyria, but I just want to show people that it was. So this is a relief, and it's half broken, so it's fragmentary. But you can see that there's two layers to this boat. It's not just a little boat. So even though it's broken, you can still get that. Here they're transporting wood. You can see them with logs. So clearly these boats are trying to depict that they're moving logs, huge, massive trees on their boats. These boats were capable of moving huge objects. Here's a similar relief of them moving the logs, and you can get a better perspective here because this isn't zoomed in as much. So you see them moving massive logs. Here they are with slaves on a boat. So this is a relief of a soldier in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is the Assyrians with a slave, and you see the symbolism of the art, but also them just transporting slaves, which they did with the Israelites. Here's another boat, just to make it redundant that they have boats, which is clear. And here's them besieging the city in a relief. So you see that they fulfilled other aspects of Deuteronomy 28, not just Deuteronomy 28:68. Again, I said Hosea testified in it through chapters 7 to 11 that Assyria was Egypt. Here it is again in 7:11 to 12, calling Egypt going to Assyria. They shall fall by the sword, derision in the land of Egypt, referring to Assyria, like birds from Egypt and like doves from the land of Assyria. They shall not return to the land of Egypt, but Assyria shall be their king. So God in Hosea from chapter 7 to 11 is verbatim calling Assyria Egypt over and over again, which is fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. I'll save the rest for my next rounds. I know I'm out of time.
Time. All right, my brother Zion, you got 3 minutes in your rebuttal before we get to your second round. Powerful first round from both of these brothers. And brother Zion, you are up next. And time will start when you're ready, brother.
Okay, I guess I'm ready.
All right, you got 3 minutes in your rebuttal.
Okay, so I didn't expect this,
You
but
put up the slide. You got anything you showing?
No.
All right, go ahead. Time will start.
Start now?
Yes.
Okay. I definitely didn't expect this. I expected that if he was going to have a presentation, that he would have sources that verify him. Even other biblical scholars that agree with his position, he cited none. So he's given so far 0 sources and 100% private interpretation. So we're just supposed to believe him even though we know nothing of him. That's sloppy scholarship 101. He says the Igbo Jews can't be the biblical Jews because the evidence shows that they serve several gods. That's silly. Even European Jews acknowledge that many of their ancestors, because of where they were in history, served pagan gods. Does that negate the fact that they think that they're Jewish for them? No, it doesn't. These arguments are really silly, by the way. He said, I didn't mention Angola, even though I said scholars show that Israelites went into North, Western, and Central Africa. I would hope he knows that Angola fits in there. Possibly he doesn't based on his presentation. I also talked about dual fulfillment. He's saying this happened in the future. I'm saying if that's right, I'll give you that. I disagree with you, and I'm going to show why, but I disagree with you. But if so, I give you that. You still have to negate why dual fulfillment is not credible or possible. So what that you could point towards a possible earlier fulfillment? I presented the point of dual fulfillment. You completely didn't address that. Sloppy scholarship 101. You said, why did God only curse the Africans? I don't even think I should respond to that. That was so silly. Then you said, question, why we don't have evidence of the other curses. Brian, if you look at the screen, the topic that you agreed to is the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. If we came here to talk about all the other curses, that would be fun. Unfortunately, as you should know by now, that's not the topic. I mean, did you give thought to your presentation before you wrote it? Let me continue. Part of the reason, he says, why, okay, now I'm going to say this. Part of the reason why scholars employ the use of symbol and allegory in explaining future events is because the events that they're describing are so far removed from their experience that they have to speak in a language of allegory and symbolism because they don't even have experience with the people, places, and names that they're talking about. That's the reason why they employ symbology. So again, silly point. Then he says, he shows pictures at the very end. And I thought this was extremely comical as a person that does tours at the Met Museum on Assyrian history. He shows picture relief of Assyrians transporting logs and says that that's proof that they were transporting Israelites. Even though in any of the reliefs that he showed, none of them actually stated that these are Israelites on the ships or Jews on the ships. No scholar saying that. Private interpretation. Sonetta, with all due respect, and I said this before, when you bring me a debate, because I never asked you to debate nobody. I only asked you about 2 people. I asked you about Jabari, and I asked you about Brother Polite, and rightfully so. But when you bring me somebody,
15 minutes, Ryan.
Excuse me?
Are you ready? Get your presentation up.
I'm on my last point. This is the last point I'm making, and then I'm going to go to the presentation.
Go
So
ahead.
my last point, I'm saying you got to bring me somebody better. 0 sources, private interpretation. Dude shows a relief of Assyrians transporting wood and logs. Is this Final Destination or actual debate? Time.
So first and foremost, as a debater, I can't stand this 3-minute rebuttal nonsense. I want a full rebuttal round, right? Like in a proper debate, you should be submitting each other's premises to each other. You should be submitting sources to each other. And you should have an opening statement to where you're breaking everything down to the people what your premise is. You should have a rebuttal rounds after that to where you're not introducing any new information, etc. You're just covering the information that's there, a Q&A going on, all that kind of stuff, etc. Right? In this kind of format, they want you to introduce new information each round or whatnot, right? In the conscious community, that's how they think a debate goes, right? That's not how the world looks at debating or whatnot, right? So that critique aside, I let the first round plus their the rebuttals go just so I could critique all of it as one round, right? That being said, right, there's a lot to critique there. So first and foremost, when you're a debater, when you're the affirmative, you have a chance to break out and take the lead and really decide what direction the debate's going to go, right? And so that's a really important, your first round is really important, or your first round of presenting information is really important in this regard, because you get to make a lot of decisions in terms of how the tempo of this thing is going to go, right? And so that's your job, is to try to control tempo. If you're the person coming after as the negative, your job is to try to disrupt tempo and take it over and make it your tempo. You see what I'm saying? And so just on that basic concept, Zion wasted a whole round on being able to control the conversation, right? And he wasted it based upon assumptions he was making with Ryan's position versus actually understanding Ryan's positions. And so in his first round, and you'll see that this doesn't work for him or whatnot. This is a situation where Ryan was able to actually catch up to Zion in terms of him taking the lead or whatnot. And now he's looking at him neck and neck and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so he even starts to pass him a little bit at the end of the round. He even starts to pass him and whatnot, right? And so Zion starts off by breaking down a Bible verse, talking about Amos 7 and whatnot, breaking down how God speaks to his prophets and whatnot, which is very interesting. I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? Because he doesn't mention too many Bible verses at all in his argument. He lists almost, I think, 11, maybe 12 rabbinic sources in his opening round. He lists one Islamic source. He lists 2 modern Afrocentric sources and whatnot, all to stipulate that there are that one, that Misraim is a or Egypt has a figurative concept. 2, the concept of dual fulfillment, that there could be captivities that happen more than once. And then 3, just the concept that they're Jews that went into Africa after 70 AD and whatnot, right? And so he listed his people who he were talking about being examples of these tribes and whatnot. So he talked about the Igbo, he talked about the Ashanti, he talked about the Limba in Sierra Leone, not even the Limba in East Africa, but the Limba tribe, not the Limba tribe of Sierra Leone. Beta Israel, the Ethiopian Jews, and the Yoruba tribe, right? And so he does not mention any group of people in the Congo or in Angola, etc. Right? But so he uses his whole first round to just to break down this concept, right? And so that's the entirety of his information. Ryan comes back and immediately rebuttals and whatnot and lays a foundation of, he brings it back to a biblical foundation and brings it to the New Testament. Because what's interesting is Zion Lexx, for all the verses well, he I think he listed like 4 verses, 3-4 verses or whatnot, right? All of them Old Testament. He was listing Psalms, he was listing like Amos, a few other things, right? And all the rabbinic sources, etc., like everything is like, again, we're talking about like rabbis of a Jewish tradition, so they don't believe in the New Testament. So there's nothing about his first round that speaks to the New Testament. And Zion Lexx, for those who don't know, he used to be a straight rabbinic Jew who now considers himself a messianic Jew, right? Like he supposedly rocks with the New Testament, right? He went around the whole community having like a coming out party with that whole concept of like, oh, he accepts the New Testament now, right? And so Ryan rightfully brings it back to a New Testament concept, having to talk about the Messiah and restoration to the Messiah, etc., which is something that's very interesting that Zion never addresses in the debate. He wants Zion to address, how do you explain this captivity concept as a New Testament Israelite and apply it to what you're talking about? And so Ryan came back over the top in his rebuttal of the thing, and he was like, "Yeah, what's up with this?" When in his information, his first round is like basically, so what's up with this whole concept with the Angolans getting caught up? You got half the people in the slave trade that you're not even saying are Israelites. You're not even saying they're Israelites. So why is he doing that? Like when the Bible, we got this concept here where he didn't want to punish unrighteous people for the sake of what was going on and whatnot, right? Or punish righteous people for the sake of the unrighteous. You know what I'm saying? He was willing to get the righteous people out. But you're saying like the 6 million people, they ain't had nothing to do with whatever the Israelites are doing. Like they got to get caught up. Break that one down. So Ryan's starting to catch up real quick, right? Like so, Zion Lexx as the person who's the affirmative and getting the rip and run. He's out there. You know what I'm saying, trying to break out. You know what I'm saying. But Ryan's starting to catch up. Ryan got a good little kick. He got a good little stride. And then he starts to round the corner on him. He's asking questions. Why the 15th century? Why then? Why is there this big gap between 70 AD and the 15th century? And he's like, the 70 AD is the jump off point. What's that got to do with the transatlantic slave trade? And here's where the kicker came. And I don't even think anybody really realized how cold this was, right? So Zion's concept was like, yeah, this is all figurative and it's a dual fulfillment. Ryan's like, yeah, I agree with you. Egypt is figurative. And I'm saying it's Assyria in this concept, right? I'm saying it was all fulfilled then. And here's the cold part, right? So Ryan has a partial preterist concept to where he believes that the majority of the Bible, with the exception of Revelation that he can't call, has been fulfilled already, right? And so even if you believe in a dual fulfillment concept, this is a cold piece for you because he's saying, okay, Assyria is one of them. Now you got to deny Assyria being one of them, right? Because you just said 70 AD was this whole dispersal event. Everyone getting scattered in 70 AD. That's what you just claimed, Zion, right? So for you, that would be the secondary event in this thing. You need 70 AD to be the first event. And then you need the transatlantic slave trade to be the second event for it to be dual fulfillment. For it to be dual fulfillment, right? So Ryan's like, no. No, I'm saying Assyria. I'm saying Assyria knocks all this out. So it's a double whammy. It's a cold two-piece. You didn't even see this. It was so quick. You didn't feel the second one like it was a separate punch. It was all one to you. You know what I'm saying? And it's cold because a lot of people didn't catch that. A lot of people didn't catch that. And then on Zion's rebuttal back, right? You can see him like, oh man, I kind of gassed out a little bit. Like I'm like, man, I see my man, he done caught up, he neck and neck with me, he still got some juice and he's going somewhere. And I gotta prove. He's like, prove these curses, prove, like explain to me what's going on with this delayed reaction timing concept. Like, why is there 1,500 years in between everything going on? Why you show me no tribes in Angola and whatnot? And he was like, I showed you people in Central Africa, bro. You didn't show no people in Angola, fam. What you talking about? And you didn't. And so he resorts to ad hominem attacks and trying to poison the well, right? So again, and appeals to authority. This is the crazy part. So now he said that Ryan brought no sources. So the claim is now that the Bible is not a source. The claim is now that the Bible is not a source. That's the argument that Zion Lexx is making. Whether he sticks to it or not, that's the argument he just made. So he's making an appeal to authority, ad hominem attacks, and now he's saying the Bible is not a source. Even though he read from Amos 7, like that the Most High is speaking to his prophets with this thing, right? That's how he started the whole thing off, right? So he just negated everything he said about the text. And now it's saying like the only thing that matters, and this is what the rabbis say. Hitting him with the whole Bobby Boucher doctrine. My rabbi said, yo, that's an appeal. Like, deal with the argument. You're making an appeal to authority. Straight fallacious on its face. But with that, fam, I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna mute up and let it run. And obviously, I'm giving this round to Ryan because Ryan, again, he caught up. Like he put a lot on the table. Zion got a lot to prove in these upcoming rounds now. He's got a big burden of proof. He's like, hey, you got to prove all this stuff about why your people that you're claiming, all these people that you're talking about are Israelites or whatnot, why they were cool from 7 AD to the 15th century. You know what I'm saying? Why that's the jump off point. You know what I'm saying? Etc. And why Assyria ain't it, yo? And the whole thing about so Zion trying to laugh at the whole boats thing. Hey, fam, look at what he did. He showed you in biblical text, right? He showed you in the apocryphal text, biblical text, etc. This concept of them being transported across the Euphrates and being transported to another river or whatnot. That's a tributary of the Euphrates, right? And then he showed you the plausibility of them using slave ships to transport slaves. He didn't claim that they were Israelites. And the only counterfeit was like, well, there's nothing that says that they were Israelites. Fam, deal with the plausibility of the claim. Like you have to negate Assyria being one of the dual fulfillments you said could be possible. At this juncture, now you're offering a false choice, a false dichotomy can only be what you're saying. No, he just offered you another one. Now you have to negate it. Now you have to negate that too. So this is the cold part. As the affirmative, typically the secondary debater has to really work at negating you're following his argument. You got to negate what he's saying. He did that. He did the block parry game super quick, and now Zion Lexx has to negate Ryan's arguments. Ryan did his job. He caught up to Zion Lexx. And if Zion can't answer none of these questions, he's about to lap this cat. With that, I'm gonna let this play.
Time, brother. Let's move it. You got 15 minutes in your second round. Zion, time will start when you're ready, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my share screen. This is amazing. I thought I was gonna have to fight a little bit. My screen is up, so let me know when you're ready.
I see it. Your screen is up. Everybody can see it. Time will start when you're ready.
All right.
And I'm gonna let you know when you got 3 minutes left with the horn.
Thank you so much.
And the second horn will be time up.
Okay. So from a biblical and Hebraic perspective, many within the Hebrew. Stop my time, Sonetta.
All right, go ahead.
You said something while I was speaking. I'm not sure.
No, I said time start when you started talking.
Okay, my apologies.
Right. Are you erased that? You right back to 15 minutes? Time starts now.
Thank you, sir. From a biblical and Hebraic perspective, many within the Hebrew Israelite tradition interpret Deuteronomy 68 as prophetically pointed to the transatlantic slave trade. Let's examine this view carefully, focusing on the Hebrew language, the context of the verse. And the Lord shall bring you back into Egypt in ships by the way of I said to thee, you shall no more see it again. And there you shall sell yourselves unto your enemies. Sonetta, please stop the time. I don't know whose mic is
on. Ryan, you had to go on mute, Brian. Ryan, you had to go on mute, brother. You want to start this whole thing? Just round over, Zion?
Yeah, so you can start it over. I apologize. My computer froze, so I turned the TV on just to hear his information. I apologize. I was trying to get to mute to do it.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Got you. Ryan, Zion, we're going to start your whole time over. You got 15 minutes. Time will start right now.
Thank you, sir. From a biblical and Hebraic perspective, many within the Hebrew Israelite tradition interpret Deuteronomy 68 as prophetically pointed to the transatlantic slave trade. Let's explain why. The verse says, and the Lord shall bring you into Egypt again by way of ship, by way of which I said to thee, you shall no more see it again. There you shall offer yourselves for your enemy to your enemies as bondmen and bondwomen, and no man will buy or i.e. redeem you.
At Sierra, Jack discovered great pickleball gear at incredible prices, which led to another discovery.
Throughout the Bible, as I've shown, the term Egypt or Mitzrayim is used as a metaphor for bondage. Exodus 20:2, I'm the Lord your God who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, the house of bondage. Deuteronomy 5:6, I'm the Lord your God who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Deuteronomy 6:12, then lest you forget the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Deuteronomy 8:14, then your heart be lifted up, and then you forget the Lord your God who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Deuteronomy 28:68 is the verse that we explain. Of course, throughout the Bible, Egypt is represented as the house of bondage, as a metaphor for bondage. Here, Egypt is used symbolically as a future return to slavery. These verses clearly reflect Egypt, not just as a place, but as a symbol of enslavement, oppression, and the condition from which the Lord delivered Israel. The term ba'anil, by way of ship, this verse mentions being taken into ship, a mode of transport never used for Israel's original exodus from Egypt. So we know it's not talking about that. Historically, there's no biblical or historical records of Israelites returning to Egypt by way of ship in mass deportation. Now watch this. This is going to be very clever. Ryan posits that the Assyrians' captivity, bringing Israelites into Assyrian provinces by way of ship, even though his presentation only showed the transportation of logs and wood, pause, he says that that's a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. So I guess Ryan is on record now agreeing that Egypt is clearly symbolic, because he's not saying that the Assyrians brought us to Egypt. I hope everyone is listening. That means he agrees with the Israelite position that Egypt is symbolic, not referring to the actual geographic location, because in the presentation he just showed, as weak as it was, he showed the transportation of logs, what he thinks are Hebrew Israelites, being transported to Assyrian provinces. That means he's in agreement with my position that it's symbolic. So at least we're somewhere. The verse says, you will sell yourselves, but no man will buy you. This seemingly paradoxical phrase is better understood when you examine the Hebrew. In Hebrew, the term is we'en kone, and no, we'en kone, and no buyer. Kone also means no redeemer. In the Bible, if a Hebrew is sent into slavery or servitude, he must be redeemed. Anyone that studies the Bible knows that. That's in the book of Exodus as well as the book of Deuteronomy. Any Hebrew that goes into servitude or i.e. slavery must be redeemed. So by saying there's no buyer, no kone, ain kone, there will be no one that would come to redeem you, no one that would come to change your position. This is not a contradiction, but Hebraic idiom. They would be offered as slaves, but no one redeem or would deliver them from this condition. Slaves were purchased, yes, but no political or spiritual power redeemed them from the status of slavery. Historical parallels, Africa to the Americas. Millions of West Africans were transported in ships under horrifying conditions. Auction blocks, men, women, and children were sold like cattle in foreign lands. Loss of identity, just as the verses predict exile and loss of inheritance. Deuteronomy 28, 41 and 64. The slave trade resulted in cultural and spiritual disinheritance. By the way, if he posits that the fulfillment is in the Assyrian, we were not stripped of our identity in the Assyrian captivity. Deuteronomy 28 describes us being stripped of our language, our culture, our religion. We were still serving our God in the Assyrian captivity. So that means what he posits as the fulfillment of it doesn't capture the essential tenets of what Deuteronomy 28 is describing. But let me move on. Hebrew grammarian and etymologist Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, he says in his commentary to Deuteronomy 28:68, and by the way, all I come with is sources, so everybody pay attention. Though mainstream Jewish commentators like Rashi and the Rambam applied this verse, the 68th verse of Deuteronomy 28, to Roman or Babylonian exile, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, a 19th century Torah giant among Europeans, says, this will not be from the land of Israel, commenting on Deuteronomy 28:68. This will be, but from distant lands where Israel had already been scattered. So Rabbi Raphael Shimshon Hirsch says, Deuteronomy 28:68 is not a fulfillment of us going from Israel to Egypt by way of ships, but us going into captivity by way of ship from lands we had already been exiled and scattered. That fits perfectly within the Hebrew narrative, that the ships that were brought to West Africa brought us to the America. The parts of West Africa that we were in at that time in history were regions that we had already long been exiled and scattered to. This commentator clearly states that it is from regions that we had been exiled and long scattered that this would take place, not from Israel to anywhere else, but from the lands that we had already been scattered. That's key.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Rabbi Hirsch's view on Deuteronomy 28:68, the Roman fulfillment, this verse was fulfilled when the Jews were taken to Rome. Transatlantic slave trade fulfillment, this verse was fulfilled when the Jews were taken by ship to the Americas as slaves. Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch argues against the Roman fulfillment, and he argues for a future date. Mind you, he lives in the 18th century, and he says that it still hadn't been fulfilled. By the way, Ryan, I'd love to see you come with any sources to substantiate the views that you're saying, because so far all we're hearing is private interpretation. Rabbi Ovadia Seferno, in his commentary on Deuteronomy 28:68, provides a nuanced and symbolic interpretation. While he does not explicitly call it a metaphor, his wording clearly leans towards a non-literal understanding, emphasizing shame. He says in his commentary on Deuteronomy 28:68, this does not mean that they would be actually sold in Egypt, but rather they will return to that condition of bondage, yet in such a manner that even offer to sell themselves as slaves and will be rejected. He goes on to say, the road back to Egypt will be unlike the one you left during the Exodus. This journey itself is a reversal of redemption. What this means, Seferno emphasizes that this return to Egypt is not primarily geographic, but a return to the condition of Egypt, namely slavery. So aren't Hebrew Israelites saying the same thing? But let me guess, when a European says it, he's right, but when Hebrew Israelites saying it, we're identity thieves. I get it. Egypt as a metaphor. Rabbi Seferno, just quoted him. Moving on. The Rambam, Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, this medieval sage, known as the Rambam, provides a profound commentary on Deuteronomy 28, the chapter outlining the blessings and severe curses tied to Israel's covenant with the Lord. In his analysis of verses 62 through 68, the Rambam makes a striking observation. Listen to this, Ryan. Many of the curses listed were not fulfilled during the first or second temple eras. That clearly would refer to the Assyrian exile, right, Ryan? Because the Assyrian exile is before the second temple period. But scholars are on record saying many of the curses listed in Deuteronomy 28 were not fulfilled during the first or second temple eras. Ryan, you signed up for the wrong debate. Next time, I need you to put a little bit more respect on my name. Do a little bit more research before you call me out. The Ramban. For many of the things stated here did not occur to us in the first or second temple periods, but we know them to have occurred in this current exile. The Rambam lives in the 12th century. And he says many of the fulfillments are still being fulfilled by his era, the 12th century AD. Sources. I got one for you. You guys might like him. We know him as Rabbi Harry Rosenberg. Rabbi Harry Rosenberg, whether you like him or not, he's a source. A modern Jewish scholar and teacher who is also the founder of the Lost Tribes Initiative, has openly affirmed that Deuteronomy 28:68 may find its clearest literal fulfillment in the transatlantic slave trade. Is this an Israelite saying this? Rather than in any earlier exiles, his approach has helped bridge traditional Jewish learning with the lived experiences and oral histories of African-descended communities who identify as Hebrew Israelites. Rabbi Harry Rosenberg's view on Deuteronomy 28:68, he says, the verse says you will go back to Egypt in ships. But Harry, somewhat of a scholarly guy, says, but Israel never left in Egypt on ships. So how do you return in that way unless it's describing a different type of exile altogether? Rabbi Harry Rosenberg on his interview and lectures on the Lost Tribes. He points out that the original Exodus was by land, through the desert and sea, not by ship. Therefore, the verse is not describing a return to a geographical location, but to a condition of slavery via a means never previously used. The transatlantic slave trade, with its horrific use of ships to deport millions of African people, many of whom carried Hebrew traditions, matches the literal detail of the verse more closely than any Roman or Babylonian event, and I guess I could now add any Assyrian event, such as transporting logs for the movie Final Destination, Ryan. Interesting theory. Rabbi Harry Rosenberg, to surmise his views, he sees Deuteronomy 28:68 as spiritual and national degradation, not necessarily a geographical location. Excuse me, that's Safirno. The Rambam's views, this section refers to a future time. The curses did not occur to us in first or second temple period. That clearly wipes out the Assyrian fulfillment, Ryan. I think you would want to try for the Roman one. But when you try that, I got a nice bomb for you. But I hope that you draw for it. In fact, Ryan, I dare you. Not the Roman exile, says Samson Raphael Hirsch, but rather a later time, after the people of Israel had been scattered all over the world. Now, Rabbi Harry Rosenberg says, this verse mentions being taken into ships, a mode of transport never used for Israel's original exodus from Egypt. Historically, there's no biblical or historical record of Israelites returning to Egypt by ships as seen. And Sonetta, I own this video. I'm closing my time by playing it.
Another area in Africa you have something big happening is in Nigeria. You have the Igbo people, or Igbo, pronounced either way. There's 40 million of them, also Christians, like I spoke about before, how that could happen to the children of Israel very easily. But also a lot of them are now coming out and converting back or adopting the rules of the Torah without all the paganism that they've been practicing for hundreds of years. There's been books written about it from scholars in Nigeria, from scholars from the Jewish people. And where it gets interesting is, in America, there was a slave trade. And a lot of the slaves, a very high percentage of them, came from Western Nigerian ports. And in America today, you see a very large movement of African Americans who say that they're the real chosen people, that they're the children of Israel, they're the Judeans. You know, so what are they just trying to create an identity for themselves because they were slaves, or is there really something here? And the answer is most likely there is something there. And most likely, maybe that they were the original Israelites, and maybe that the Jewish people today who are white Caucasian people came in a little bit later on. We know that some of the greatest sages of the transmission of the Torah were converts from Rome. You have a man named Unclus who wrote a commentary on the Torah, unprecedented, that we still learn today. He was a convert. Some of the largest pillars on the transmission today were Roman converts. So here we are, we're Caucasian Jewish people. And now you have people in Africa saying that they're the real people of Israel. It can't be ruled out at all. We know they were sold into slavery. We know now that they're fulfilling prophecies by saying, we're coming back. We want to rejoin the nation.
I'm going to stop. How much more time do I have left?
You have 1 minute and 20 seconds.
You didn't sound the alarm, though.
I know, because you was playing the video. My bad.
Okay.
I got sidetracked. My bad on that one.
All right, that's fine. So I want to make something clear.
I was too busy looking at the thing, listening, and I didn't look at the time.
All right, so I want to make something clear.
You have 1 minute, 20 seconds. Time resumed.
The topic of the debate is the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68? So Ryan mentioning, why aren't we talking about the other verses? Ryan, pay attention to the topic. The topic is verse 68. If you wanted to talk about the other verses, you should have said that at the head of the last week when we decided to have the debate. We agreed on verse 68. I believe so. Stop me if I'm saying something that's not accurate. Lastly, I want to say this. For your next round, Ryan, come with sources. But so far, as a pointer towards you, you're doing horribly great. If that's possible, to be horribly great. Time.
Oh, man, wow, powerful second round. Ryan, are you ready? You got 3 minutes in your rebuttal before you get to your 15 minutes.
Yeah, just give me one moment so I can keep track of time myself with you.
All right. No problem. I want everybody to know that the Cash App is working. Come on, show some love, family. Show some love. Cash App is working, man.
All right, you'll just start it once I start talking, sir?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. All right, Zion said we shouldn't listen to what the European man tells us. Then he proceeds to quote nothing but white ancient Jewish rabbis and modern Jewish rabbis like Harry Rosenberg. You shouldn't listen to the European unless Zion's presenting it to you as the white people he likes, I guess. Then we're going to get into the point that Zion's saying, Ryan, show sources. Well, I'm showing you a Bible that has 66 different books in it. I showed you the Apocrypha. I'm quoting the transatlantic slave trade statistics. I knew you were going to say that because I watched your vocab Malone debate. I have thousands of years of writings in this Bible because it's 66 different authors, Zion. So this is a source. And yes, it is fulfillment of the curses that were done to the Israelites. You haven't even showed us Israelites on a slave trade yet because you don't have pictures of anything. I'm showing you ancient reliefs of the Assyrians having the transportation necessary to fulfill the curse and also showing you besieging the city. And I'm showing you the history of both kings that did so, King Shalmaneser and Tiglath-Pileser III. And I'm sorry, I'll mispronounce that. I'm sure that'll be your next best rebuttal you have here. So if you want me to show you Israelites in 4K, Zion, I'm sorry they didn't have HD back then, so I'm giving you what is necessary. It's also interesting that you're trying to claim that God brought all 89 curses in Deuteronomy 28, except he just didn't do Deuteronomy 28:68 for some reason, so he waited 1,500 years after he sent his Messiah and 3,000 years from when he prophesied it to the children of the actual slaves of the Exodus. That's an interesting theory. So God brought 89 curses, but he didn't bring the 90th curse because you want it to fit your narrative. Interesting. Even though Isaiah 10:24-27 says, be not afraid of the Assyrians when they strike with the rod and lift up their rod against you, as the Egyptians did. And his
Saw that you got to stop getting people on your channel that's working with the Obama phone.
1 minute, 5 seconds, Zion. We waiting on you to get back. Shout out to Brother Lie in the building, shaking my head.
Land the promotion. Secure the position. Take your career even higher. At Kelly.
Hey, always shaking my head. Pause. We gotta get an Islamic debate going on, man. Brother Lie is too loud up in here, man. We gotta get some Muslim talk up in here. That's what I'm calling. I'm calling for an Islamic debate, y'all. Who want the smoke? Who want the smoke, man? Islam versus Torah. Quran versus Torah. I'm gonna see if Captain want that smoke, man.
I would actually take that with Brother La. I know him personally, but son, I think that debate should be in person. After all, we both in New York.
Nah, but you and Brother La are cool, man. I can't have y'all two going.
No, we ain't gonna be in the ring happy-go-lucky. We both gonna get it in.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's your brother. I don't want you going in with that. Y'all two are brothers, man.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd rather get Captain to take that on. If Brother La is willing to get in the ring. Oh, Apollo Bay said, I'll take that debate. But Apollo Bay, you are more. So you ain't representing Islam in the Quran the correct way, brother. I think Brother La will beat you up on that. Or any other Muslim will beat you up on that, brother. You are more.
Do it really take that long to try to get a rebuttal response from ChatGPT, Ryan?
All right, here you go. Here go Ryan right here. Ryan is back. All right, he's still trying to see the circle.
Damn, this internet is killing me. I had no idea when I cut off. I was still saying my argument, so I don't know.
Right. You got 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Can you or Zion just tell me? I don't worry about it when I left off because I don't want to be redundant on what I said. I'll try to address. I have no idea where I left off. That sucks. It's all good. It's all good. This is just a 3-minute rebuttal. I'll just revisit some of the points. My bad about the internet. Obviously, I wish I could control it, but okay. I got a minute, sir.
You got 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Okay, I'll get back to it then.
I'm resume.
All right. Again, I don't know if I said this or not, so I apologize if I did, but Zion has yet to give us a number of the Israelites that he claimed went on slave ships in the transatlantic slave trade. Zion, that's the most important part of this debate. Was it 1, 10, 20, 1 million, 100,000? Give us an estimate. You have to. You can't just say Israelites went on slave trips and not give us a number. That's the most important part of your thesis. I don't know if you're unaware of that or not, but it is. Again, my sources are the Bible, and I know that God fulfilled these curses because Jesus is the Messiah. And Galatians 3:13 says he redeemed us from the curse of the law. Assyrians had ships. It's very interesting to say 89 curses were brought, but the 90th curse waited for 1,500 years after the Messiah came. That's an insane theory. I thought he even acknowledged that all the curses were brought because he said dual fulfillment, but I guess he's abandoning the dual fulfillment argument. And I also never said the Igbo people couldn't possibly be considered Israelites. We're going to get into the specifics, and that's why you need to say numbers, because there are 35 million in Nigeria and around 40 million, 38 million total. But you're not telling us how many. If you're going to say the Igbo could be Israelites, give us a number. Tell us a number.
Tom,
Okay,
you got
thanks.
15 minutes in your second. Is this the second round, right?
This is the start of the second round. Yeah, for me.
You got 15 minutes in your second round. Family, hit that like button. I don't know why we only got 157 likes. We got over 500 people in the building. Hit that like button, man. Show your appreciation. Show that you are enjoying your Sunday evening, your Sunday afternoon. And remember, to always super violate that Cash App. That's the most important thing right now. Let's go.
All right.
Time will start when you're ready.
Okay. All right. Again, I am showing you the fulfillment in the Bible. So here's the prophet Isaiah saying in Isaiah 10. Hold on. I'm not sharing my screen. So can you stop my time?
All right. Your time will start over. Yes,
Sorry.
you ain't got the screen up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to pull a full Captain Tazari. I can do my whole presentation without the slides moving, or showing it. Sorry, Captain. Not trying to give you a straight, bro. Sorry about it. My bad.
All right. I see you up. I see you up and running.
Trying to keep your name not in my mouth, Captain. I really apologize about that. Seriously, I'm not. It ain't about you. It's about the transatlantic slave trade today. My bad on that, bro. For real, for real. All right. Anyways, let me start this clock over. Sorry. Pause. There we go. All right. Pause the clock. Stopwatch. Reset. All right. Here we go. Isaiah 10, 24 to 27. God taking claim that he used the Assyrians to strike. Be not afraid of the Assyrians when they strike with the rod and lift up their staff against you, as the Egyptians did. Kind of sounds like Deuteronomy 28, 68 from God's own mouth through the prophet Isaiah. And his staff will be over the sea, and he will lift it as he did in Egypt. As 2 Ezra 13, 43 through 44 said, God had to do a miracle to get them out of Assyria, because when Shalmaneser carried them over the waters in boats, not on his back, God had to do a miracle like the Red Sea or the Jordan River and stop the Euphrates River from flowing. If you read 2 Ezra 13, 43 to 44, to allow the Israelites to walk out of Assyria and Zion. So yeah, they didn't go over the first time by walking. God had to do a miracle. God takes claim that the Assyrians were his wrath, his rod of anger. So they were fulfilling Deuteronomy 28, 68 curses, because God was claiming that he used the Assyrians, the rod of my anger. The staff in their hands is my fury. Isaiah 10, 5 to 6. Down to the bottom, shall the axe boast over him who hews it, or the saw magnify himself against him who wields it? God is saying the Assyrians are only exercising his wrath. Again, what the Deuteronomy 28 curses were God using other nations to punish the Israelites. Jeremiah 11, 1 through 8 is going to disagree with Zion. He's going to tell us that God, on the bottom here in verse 8, brought all the curses. So therefore, I brought upon them all the words of this covenant, which I commanded them to do, but they did not do. Which covenant, Zion? Go up to Jeremiah 11, verse 3. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, cursed be the man who does not hear the words of this covenant that I commanded your fathers when I brought them out of the land of the Egypt. When was that covenant given? Oh, it was given to Moses, and he gave it to the children of Israel and their children in the book of Deuteronomy. That's the audience of Deuteronomy 28, 68, Zion. God saying that is the covenant. And at the bottom here, verse 8, Zion, Jeremiah thinks, therefore I brought upon them all the words of this covenant.
To the super organizers and the running out of tapers, breathe easy. There's space for you here.
So why are you saying Deuteronomy 28, 68 wasn't fulfilled all of a sudden? Here's Daniel 9, 9 to 14. That it be proven in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses what is true, right? And the curse and the oath that are written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against him. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this calamity has come upon us. Looks like Daniel and Jeremiah think that God brought all the curses. All right. And here's why, as a Christian, it's important to realize all these curses were fulfilled, because Christ is our Redeemer. Deuteronomy 21, 22, 23, as I said, cursed is any man who is hung on a tree. Acts 5, 30 to 32, Peter testifies to that fact that Christ was hung on a tree. The God of our fathers raised Jesus, who you killed by hanging him on a tree. Romans 5, 7 to 11. But God shows his love for us, and that while we're still sinners, Christ died for us. Being justified by his blood, how much more will we be saved from the wrath of God? What is the wrath of God, Zion? It's the curses. Okay? We've received reconciliation through Christ. Galatians 3, 13 to 14, again, through the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. Peter just said Jesus was hung on a tree. Here's Paul saying it in Galatians also. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse. Cursed is everyone who was hanging on a tree. Colossians 2:14, by canceling the record of debt that stood against us with its legal demands. This he set aside, nailing it to the cross. Galatians 4, 4 to 5. But when the fullness of time had come, God sent forth his son, born of a woman, born under the law, to redeem those who were under the law, that they might receive adoption as sons. So I hope that Zion at some point accepts the Messiah truly and knows that the Messiah fulfilled all these things and allowed us reconciliation to God by his blood on the cross, because he took the curse of Deuteronomy by becoming a curse for us. Again, let's pay attention to the verse that we are debating, Zion. I'm very well aware we're debating it. Deuteronomy 28, 68. And the Lord will bring you back in ships to Egypt, a journey that I promise you should never make again. And there you shall offer yourselves to sail for your enemies. I want Zion to show us what West African nations or what European nations are the enemies of the Israelites. Not everybody in the slave trade, but the Israelites. I think he's going to have a problem because I'm going to quote him right here from a show on his channel when he was talking about the Igbo with Shimon Sabrina Samadi, and I apologize if I mispronounced that. But as you can see, here's the transcript from his show on his YouTube channel from 1907 to 1926. Zion states, I don't believe that the people that came to take us were specifically looking for Israelites. They were looking for slave labor. So Zion, you yourself don't even believe that these nations in the transatlantic slave trade were looking for Israelites. So you're telling us that God, who is somehow doing curses, is doing the most careless, ineffective methodology possible to curse the Israelites by not even making the nations that he's using as the rod of his anger aware who the Israelites are. So these people are just accidentally going to get Israelites in the slave trade, according to your thesis. This is your own quote, and I agree with you. These nations weren't looking for Israelites. You want to know why? Because it's very hard to identify who were Israelites in the 15th century. It's very hard, and these nations weren't looking for Israelites, so we agree on that. These are the actual enemies who did specifically target Israelites according to the Holy Bible. All the prophets testify. God used the Assyrians. God used the Babylonians. Again, that fulfills, I'm mentioning Babylon, because they fulfilled all the other curses of Deuteronomy 28. So it's tied in with the other curses that Assyrians fulfilled. So Zion needs to tell us what nation of the transatlantic slave trade were enemies of the Israelites. Was it Portugal, Great Britain, Denmark, Spain, Uruguay, France, Netherlands? So from 1400 BC to 14 AD, where were these nations enemies? Or did it just automatically start in the 15th century? So they were no enemies. They didn't even know each other existed. But then all of a sudden in the 15th century, they became enemies without any prior history. So define the term enemies for us, Zion. Did the Israelites ever invade Portugal, Great Britain, Denmark, Spain, Uruguay? Can you show us the enemy component here? Did the Israelites ever invade them? What events caused them to be enemies? Or do you agree with your quote and say that these nations weren't actually enemies of Israelites because they weren't even looking for Israelites? So it's kind of hard to be at war with somebody that you don't even know exists. You're just grabbing slave labor. Let's think about that. Who was the leader of the king of Israel when they were enemies? Well, there wasn't any king when they were enemies, obviously, because it was 15th century from your thesis. I can tell you the kings of Israel when they were enemies in the ancient Bible, but you can't tell me kings of Israel when you have your thesis. Why is any country considering them enemies? And was this a religious persecution thing? Because I know you might try to say some Jews are supposedly Israelites. Why are these West African nations Israelites? If not the European nations, of course, we know West African nations sold slaves too. So when did they become nations, enemies with the nation of Israel? What events led to that, Zion? How can the West or Central African nations also be called faithful Israelites if they're selling their brothers into slavery? So if you're saying there are Israelites in these West African countries that ended up selling the slaves, Deuteronomy 15:12-14 tells us a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman is sold to you. He shall serve for 6 years. In the 7th year, he shall be let free. You shall furnish him liberally. Leviticus 25:39-40 tells you you shall not make your brother a slave. So if you're saying that the people in West Africa that were selling the Israelites or the people in the slave trade were Israelites, they're breaking the Torah, and they're clearly not faithful Israelites themselves. So they should be sold into slavery for breaking the Torah. What foreign leader is involved in this transatlantic slave trade? Again, I don't want to be redundant on this point. Some of these are just more questions to break down how this is not true. It's a logical fallacy. I also still, again, in the middle here, want the minimum population to get an idea of what Zion can say constitutes being an enemy. Is it 1 person, 10 people, 100,000, 1 million? I know in his third and final round, he's going to tell us the number of Israelites that went into slavery, at least in a rough estimate, because we're all still waiting. Because if he's going to say you're enemies if only 2 people disagree, I have a problem with that. Okay? You have to constitute a nation of Israel. You have to constitute at minimum scattered Israelites. Tell us what size group and tell us why they're enemies. And did they share the same enemy, or were these nations and scattered people at different times enemies for different reasons? All right. Again, he's not going to show us any of the other curses. He doesn't think that's relevant, but it is, because when God promised to bring the curses of Deuteronomy, he didn't say, I'm only going to bring 1 curse. He promised to bring all the curses on the Israelites for those acts of disobedience. So he thinks that the other curses aren't part of the debate. No, it is part of the logic of the debate, because God's not going to just bring 1 curse, Zion. He's not going to just curse you in the city and not curse you in the field. He's not going to just bring 1 curse. So that's why I'm asking for this logical thesis to make sense. It's not because I think we're debating all the other verses. All right. Show us when these curses were fulfilled, and show us when God uses them as instruments of his wrath, as the second to bottom thing here says. Because I just showed you when God claimed that he used the Assyrians as his rod of anger. Show us when God used Britain or Portugal or America as his rod of his anger. Show us in history or in the Bible. It's not going to be in the Bible, so I guess show us in history. These are just some statistics about slave trade when it flourished the most in the 1700s to 1850s. I'll circle back to this when I have more time. The most important statistic was that I don't want the risotto.
VIP. I want it perfect. I love eating risotto here with you.
6 million people were from Angola, and Zion has yet to show us that there are any slaves in Angola. This is a brief summary of the destinations. Brazil, 45%, British Caribbean, 22%, Spanish America's 13, French Caribbean, 11, Dutch America's 4, North America, 3.8, and then the Danish Western Europe, 1% and 0.1%. Those are the destinations. Here again is a map of where the people were taken. These are sources. You asked for some sources, so I'm showing you some sources. Again, you see that big bottom, the big bubble at the bottom there of Angola. That's a source telling you that 6 million Angolans went into slavery. I guess God forgot what he told Abraham in Sodom and Gomorrah, because according to you, God didn't even tell these nations they were looking for Israelites, from the quote from your show. And then they inadvertently swooped up 6 million innocent Angolans, even though he was only looking to curse the Israelites. So God's saying to Abraham, I won't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, a wicked city, if there's 10 righteous people in it. I guess God changes. He forgot that because he put millions of innocent Africans into slavery and death because he was looking for Israelites. He just didn't tell the nations how to find them or what they look like. They just were going to accidentally curse the Israelites, I guess. All right, so here we see Portugal. These are just some more statistics. I'll circle back to these if I have time. Here is why, as a Christian, I don't believe in Zion's thesis. The gospel is literally translated the good news. Eugalion, Romans 1:16, for I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God to everyone who believes, to the Jew first and also to the Greek. Luke 24:44 tells us that everything written about me in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms must be fulfilled. That's Jesus speaking. Jesus is telling you every prophecy spoken about him must be fulfilled, including the fact that it was prophesied that he must redeem us from the curses of the law. As Galatians 3:13 said, Jesus fulfilled that. 1 Peter 1:3-5, God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, and his great mercy, born again to a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, to an inheritance that is imperishable, undefiled, unfading, kept in heaven for you, who by God's power are being guarded through faith for a salvation ready to be revealed in the last time. So according to 1 Peter 1:5, God is guarding the Israelite people, and that he's keeping their salvation as in heaven. So God is guarding people, yet he's cursing them into slavery simultaneously, 1,500 years after he sent his Messiah. Okay, Matthew 26:28, for this is the blood of my covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. If you believe in Jesus Christ, you have forgiveness of your sins. You're not redeeming, you're still not getting cursed.
2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Romans 3:23-26, grace as a gift, redemption that is in Christ Jesus. Again, I'm not reading all these verses for the sake of time. People are on the screen for you guys to read them. You can screenshot them later too. Propitiation by his blood, divine forbearance. He had passed over former sins. It was to show his righteousness at the present time. Whose righteousness? God's righteousness. God the Father's righteousness. Romans 4:25, who was delivered up for our trespasses and for our justification. You're asking me to show sources, Zion? These are actual Jews. This is the Apostle Paul from the tribe of Benjamin, who learned under the high priest Gamaliel. He's testifying to what I'm talking to you about today. These aren't my private interpretations. This is scripture interpretation. Prove it's wrong if I'm reading these verses wrong. Romans 8:3-4, for God has done what the law, weakened by the flesh, could not do by sending his own son, fulfilling the righteous requirement of the law and allowing us to walk in the Spirit. Again, paraphrasing there, Ephesians 5:2, and walk in love as Christ loved us and gave himself up for us, a fragrant offering and sacrifice to God. So Jesus Christ's death on the cross is a fragrant offering and a sacrifice to God. So God just takes this fragrant offering of his own son's blood, which he had prophesied throughout the entire Bible, and he says, oh, that offering's not good enough. I still got to curse a bunch of people and put them in slavery 1,500 years after this event, after I sent my own son to die on a cross from crucifixion, which is called crucifixion because it's excruciating. A fragrant offering and sacrifice to God, Ephesians 5:2. That's what Christ did. He gave himself up for you and me, Zion. Bear that in mind. Daniel 9:24, speaking about what would happen in the Messianic time, to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness. Isaiah 11:6-10, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, the leopard lie down with the young goat, the calf and the lion, the fattened calf together. The little child shall lead them. These are Messianic prophecies. This is what God is. Thank you, sir.
All right, man. The completion of the second round. We are now going over to my brother Zion for his 3-minute rebuttal. Brother Zion, the time will start when you're ready, brother. You on mute, Captain. You on mute. Damn, I'm getting ready to call you the captain.
All right. Let me know when I could go, son.
Yes, time to start when you're ready. We can go now.
All right, this is sad, man. This is really sad.
You ain't got no screen up or nothing.
No, I don't need no screen for the rebuttal round. No, this far too easy. I had that plan, but this is far too easy. He says the most important part of the debate is me being able to demonstrate the exact numbers of how many slaves were transported. That's what the debate hangs on. With that logic and the kindergarten PowerPoint presentation that he's given so far, it's clear that this dude shouldn't have been in the ring with me. So I know you called him a heavyweight. This dude is not even light featherweight. Throwing shots at Tazariak while debating me. You struggling with me. Don't worry about Tazariak. Then the only source he quotes the whole debate is me. I got Zion here in the video saying this. Even Zion agrees that they didn't come looking for slaves. The only source he quotes is me, but this is a debate, right? Okay. Then he shows a map where slaves came from and says, you asked for it, Zion, you asked for it. There's your source. You can't make this stuff up, man. Then, to top it off, he continues giving private interpretation. And that said, Zion says, I'm giving private interpretation. This is the Bible's interpretation. I'm not giving private interpretation. Ryan, let me explain this up to you real quick if you don't have enough logic or reason to understand something basic and fundamental. Private interpretation is you giving your opinion outside of any academic consensus, outside of anyone having anything to say in agreement with what you're saying. That's your own private interpretation. You looking into the Bible and giving your opinion, that's your own private interpretation. If you don't understand that, don't debate, period. Not just me. Don't debate, period. You're doing horribly great, if that's possible. Time. God damn, this is easy.
You still have a minute and 14 seconds.
Oh, start my whole time over. Let's go into the next round. This is ridiculous.
Okay, time. 15 minutes will start when you're ready, brother.
Hold on, Sonny. I got one thing to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Before. I started to say in the chat, I can't believe that I missed a day party in Brooklyn to do this. But you know what? The people still gained. So that's why we're here. The people still gained. Let's go.
All right.
So we got a whole nother round popping off. And like in the previous round, Ryan caught up to Zion, right? So Zion had some kicking to do. You know what I'm saying? He needed to separate himself. You know what I'm saying? And that was not the case. That was not the my man killed it right there. Right there. Listen to Zion. He relies on rabbis' private interpretation. LOL, you can't make this up. What, bruh? I don't know who Zion thought he was debating, but it wasn't Ryan at all. Like he came in with this whole preconceived notion of what he believed Ryan was going to do, etc. And it was crazy. Like so, in this round, hold up, where are my notes at? Zion started talking about there being like the seller and no redeemer concept. He started talking about historical parallels between Deuteronomy 28 and the slave trade, etc. Which is interesting because that you can at that juncture you're literally just like you're saying that the reason that you're proving that you know that these were Israelites, etc. Is one because the rabbis told you so, or could be potentially, right? Islamic sources in what saying that there's Jews in West Africa. People self-identifying as such and whatnot. And then this bit about there being historical parallels. So at that juncture, like you're not giving a reason as to why. You're just sticking to the what, right? Going further, you talked about rabbis talking about like the Deuteronomy 28:6 they being fulfilled while people were already in exile and whatnot, right? Like you going into exile and then there being this whole secondary thing that's happening, right? Okay, got you. Again, Judah saying again, that's like a perfect example. That's the rabbinic interpretation, right? So why does the interpretation supersede what Ryan's talking about? You're not giving any. There's no argument for that other than it's just I disagree and appeal to my authority. You know what I'm saying? And then it gets interesting. He starts arguing for this Roman captivity thing or against this Roman captivity. Why it can't be that? And he starts begging Ryan, I dare you to talk about this. And he's like, why would he talk about that? Well, he just told you with the Assyrian John. He just told you with the Assyrian. Like it was already fulfilled in Assyria. He just told you that. And then like Zion came with this whole concept of this is what was interesting to me, right? This whole bit about like, well, yeah, in Assyria that couldn't be the captivity because they didn't lose their language and they didn't lose their religion, etc. Right? And this is the craziest part because again, this is why you'll hear me say this all day. Like Zion, like if you're New Testament, right? Zion denied Christ 3 times before the cock crowed, at least. And he reverted back to being a whole rabbinic Jew by the end of this debate. A whole rabbinic Jew, a complete rabbinic Jew. And what's crazy is one of the rabbinic Jews that he cited, Harry Rosenberg, was talking about the Ebos. One of the people he's talking about, he said 40 million Ebos. They're all Christians. And this is the issue. So if you're saying that the Assyrian captivity don't work because they were able to practice their religion, fam, not only the Ebos Christian, the vast majority of people that became slaves are Christian. What are you talking about? How can you then discount the Assyrian captivity? Like, this isn't strong. This is not a strong set of arguments, fam. This is not a strong set of arguments, fam. And then Ryan came back over the top with body blows, kept pressing the pace. What about this? What about that? Nah, you're not talking to me about no enemies. And as a matter of fact, let me hit you with this headshot. Here's you saying you don't believe the people who were enslaving people in West Africa were looking for Israelites. Here's you saying you don't believe that. So how is this thing how is this thing fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28? Who was their enemy? Who was coming against them, knowing that they were Israel and etc. whatnot? You're not showing me nothing about any laws they broke, any reason why they got cursed. None of that stuff. None of that stuff. Just the fact that slavery happened. That was it. Ryan was landing blow after blow after blow after blow in that round. So he started. So not only did he catch up to Zion on the previous round, he started breaking away from Zion on this round. So Zion got a lot of work to do right now. Right now, it's 3 rounds to zip. 3 rounds to zip. I'm about to mute up and let this run fit.
All right. Let's get your presentation up, Zion.
All right.
All right. I see it. Your presentation is up. Your PowerPoint is up. Time will start when you're ready, Zion.
Okay. He wants to talk about the other curses. So I threw this in there really quick since he wants to talk about some of the other curses. In Deuteronomy 28:50, it describes the nation that the children of Israel will be sent to. It says, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies. By the way, the symbols on the image is very telling, right? America and the symbol of an eagle. As swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose language you will not understand, a nation of fierce countenance which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. So let me bring something to our attention right now. One of the reasons why this debate is significant for this day, today marks the 5-year anniversary of the brutal murder of George Floyd, which occurred on May 25th, 2020. Shout out to our deceased and lost ancestor, George Floyd, and the horrific and brutal murder that he had to undergo through the hands of white supremacy in this country. Also, the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre was also this month, May 31st. The Tulsa massacre was a horrific attack in which a white mob sparked by false claims against a black teen destroyed thriving black communities in Greenwood, known as the Black Wall Street. And then in recent news, at the head of May, we have Shiloh Hendricks, who uses a racial slur at a young black boy at a playground in Rochester, Minnesota. She's since raised $700K in support from white supremacists. Judging this debate, I pretty much want to bet who else put their money in on this. I'm sure you guys could use your brains to figure that out. Having said that, this verse spoke to the country we're coming into, having no respect for the elder, George Floyd, and having no respect for the young. Let's continue.
This is a meal, not a protein shake. In today's lifestyle, convenient foods are needed, but they often lack a robust amount of.
The question of which historical event more credibly fulfills the prophecy of Deuteronomy 28:68, authoritative sources are not arguing, by the way, for the Assyrian fulfillment. There's no consensus view that Deuteronomy 28 is the Assyrian fulfillment. I actually thought that he would come and give the consensus view. And you know what, from a point of scholarship, it's okay to defer away from the consensus view if a person has enough credible information to introduce a new theory. But this new theory he introduced of a relief from Assyria, showing them transporting logs and wood, as a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68, I think is utterly ridiculous. But I came prepared to debunk the authoritative consensus. So the Roman enslavement of the Jews following the destruction of the Second Temple, or the transatlantic slave trade, which one of these is more credible, is one of immense theological and historical significance. The verse again reads, the Lord will bring you back into Egypt by way of ship. By the way of, I said to you, you shall no more see it again, and there you shall offer yourselves unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. This passage speaks of a return to Egypt, symbolic or literal by ships, a reversal of the Exodus journey, a sale into slavery, and the haunting phrase that no one will purchase the people, implying utter dehumanization. In the Jewish War by Josephus, Book 6, first consider the Roman fulfillment. after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 Common Era, and again following the Bar Kokhba revolt in 135 Common Era, historical accounts, particularly those of Flavius Josephus, tells us that tens of thousands of Jews were taken into captive. Everyone, please pay attention to this particular slide. It's paramount, it's important, it's key. The consensus among scholarship that disagrees with the transatlantic slave trade as a fulfillment, they posit that this was fulfilled in Rome. And they cite Josephus. They say that Josephus demonstrated that we were sent to Rome by way of ship. I'm not sure if people actually go into Josephus' works, of which I have all of his works. Josephus never mentioned ships. I'm going to go into that right now. Some were sent to Rome, others to Egypt, and many were sold into slavery. Josephus specifies the numbers and destinations, but he does not explicitly mention the use of ships. While it is likely, given the geography of Rome, naval capabilities, that captives were transported by sea, that is an inference, not an explicit historical record. Nowhere does Josephus say they were transported by way of ship. He just said that the Romans took them and brought them into Roman provinces. On the other hand, the transatlantic slave trade is uniquely characterized by its reliance on ships. Every aspect of this brutal enterprise depending on maritime transport. Slave ships were meticulously logged, insured, named, and documented. This is an overwhelming volume of direct evidence from European records, port manifests, shipping logs, and first-hand accounts that details the capture and forced movement of millions of Africans by sea. In contrast, the silence of the Roman records on this detail, the transatlantic fulfillment, matches the prophetic language with stunning clarity. So while Josephus does detail the Jewish revolt against Rome and the capture of the Jewish people, including those carried away captive to Roman provinces, he does not specifically mention ships as a mode of transport. He describes the capture and subjugation of individuals and groups, but the method of transporting them to different provinces is not explicitly stated as being by sea or ships. Furthermore, the identity of the people must be considered. The Jews of Roman Judea were undeniably Israelites. Their capture, sale, and exile are a matter of historical fact. However, recent scholarship, we're always supposed to be an updated scholarship, right? Why is Ryan using outdated thinking? I can't even say sources because he didn't present a source. Their capture, sale, and exile are a matter of historical fact. However, recent scholarship, oral traditions, and cultural practices point to a substantial Israelite heritage among the West African peoples, particularly among the Igbo, many of whom were targeted during the transatlantic slave trade. These communities practiced circumcision, observed dietary laws, etc. The theological implications deepen this perspective. The Roman exile was largely regional, primarily affecting Judea and surrounding lands. In contrast, the transatlantic slave trade scattered Israelites across the four corners of the earth: North America, South America, the Caribbean, and beyond. We wound up in the UK, Canada. From there, migrated to other regions, Germany, other parts of Europe, fulfilling broader prophecies in the Torah about exile and diaspora. Furthermore, the trauma of being renamed, losing culture, and Torah knowledge fits the pattern of curses described in Deuteronomy more completely than the Roman example, and I guess I can now add even the Assyrian example. If Ryan's supposed theory of showing a relief of Assyrians transporting wood and logs, we're supposed to believe that's a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade. If that's true, it still didn't do what Deuteronomy 28 says with regard to the curses. It did not strip us of our identity. Our people still knew who they were. It did not strip us of our religion or our culture. We were still practicing it. It did not strip us of our language. We were still speaking Hebrew. That means, Ryan, in order for your theory to be correct, then the fulfillment you're speaking of must strip us of all of those elements necessary to completely remove us from our language, our culture, our identity, our God, none of which is seen in the Assyrian fulfillment. This is a joke. This is y'all king? This the guy y'all telling me beat people up in HOK, and this is who y'all brought me? This is y'all king? Lastly, consider the symbolic and spiritual parallels. Egypt in the Torah is not merely a land, it's a condition, a place of constriction, oppression, and spiritual and physical bondage. The Middle Passage and child slavery were among the most horrific forms of bondage in human history, stripped of identity, chained in darkness, and rejected as human beings. Did the Assyrian transport of logs do that to Israelites, Ryan? The one or two people you showed on 2-3 ships? Those taken in the transatlantic slave trade lived the very curses that Deuteronomy foretold. In conclusion, while Rome's enslavement of the Jews was devastating and certainly fits the aspects of the Deuteronomy curses, it is the transatlantic slave trade that fulfills the specific language of Deuteronomy 68 most completely. It matches the criteria of maritime transport, mass enslavement. Ryan showed 2 people on a ship led by Assyrians and said, sorry, Zion, that I don't have 4K resolution to show you who they are. The Bible is describing mass deportation, mass enslavement. You showed us 2 people across from a boat carrying wood. Are you serious? It matches the criteria of maritime transport, mass enslavement, identity erasure, and global dispersion. It fulfills not only the letter of the prophecy, but its spirit, the total alienation, degradation, and exile that the Torah warned would come upon a disobedient Israel. From this perspective, the ships of the Atlantic became more than vessels. They became the tragic proof of prophecy being fulfilled in real time. I'm not sure how many of you follow this guy on Instagram, but I actually know him personally, right? His name is Will Mills. Y'all watch his stunts online. Y'all watch his skits where he says, "Pack you up, son, pack you up." You know, Ryan, in the spirit of jest, in the spirit of debating, I want to say something to you as a closing afterthought. You thought you would enter a debate with a serious Israelite scholar, even though you're on record being, passive aggressively disrespectful towards our culture, referring to us as self-proclaimed Israelites. And look what happened. Look what actually happened when the debate was said and done. Looks like them Israelites done packed you all the way up, son. Pack you up and get the out of here. Time.
Zion, you still got a full.
I don't need that. I don't need that.
Sure you don't want to go over anything?
Time.
All right, you get 4 minutes and 22 seconds, brother. I just want to let you know. All right. All right. Ryan went out just in time before he gets started. Okay. Let me move on over to Ryan's time.
The nerve of you. Pack you up, son. The nerve of you.
Yeah, Ryan froze. Ryan will be back in a minute, y'all. He'll be back.
This is what the Israelites say. The Most High don't stop him. This ain't him or the Obama phone. The Most High working. With a bomb, Sonata. Insert Mortal Kombat. Fatality. Pack you all the way up.
I don't want to give no bombs to nobody because I don't want to influence the people. This is between. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just having fun. That's all.
Yeah, I know. So, Ryan, you got 3 minutes in your rebuttal before you get to your last and final round. After your round, y'all will have, and it's up to y'all if y'all agree, you would have 10 minutes to question each other.
Sure.
Is that cool with y'all? Is that cool with you, Zion?
Repeat that last part.
You will have 10 minutes to question Ryan. Ryan will have 10 minutes to question you.
5 and 5?
No, 10 and 10.
No, I'm not doing all that.
All right, that's too long?
Yeah, already it's been a huge waste of time.
Right, so
I'll explain. Our rebuttal round is shorter than that. That doesn't make sense. If that's the case, our rebuttal round should have been longer. I think 5 and 5 is enough.
Okay, 5 and 5 is cool. That's why I'm asking y'all.
Sure.
You're going to find out that 5 minutes is going to go by like that. Trust me when I tell y'all.
Well, because I went first, Ryan goes first.
Yes. All right, Ryan, this is your 3 minutes rebuttal. Time will start when you're ready. Do you want to show your slides?
Oh, yeah, I thought I was sharing already.
All right, no, not yet. Now you're sharing.
You have it?
Yep. Time will start when you start talking.
All right, well, I guess Zion, I was going to say he still hasn't given us a number yet in 54 minutes, but he yielded 4 minutes of his time. So I guess in 50 minutes, he still hasn't given us a number of how many Israelites were supposedly in the transatlantic slave trade. He acts like I asked for a factual exact number. No, I didn't. I said, just give us an estimate. It can be an estimate, Zion. You know what an estimate is. You haven't given us a number in 50 minutes of this debate. It's one of the most important concepts of the debate. How many Israelites went into slavery? There were 12.5 million people in the transatlantic slave trade. So was it one Israelite or was it a million or 12 million? Because I show you 6 million people in Angola. I thought that was going to be part of the argument. In the beginning presentation, you showed there were Israelites in certain areas. I thought you were going to get into numbers because they kind of matter. Okay. Zion keeps mentioning that all I've done is shown boats of Assyrians putting people into slavery and then moving logs. Yeah, let me use some pragmatic logic for you, Zion. If they can move trees, if I have pictures of them moving trees, they can put human beings on those boats too, Zion. They can put gold, they can put cattle, they can put cattle's a little rough. They'll probably have to drag that, but they have 2-tier boats. Go Google Assyrian warships, everybody. See if they had big boats. It's just like any other wartime boat. They're huge. Again, Zion can't put 2 and 2 together. I guess that if you could transfer trees, you could transfer slaves, even though I'm showing you a relief of them transferring slaves. And the Assyrians were known for their brutality of having slaves. So I don't know why he doesn't think Deuteronomy 28:68 was fulfilled when God literally told you he used the Assyrians as the rod of his anger. Again, the most important thing here is a Christian. John 1:16-17. For from his fullness we have all received grace upon grace. For the law was given through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. The law and the prophets were until John. The good news of the kingdom of God is preached. Okay? 2 Peter 3:7. Heavens and earth now exist are stored up for fire. We know that Christ came on the bottom here. to cast a fire on earth, that it would already be kindled. I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how great is my distress until it's accomplished. Zion started appealing to George Floyd on the debate about who the biblical Israelites are in Deuteronomy 28:68. I don't know, Zion. I think you're just getting off your square a little bit. I apologize if I said anything personal to offend you, to put you in that position, but you're better than that. Eagle flying is mentioned about Assyria and Babylon, both, and all sorts of nations. To try to tie the eagle into America is again low level scholarship. You're better than that. I don't know what the Josephus thing was. I'm trying to rebuttal what you said. The Bible is a source. If you're an Israelite, it gives the most in-depth Israelite history on earth. There's no other book that will tell you the history of the kings of Israel, the people of Israel, and the prophets of Israel better than the Bible. So for you to keep saying the Bible's not a source, well, then where do you learn about Israelites? Do you go to Josephus? You go to these famous Jewish teachers in the Middle Ages? All right.
You got 15 minutes in your last and final round.
Okay, let me reset my time here and just get a quick drink of water. All right. You start yelling and stuff, you lose your voice in these things.
Time will start when you start talking.
All right, bear with me. All right, go. All right, so this is a group of people that I thought we were going to get in depth about. This is the Igbo people, and watching Zion's channel, he'll tell you these are the people that he views as the most likely Israelites. And again, we need numbers. The population in Nigeria is around 30.
All right, let me stop this time.
35 million, 38. Oh, man.
I'll stop the time. Time resume. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You have 14 minutes and 44 seconds. You just lost a few.
All right, sorry about that. All right, again, this is the Igbo. Their religious tradition is known by a few different names: Odani, Odanala, Omanala, Odanari, Omanana. I apologize, I'm butchering all those pronunciation-wise. They do have one creator deity called Chiuku, who would be great if they just left it there, because maybe Chiuku is referring to Yahweh. But we know from there they also have tons of minor deities, and these minor deities are like the Greek gods. They have specific roles. What do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to get into that. They're called Alusi and Arusi, and again, I'm butchering pronunciations here. But you see, they also believe in the Igbo culture in Nigeria about voodoo, Obia, Santeria, which voodoo and Santeria I know are borderline witchcraft, according to my beliefs. I'm sure people could sugarcoat it and try to clean it up. It's not something a Jew or a Christian should be practicing. So if there are Israelites amongst the Igbo, why is voodoo, Santeria, and all these other traditional African beliefs within their culture? Probably because not all the Igbo are Israelites. Maybe they're ethnic Israelites, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're practicing Jews, maybe they're not. Maybe they're Christians. Some of them are Christians nowadays. There's also ancestor veneration. They wear masks. They believe the masks are visible and invisible. You'll see amongst the Igbo a ton of traditional African spirituality. Okay, Alusi, like I said, are the minor deities. They're worshipped in the Odanani, which is also synonymous with Omanana. And that's Zion can tell us Omanana is different, but he hasn't had enough time to do so in this debate. They also possibly believe in reincarnation, and they believe that people could be reincarnated within their own families. Their Igbo calendar only has 4 days in a week. So how are they, the Israelites, keeping the weekly Sabbath when their own calendar doesn't even have 7 days in a week? It only has 4 days in a week. Minor deities, like I just said, they're not just leaving at Chiuku, the creator god. They have minor deities like Allah, earth goddess of fertility, Amadioa, thunder and lightning god, sun god, Anawaya, trickster god, and Wensu. Ikenga, our horn god, and their personal gods. So they're literally breaking God's commandment about making idols and having a piece of wood or stone be your god. Agu Nisi is a god of divination. Deuteronomy 6:14-15, a source, Zion. You shall not go after other gods, the gods of the peoples who are around you, for the Lord your God is a jealous God. Okay, so the Igbo people are an amalgamation of different religions, African spirituality. And yeah, there may be some Israelites amongst them, or people practicing the Israelite faith, or even ethnic ancestors of Israelites. Zion hasn't given us a number for me to even try to sort through this information with him. These are just details about all those minor deities. So Allah, just to show how pagan these things are, or just not Christian or not Jewish. She's the goddess of earth, mortality, fertility, goddess of the underworld. Her powers over the earth and the status of ground itself. She's involved in judging human actions. I thought only Yahweh judges our actions. All ground is considered holy land, as it is Allah herself. So it's not the Father, it's Allah. Earth, also one of her main symbols is the python. So God in the book of Genesis cursed the snake, the serpent, to crawl on his belly for eternity. Cursed him because he tricked mankind into sinning against God. But yet some of the Igbo people who worship Allah, I'm totally mispronouncing, I apologize. They give pythons human burials. So they revere the snake. I'm going to continue on. Amadio, I could spend 15 minutes on each one of these guys, so bear with me. God of thunder and lightning. He has a sword. It's like Greek mythology. It's African spirituality. It's not the traditional Torah. His color is red. He has a symbol in a white ram. God of justice. He speaks through thunder and speaks through lightning. Persons are judged guilty by Amadio, are either killed by lightning. So God's not killing them. Amadio is killing them. Okay. You can swear oaths to him too. Oaths are often sworn to him, which carry death penalties. God told us not to swear an oath. Jesus said, don't swear an oath in Matthew 5. Eye of the sun for Anyawu. I'm not going to get into details for the sake of time. You guys get the point. These are traditional African spirituality gods within the Igbo culture. Again, Zion had to give us numbers within the Igbo culture of who he thinks are Israelites, because not all of them practice Torah. Some of them may, and some of them clearly don't. So Akenfu is a trickster god, a god of confusion. Ikenga, again, is a horned found god in Nigeria. It's literally the definition of an idol. You make it as a statue, and you worship it as your personal god. Isaiah 44:9-10. All who fashion idols are nothing, and the things they delight in do not profit. Their witness neither see nor know, that they may be put to shame. Who fashions a god or casts an idol? This is profitable from nothing. Isaiah 44:19-20 in the same vein. God mocking people who bow down to blocks of wood. The whole story is saying how fruitless it is to bow down to a statue that you made with your own hands. Can you cry out to that instead of the living God to save you? Of course not. Jesus the Father and the Holy Spirit are the living God who will save you. And this is just one of the last minor deities, but there's also many others. Okay, so let's get into a conversation about Zion and the Igbo on his show. He again said something that I agree with on his channel, and I'm showing you the whole transcript so people can see the surrounding context and also watch the show themselves. This was from the conversation with Shimon Sabrina Samadi. I apologize for mispronouncing that. He says, many of us act or present as if West African culture is a monolith, and no, it's not. I agree, Zion. That's why we need numbers when you say that Igbo may be Israelites, and I just showed you all the other religious practices they have. It was paramount of you to specifically tell us how many Igbo you thought were Israelites so we could get into the conversation.
I am just a regular, average human person, totally not human review bot. I write thousands of reviews for health and wellness products all across the internet, but not on
Igbo elders, unable to date it and can't tell you who first started it, but I can tell you this is what we do, this is what our ancestors do. So when trying to get to the source of when they started practicing things that do resemble Torah, they couldn't get to the source of it. So what is the differentiation between them and maybe a Buddhist person who practices faithful religious practices, or a Confucianist person, or any other religion on earth who is just a decent, good person? What elements specifically do they practice that identify them? And more importantly, what practices do they not do? Because what you don't do is just as important as what you do. You can be a good person, but if you're also worshiping Allah, the earth goddess, you're clearly not practicing Torah. All right. They don't have written Tanakhs. Again, this is a direct quote. They don't have written Bibles. They just do it without the text. Jews were frequently writing in the BC time. They were writing the Bible itself. They were writing in the Dead Sea Scroll. They were writing the Dead Sea Scrolls in caves. Yet the Igbo don't have written records. That's fine. You could have oral tradition. You could have oral truth passed on. But if you don't have a Torah scroll, it's kind of important when you're trying to prove they're Israelites, because the Jews were very concerned with the Messiah and when he was going to come and the restoration of Israel. And they also had a specific language, which the Igbo don't have. They had a Semitic language, as you're familiar with, Hebrew. I don't speak it, you do. So it's important to draw some correlations here. With no books, it's very hard for me to trace how many Igbo are practicing Israelites or are Israelites. But even if they are Israelites, you've yet to prove that Deuteronomy 28:68 was a curse from God. And I've also showed you again how millions of people that we have to agree are Israelites, because you haven't given a number. You haven't said 12.5 million people were Israelites. They went into slavery too. And God said in Genesis to Abraham, he wouldn't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, a wicked city with just 10 righteous people, let alone put millions of innocent people in slavery. And again, this is just to show the conversation Zion had on a separate YouTube video with Dr. Francis Doru. I apologize about the pronunciation. Zion said, I have to go in the book to find out the Torah, what you already live every day. If I'm getting you right, the culture in Igbo land is a daily practice, something that is done even without a book. And then Dr. Francis Doru said, absolutely. And then I will totally butcher this name, but a third gentleman said, without even a book. So they're acknowledging that the Igbo people who are identifying as Israelites today are acknowledging they don't have any written records. Okay. So I won't even get into this one. I just want to start asking some questions about the Igbo now. Do the Igbo who have a Messiah who will sit on the throne of David, as the Jewish people had, do they do animal sacrifices? And which animals? Do they celebrate Passover, the Day of Atonement, any other feast? Do they keep the weekly Sabbath? They only have a 4-day week. Do they keep a Sabbath somehow? Do they have a Levitical priesthood? What I saw was a different priesthood. Do they have a temple? Do they have any Passover tradition? Do they have an oral origin story of being slaves in Egypt? Okay. Again, I already spoke about the Jews writing, and it's fine if the Igbo don't write things, but it does kind of make it hard to trace them as Israelites. Is there a Moses figure? In an oral tradition, you would think the Moses figure who led them out of Egypt would be prominent. Do they have a Moses figure? What about the prophet of Deuteronomy 18:18, which as Christians we believe Jesus fulfilled? Do they mention any biblical prophet, Isaiah, Jeremiah, etc.? How do we know if the Igbo went through what Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob's offspring went through or not? Why do they have minor deities if the Shema is in their culture? Deuteronomy 6:4, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, or variations of that, the Lord alone is God. Do they have the 10 Commandments? That would be given to people that stayed on the eastern Jordan side of the river before the Promised Land. They had the 10 Commandments from Mount Sinai or Mount Horeb, whatever term you prefer. Do the Igbo speak of the 10 Commandments? Why isn't God's Hebrew name ever said? That's fine if it's not, because different languages have different names for God. That's fine. But is it at least referring characteristic-wise to God? If it is, why are there so many minor deities? Dietary laws, eating blood, or some other things. Cities of refuge, Joseph figure. Why is the creation story? What is the creation story of the Igbo people? I understand we didn't have much time to get into all these things. The Garden of Eden, again, why is the python revered if God cursed the snake? A flood narrative. All these questions were for me out of my own intellectual curiosity to try to trace how the Igbo correlate to Israelites, and then to get into specific numbers, asking about mana, so on and so forth. Again, for time reasons, we didn't have time to get into all this stuff. But I want to go back to my very first slide that I said was very paramount in this. Israel sinned, they rebelled against God, and the curses were direct results when they sinned against God. God's way of redemption to save the scattered Israelites that were scattered to the four corners of the world was to send his Messiah. I could show many messianic prophecies in Isaiah and everywhere else that Jesus, I have them in this presentation, I just don't have time to show them all. God's redemption was to send his Messiah. So Zion hasn't even told us if he believes Jesus was the Messiah. So that's a big problem in our understanding of why he thinks these curses are still occurring. Because if you think the Messiah came, again, you have a big problem, because Galatians 3:13 tells us that Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law. But again, Zion hasn't shown us what sins occurred in the 15th century for God to send these curses. Zion hasn't told us why God killed millions of innocent people if he wouldn't kill 10 people in Sodom and Gomorrah. The lack of numbers is astounding to me. I can't believe he went 50 minutes and didn't even throw out an estimate of 10 Israelites or 20 or million or whatever. His own estimate. I understand neither of us can get that information because it's not available, but it's his thesis. So he's the one with the thesis that has to come up with an estimate. He's the scholar that has to make this something that we can Google one day, because you can't Google it right now and get a estimate because no scholar's done it. So Zion, you're supposed to be that scholar. You're supposed to give it to us. Again, lastly, for him to act like the Bible is not a source is astounding to me. There's no other book that tells the history of Israel, the truth of God, more than the Bible. So I think that was just a tactic that I don't even know why he would do it if he reveres God as I do and looks at God in the same way, because God's holy word is the most authoritative source on the planet. And for me, Zion, I don't need to go past Jesus Christ to talk about if these curses were fulfilled or not.
1 minute.
Thank you, sir. So I really didn't need to get into other sources, but I did show you reliefs of the ancient Assyrians having the capacity to fulfill Deuteronomy 28:68. I have given information about the transatlantic slave trade. I have showed you where the Kabar River was, which the Book of 2 Kings tells you is where the Israelites were taken by King Shalmaneser and also his father Tiglath-Pileser. You see the river goes on. This is the Kabar River. It's a tributary of this river, the Euphrates River. This kind of lines up with the theory that they went on boats, Zion. It's not a far-fetched leap for me to say these things. Okay, so it's shocking you don't think the Assyrians fulfilled Deuteronomy 28:68 when the prophet Jeremiah in 11:8 claims that God, not claims, states emphatically that God brought all the words of the covenant upon the Israelites. In the bottom here, people, the prophet Jeremiah said he brought all the words of the covenant. Zion doesn't think he did. I agree with Jeremiah. I think he did bring all the words of the covenant. I apologize that any of this got personal in any way, Zion. It's just the nature of the debate, both ways.
You are in the house of consciousness, goddammit.
Time.
All right. Peace.
All right, man. Now we got through the first, second, and third round. We are now in the question and answer period. Zion, did you say that you wanted him to go first and you go last on these last ones? Because you started off. Unmute yourself, brother. Because you started off the debate, so you will close out last.
Well, first and foremost, I have to rebuttal to what he said. I can't lose.
Right, correct.
3 minutes, yeah.
Let's
Right.
So you got to throw me 3 minutes, and I'm going to rebuttal what he said.
Yes, sir. You got it. You're right. You got 3 minutes, Zion. You ready? Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Time will start when you're ready. You got a presentation you throwing up?
So again, this is the saddest debate I've ever participated in on your platform by far. And the people spoke already, by the way, in the debate. Your poll is up there. The numbers reflect who actually won the debate. I want to say this. There are some earthlings. I say earthlings because of their doctrines, and they're not even worthy of calling their name out. But there's some earthlings in the chat room that's saying that Zion said the Bible is not a source. That's silly. What I said and explained is what a source is. A source is someone that has an opinion outside of yours that validates your position. Me reading into the Bible and sharing my opinion is not a source. For people to not understand that is the reason why I don't even enter these debate arenas, because it's silly. No academic would treat such a logic seriously. It's really silly to not understand that. That's so basic. You're not your own source, period. Right? You could be innovative in a field, you could share things, but you're not your own source. Reading into the Bible, giving private interpretation, and only providing me as your only source to hold debate means you failed miserably and horribly at the debate. You did not come ready for an actual debate, and you lost by a landslide. I have some more notes that I want to share. He criticizes Omenana. Omenana, by the way, refers to, in the Igbo tongue, what is done on the land. Because I know Ryan doesn't know this, the Hebrew word for culture, which reflects a person's behavior, their thinking, that's derek eretz, what is done on the land, the way of the land. It's the same thing as Omenana. So for him to not draw that comparison or correlation means that he's out of touch with Igbo tradition. He doesn't really know. No one is denying that there are facets of Igbo tradition that incorporate other belief systems, but that is explained within our tradition within the framing of what's called Tinok Shenishpa, which is the captive servant. When you are a captive person in exile and you have been migrated in exile for several hundreds and thousands of years, you're going to lose major parts of your identity and major parts of your culture. You're going to adopt the said surrounding cultures. Even European Jews bear witness to that and attest to that in their own writings. That's why this is so silly. There's no European Jew that posits that there aren't facets of other religions that made their way into their system. It's so silly to point out the obvious. Oh, the Igbo, they worship this and they have this that's different. Is that the best you could do along with the kindergarten, 5th grade presentation? This is really sad. And so, with all due respect, never again, man. I personally will never again. Not unless it's somebody like a Jabari. Never again. This is ridiculous. And now, what you were saying, Sanada.
That was the most horrible round I've ever seen from any debater on the HOK platform. Zion Lexx completely just wasted a whole round talking about some Roman captivity stuff when the word Rome never came out Ryan's mouth, bro. So Zion Lexx started off first. He had some space, you know what I'm saying? Ryan caught up to him. Ryan started breaking away, and Zion started running the opposite direction. Right? He just turned around, started running the opposite direction. Didn't address nothing Ryan was talking about. Started talking about Rome. And then Ryan came back and was like, bet, I'm still kicking on this lap, fam. Yeah, and was like, it kept laying it in more so and more so and more so. And Zion did not answer a single solitary argument that Ryan laid out. And Ryan, again, even was, I loved how he brought it back to the New Testament concept as well, right? And Zion had nothing for it, and he's going to have nothing for it here. For all you New Testament people, again, this has nothing to do with the Torah only people, etc. Whatnot, right? Like from this concept, you have two people who believe in the New Testament and Jesus as the Messiah having this debate. So via that concept, you're about to watch Zion Lexx deny Christ like he's Peter. Peep game.
Tom, this is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting piñatas.
All right. Now we are in Naphtali. Just be patient. I got somebody for you. I got a powerful sister for you, Naphtali. Her name is Honey. So you just be patient, Naphtali. All right. We are in the 5-minute question and answer. Zion, you're supposed to be going last because you started off.
Yes, I'm gonna go last and he's gonna go first.
Yes. And so Ryan, you got 5 minutes to question Zion. When you feel that he have answered, remember this, y'all. When you feel that he have answered, Ryan, tell him, all right, I'm going to move on. And then he got to be quiet and let you come on with the next question.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Is there a minimum or maximum amount of questions we're going to do in this time frame?
If you can get whatever you can get out in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just don't want to interrupt any of his answers. So how long is our maximum response?
No, here it is. Let me say it again. When you feel that you have got a good enough answer from him, you can move on. Because remember, you got 5 minutes. It's your time. Yeah. You don't want him to go too long and waste your time. All you got to do is say, good, I'm good. And then ask the second question. He's going to have to stop. Same with Zion. Zion will ask you questions within 5 minutes. And if Zion feels that he had enough of hearing you, he can move on to his next question. You got to stop. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So when you ask your first question, the time will start when you complete your first question.
All right. With all sincerity, Zion, you didn't give this information in your presentation. So just for my own understanding of why your thesis, can you please give us an estimate of how many Israelites were involved in the transatlantic slave trade total?
12 million.
Interesting. So you think within this debate, you proved decisively that every person that went on a slave trip was an Israelite?
I don't hold that position, nor have I ever stated it. I never said that every. Can I answer? I mean, how does this work? So you can put it back on the regular screen, please, because I also need to see. Thank you. So I am allowed to answer. You're not just going to cut me off with 4 words in, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So as the numbers reflect statistically, there were 12 million captured enslaved Africans brought to the shores of North, South America, and the Caribbean. Many of them didn't even make it past the Middle Passage. That's the response. Then your question is?
Okay, I'm fine with that answer. I asked you my first question, how many of the 12 million were Israelites? And you said all of them. Did you not?
No, I never said all of them were Israelites. I even said nowhere did I ever posit the position that everyone that boarded the boat must be an Israelite. I never said that. Even in the source, which is me that you quoted, I said that right there. I said, I'm not the Israelite that believes that this is a monolith, that the culture is a monolith, or that all Israelites were captured. I never said that. There's no video you could pull that in. There's no source material. I don't believe that. I do believe that a great majority of the people that came through were Israelites. I don't believe everybody on the ship was an Israelite.
All right, maybe I misheard your answer to my first question when I said how many of the 12.5 million. Anyways, the next question would be, like you just said in your own quote, you said, I don't believe the people in the transatlantic slave trade were intentionally looking for Israelites. They were looking for slave labor. That's a verbatim quote from you.
Absolutely.
How would God orchestrate his curses in such a negligent or inefficient manner? Why would you think God would not even have these slave traders looking for Israelites?
Okay, so that's a very silly question, and here's my answer. Your question actually is suggestive also that in the Egyptian enslavement, that because the Pharaoh knew he was inflicting harm on the Hebrews, that he had to go that much head honcho. No, there were many enslaved people. There were many captive people. The people that were brought to the shores of the North Americas, the South Americas, and the Caribbean were not sought out because they were Israelites by the people. The Creator can use at any given time anyone throughout history to judge and punish anyone, be it his children, his people, or be it any other surrounding nation. Those nations do not have to be implicit or acknowledging what the plan is. The Creator will use the intentions and even impossible the thinking of mankind forward towards the fulfillment of his will. That means you have free will to behave with what you want to do. So do I. They do not have to be in the know of what God's plan is. That's it.
Well, I deduced from that you didn't answer if it was effective or not. Clearly, we'd probably both agree.
I'm sure you would. That's been your logic.
It was not very effective for the people to not even know who they were targeting. Do you think Jesus redeemed us from the curse of the law, as Galatians 3:13 states?
I have no commentary on that. The name of the debate is Deuteronomy 28:68 a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade?
Let me ask you another question then, if you don't want to take a stance on Jesus. Did God, in all the messianic prophecies, promise to curse his people once he sent his Messiah?
State that again.
In all the messianic prophecies that you've ever read in the Hebrew Bible, did God promise to curse his people when he sent his Messiah?
Next question. That's a silly question.
Well, you can't
listen, the questions that I'm going to ask you are relative towards the topic.
Very relevant.
I don't deem it's relative, and I don't have to answer your question.
Objective. I'm going to explain to you
why.
also,
hold on. You also have the right to not answer my question if you don't believe it's relative. I don't believe it's relative. I'm not answering it.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you. It's just the 5-minute thing goes so fast. I'm trying to just get my points out. So for me, why it's relevant is because I believe Jesus was my Messiah, and I believe the Bible teaches in Galatians 3:13 and several dozen other verses, Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law. So when you didn't want to take a stance on Jesus, that was fine. I was asking you in a general sense, when God sends his Messiah, was Israel still going to be cursed? For you to say that's not relevant, it's very relevant. I just asked you about Jesus. I moved on, and I asked you about.
If your question was on topic of the debate, then I would address it. I'm not going to waste around me responding to you by addressing things. You're talking about Christ in the New Testament, right? I'm talking about a curse in the Old Testament. Yes, we can drag it out and have that greater discussion, but I do have my right to say I reserve the right to not.
If God would curse people after the Messiah comes, isn't relevant to a debate on a curse from Deuteronomy 28:68 occurring in the 15th century.
Frame that question again. Say it again.
No, I'm just stating a statement. It's not a question at this point. My other question.
Wait, hold on. You're framing a statement. It wasn't a question.
Yeah, I was just stating something because we're disagreeing. All right, let me ask you another question. I'll only ask you 1 or 2 more questions. It's fine. I know the 5 minutes has run out pretty much. Listen, can you show us what historical event made God curse the Israelites that are scattered everywhere? Can you just point to one group of Israelites? Clearly, they're not all one unified group if they're scattered all over Africa and Asia and Europe. Can you show us one event that the Israelites did that provoked God to do the Deuteronomy 28:68 curse?
Absolutely. So as the Bible surmises, there were several events, not any one key historical event that led to the curses of Deuteronomy 28 and 68. Israel forsook the law of God, and as a result, God said these curses would come upon you and they would unfold upon you. By the way, just to do a little logic really quick, the Hebrew word for blessing denotes that a person is proximal to the Creator. The Hebrew word for curse denotes that a person is distal to the Creator. People keep saying God blessed him and God cursed him. No, those things are imparted by us. A blessing that you receive is due to your proximity to God, you working consciously towards God's merit. The curse that you receive is you operating counterintuitive to it, you doing it. So God doesn't curse people, God doesn't bless people. It's our actions that dictate whether or not we're blessed or whether or not we're cursed.
Time. All right, Zion, you got 5 minutes to ask your question. If you feel that you have had enough, you can let them know you want to move on.
Absolutely.
All right,
Ryan,
on you now. The time will start when you complete your question.
All right, Ryan, throughout the debate, I named over 12 sources that were outside of my opinion to validate my points. Can you give me at least 5 sources in history that validate that the Assyrian captivity is the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68?
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of it, but the book of Hosea is a source. The book of Isaiah is a source. The book of Jeremiah is a source, and the book of Daniel is a source. And for a fifth one, let me think. The book of Kings and the book of Chronicles.
All right, so I'm done with that.
Okay, come on, move on. Your time running.
So as my response to that, clearly he doesn't have a source, because my question is, can you list 5 sources outside of your opinion, of which you're giving me your opinion on what the Bible says? I said outside of your opinion that validates that the Assyrians, so apparently you also don't listen well. Second question, still on sources. Can you explain to me what a source is in an academic debate?
Yeah, a source is an ancient writing, which the Bible was composed of 66 different ancient writings. That's why when the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, they were treated as academic sources, and they kept serious caution to not destroy.
No, I'm done.
Okay, sure.
Clearly he doesn't know what source is. He begins by saying a source is an ancient writing. That's a source. Right. That's why I said this is silly, and I missed the whole day party for it, but the people are learning. Next question, and I'm going to cut my time too, because I don't need that much time for this guy. I believe I'm on my third question. So Ryan, you said that on your channel you don't talk about Hebrew Israelites alone. Could you tell me the name of your channel?
Ryan Apologetics 747. But look at my live videos.
All right, so stop there. I'm satisfied with that. So I'm going to call you a liar, because you said earlier that if I look at your video from 2 years ago, I can see that you talk about other things and other topics. Everyone can go to Ryan Apologetics 147 right now and literally see every single video on his channel is about Hebrew Israelites. So now I can actually call you a liar. So fourth question. This is interesting. Fourth question. When it comes to Deuteronomy 28:68, have you ever looked at it in its original language, either studying with a scholar that understands the language, or whether or not studying from a point of view of you yourself knowing the language? And I'll frame first and foremost before you answer why I believe that's important. A lot of things become lost in translation. You said that you're a student of both Old and New Testament. I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, that you perhaps have went into Greek translations to look at how to understand certain things presented in the New Testament. And if not you yourself, you may have relied on scholars. Can you name for me 3 scholars that you've actually looked at for the Hebrew interpretation of what's written? And why that's important? Clearly it's a Hebrew text. So can you give me 3 scholars that you looked at that gave you an enhanced understanding of what Deuteronomy 28:68 says?
I don't speak Hebrew. You must win the debate because you speak Hebrew, I guess.
No, that's fine. You don't.
How will you use your Expo wet erase marker? Right, wet wipe, repeat.
That's why I'm asking if you looked at somebody else.
I read, I use the interlinear like any diligent Bible student would. I've looked at Deuteronomy 28:68. I agree with your stance that Egypt is referring to bondage because I interpret that from the book of Hosea and also Isaiah. I don't have 3 random Jewish famous teachers. I don't use the term.
Well, they don't have to be Jewish. Anybody that knows Hebrew. Anyone.
I'm just saying those are your sources usually.
Okay, so I'm done. So I'm done. I'm done with my questioning. I'm done with his responses.
Okay.
I'm done.
And so now here we are on the closing of the debate. Before we get to the closing, like I do every debate, I want to let the people, let it be known that they see Zion with 71% and Ryan, apologies, 29. So Ryan, you know this is not biased because they had you winning both times against Apostle and Elder Yara. So you know the crowd is not going being biased towards you. They just got Zion in this one right here.
Hey, I know how a boxer feels now. You know what I mean? I know how the boxer feels.
Yeah. All right, Ryan, you got 5 minutes in your closing remarks. Hopefully you can make up some ground. Who knows? Let's go.
All right, hold on, Sog, but bear with me. Just let me get start the time if you don't mind. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Peace again to Zion. Peace to Sa. Peace to the chat. Everybody that watched. I hope everybody realizes that we didn't have enough time to really get into this topic thoroughly on both sides. So I had a lot of information I wanted to still share. I'm sure Zion had tons of information he still wanted to share. The overall thing I want people to realize is Deuteronomy 28:68 has been misused by self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelites, modern Israelites, to say that this identifies them as the Israelites. Yet throughout this debate, it hasn't been substantiated. He didn't even give a number until I pressed him in the question and answer round. And at first he said it was everybody. And then he backtracked from that or said I lied or something and said it was some. But God said in the book of Genesis to Abraham in Genesis 18 to Abraham that he wouldn't curse Sodom and Gomorrah, which is a known wicked city, if there were just 10 righteous people in there. So I'll appeal to emotion. Do you think God carelessly, as Zion said, didn't even target Israelites, used Western African, Muslims, and European nations to enslave millions of Africans and send them to their death and lives that were worse than death to fulfill a curse of Deuteronomy 28:68? Even though Zion hasn't showed us one historical event by one group of these scattered African Israelites that provoked God to do the curse, he hasn't even said they denied the Messiah. He hasn't said they weren't keeping the dietary law. He hasn't even said they broke the Sabbath. For him to say that God cursed these people, it's a cause and effect thing. If you read Deuteronomy 28, there's blessings and there's curses. Blessings for obedience, curses for disobedience. Zion hasn't even decided to show us one historical event of his so-called Israelites that they did that would make God do Deuteronomy 28:68. I said, do you have any other curses? Maybe I was trying to help him with that. Just show me one other curse. He's like, oh, that's not even part of the debate. Well, listen, it might help you if you can at least show one other curse. He didn't show any curses. There's 90 curses in Deuteronomy 28:16-68. He showed zero. He started talking about George Floyd, which again, I guess he just emotionally got bothered. I'm going to say he's better than that. The source thing is low-hanging fruit. I saw him do it in the vocab Malone debate. For me, the Bible is the only source I even need for this debate. He's the one with the thesis that says that this event happened in the 15th century. I'm the one with the thesis that these curses ended with Jesus. So I don't even have to go into the 15th century only to rebuttal him. And I've done that. And, the poll is what it is. I ain't mad at you. Do what you got to do. But nothing I said here is trying to disqualify the fact that there may have been ethnic Israelites on slave trips. I believe that there were ethnic Israelites in the African populations that went on slave ships. That's not the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68. That's not God cursing those people to go into slavery. You're bearing false witness against our mutual God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, when you're saying that God orchestrated one of the most horrific events of mankind's history. So I'm defending him. You're not. You're saying that God did do these things. God carelessly and ineffectively sent the European nations, according to your own verbatim quote, that I don't think these people were looking for Israelites. They were looking for slave labor. And that's the character of God you're presenting to people. So who's the apologist? Who's representing the Hebrew Bible better? I don't know. People can decide. Overall, I did this debate because I wanted people to stop misusing this verse to tell people that they're not Israelites or they are Israelites based upon this faulty methodology that we clearly see has no pragmatic timeline or just basic history behind it to support it. He hasn't even shown us how he identifies who Israelites are in these scattered nations. Again, I think it would be ignorant to say they don't exist because after 70 AD, they went north, south, east, west. They didn't just go to Asia. They didn't just go to Europe. I think if he had started with Ethiopia, he might have showed us African Jews clearly because they were Christians and he could have showed them going into slavery. He might have had one argument here correlating what the title of the debate is. He hasn't done that. And, again, debates aren't personal, Zion. I hope after this I'd love to talk to you more about the Igbo because I would love to have conversations and ask questions why they have some things that align with the Hebrew Bible and why they have so many things that seem not to. And that's why we need to talk numbers to know of the 35 million, what percentage we're talking about here. But God bless everybody. Thank you, Sandetta. You're a legend personally and professionally here. Thank you. God bless.
All right. Thank you, Brother Ryan. Appreciate you. Appreciate your professionalism as well. And Brother Zion, it's on you, brother.
I want to go to my share screen for the closeout, Sonata.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let's be real, fellas. Your dad bod doesn't make her want to call you daddy. Introducing Huel, complete meals developed by nutritionists that are as time-saving as they are delicious. No more.
So thank you, Sonata, for allowing this debate to happen. I really do appreciate it. Also, thank you, Ryan. Ryan, when we spoke last week, I think it was either Tuesday or Wednesday, I told you that, we're gonna go hard during the debate, but after it's nothing. I don't have a personal issue with you. I'm not doing any follow-up video to talk bad about you personally. It's just information. But as a light debate jest, I will certainly say I don't like the tone that you use when you continually refer to us as self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelites. To me, it comes across very disparaging. It comes across mildly disrespectful. This whole passive-aggressive thing that you seemingly do, I don't like it. And as a result, I wanted to make sure that I hit you with some serious headshots, of which the poll is very telling of you receiving that. The irony, as I stated earlier, with all that you said, you came in here with the intention of undoing Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Instead, you actually just showed that you're not credible to have this discussion with anyone until you go into more education yourself. You don't even understand what source is. You said Zion has a problem quoting the Bible. No, I don't have a problem quoting the Bible. But even when you quote the Bible, and I mean this in a very genuine way, even when you quote the Bible, show a source outside of yourself that holds the same position. That's what a source is. You're not the source. If you don't understand that, not only are you not fit to debate me, you're not fit to debate, period. And that's all I have to say. And as I close, I say, in the words of my homie, Will Mills, you talking about them self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelites? Looks like them Israelites done packed you all the way up, son. I'm done.
All right. I want to say thank you to you, Brother Zion, for being professional as well. And my man, Cosmic Cow, my brother Cosmic Cow, I don't know, you may be anti-Zion, but what did Zion do to you, brother? God damn. Cosmic Cow, what's going on, man? Yeah, man. But anyway, thank both of you, brothers. I appreciate y'all. And if you got time, you can come on over to the after party. We got the after party.
No, I gotta hit the day party, man.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Zion. I got you. So
Thank you, Zion.
Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you, Zion, for coming through, for blessing the channel once again. I appreciate that. You and Ryan.
Nice to meet you, Ryan, as I said earlier. And I'd certainly be open to have dialogues with you, whether it be private or public. You know how to reach me if you want to go through Sonnet, all right?
All right, yeah, let me just say one last thing, too, to respond to your closing. Zion, if anybody doesn't like being called a self-proclaimed Hebrew Israelite, I'm not a passive-aggressive person. I've been in a lot of fights before I got hurt. I'm a direct person. I'll just call you a modern Israelite. I'll call you whatever title you want. For me to present the information and say these are Israelites within a debate or within information I'm sharing would be me saying something that I need to substantiate with evidence. So self-proclaimed is just a way of presenting the information. It's not to disrespect you personally. And I would never just in a conversation like insist on calling you that. I'd call you modern Israelite, whatever you prefer. Okay. Just so you know, as a person, I'm not coming from a passive aggressive. I'm not going to say names, but I can think of somebody else you debated that might be passive aggressive. I ain't never been called passive aggressive in my life. So
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for having a debate. Hopefully this will be a debate that people will look at, study, and glean something for. Sonnet, the next time you call me, I would love to actually have another sit down with good brother Jabari. But I think, man, with all the conversations we had, we need to bring it back to old school, Sonnet. People need to be in the same room again.
All right. Thank you. Once again, thank you, brother.
Yeah. So like I said, let me get this straightened out right quick. Let me get this right. Let me get the right background popping on this, John. Yeah, so like I was saying, fam. Yeah, like that. Yeah, y'all saw what that was in the Q&A. That was a cold one. I only got to get into that. You know what I'm saying? Like, my man just forfeited his own New Testament card right there. But in the closing, like, so this is the part that's crazy to me, man. Again, making this, like, Zion's making the same appeals to emotion, that the illogical appeals, because like, I don't like it when you say we're self-proclaimed Israelites, but he literally came into the joint saying he's a self-proclaimed Israelite. And all my man saying, and shout out to Ryan, because Ryan's a class act with things. He's like, look, man, I'm not trying to insult nobody. I'm just saying, if you're going to make the claim, prove the thing. And if you're going to come at me a certain way, like, so Zion's like, oh, he's trying to disprove the whole paradigm. He's like, nah, fam, I came through trying to deal with certain things over here. I see people coming through in the back. Give me 2 seconds when he finishes, and I'll bring you right back up, fam. And so Ryan was claiming, he's like, no, I'm not trying to disparage anybody calling themselves this thing. Like, I'm talking about certain claims being brought to me, fam. And so I appreciate Ryan for that. So anybody who wants to hit the link, it is pinned at the top. We have our first guest, my man Rand Shabbat. What's good?
What's good with you?
Not much. What are your thoughts, man?
My thoughts are this is sad. Okay. My first thought is what's the hate for my More? What's the hate for my More Zion Lexx. What's the hate? Let's address that first, and then we can get into all the fun stuff.
What hate?
This isn't hate, then damn, we got to redefine it. So let's address that first, right? And then we can get into all the fun stuff.
So bring some hate. Like what did I say that was hateful?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the entire video that I just unfortunately watched. Maybe we can start with that. So
if you watch the entire video, maybe you can bring something from the video you watched.
Okay, how about this? First of all, let's talk about dual prophecy. The man only tried to address dual prophecy, or rather dual fulfillment, right? Dual fulfillment of a prophecy. He clearly explained what dual fulfillment of a prophecy is. Now, I'm only assuming here, because I don't know, that there's scholars in this room. And, when we talk about scholars, we talk about people who study things and, understand things. They study things from not just one perspective, but from the other. They study the opposing view, they study the agreeable view, et cetera, et cetera. So dual fulfillment that's not even difficult to wrap your head around. You know what I'm saying? He gave examples with Dawid, with Malek Dawid. Yes, I'm saying Malek Dawid, Judanas, okay? Right? So, I'm sorry, I'm not saying Malika Dawa Hada, or however you would say it, but it's Malek Dawid, okay? So anyway, right? He gave an example with Malek Dawid and with what most Israelites just assume is only the nation of Israel, right? Which is obviously the suffering servant. So you have two examples of the suffering servant, right? That's two examples right there, right? That's duality, okay? Duality, two things that obviously mirror each other or are the same thing, just two different things, right? So when you talk about a dual fulfillment, rather, let's just say when you talk about a perpetual covenant, right? This is the apostle tried to break this down to you, Ryan, since you're in the building, right? Apostle tried to break this down to you. It's perpetual, right? Elder Yara tried to break this down to you. Perpetual, okay? That means that it's continuous. That means that, like, say you have a child and your child is bad at school. Your child gets home, you discipline your child. Child goes back to school, child's bad again. Child gets back home, you discipline the child again. And this continues, right? That's called perpetual discipline. That means you keep doing it, right? The child keeps being bad at school. You keep disciplining the child for it. You don't discipline him once and then that's it. You know what I'm saying? There's no more discipline for the child because I already did it one time. So there's certainly no need to do it again, even though the child keeps doing the same thing. I don't understand how this is hard to wrap your head around, right? So just because the Assyrian captivity, which was even the only captivity, mirrors the transatlantic slave trade, doesn't mean that the transatlantic slave trade isn't another judgment brought on by the Most High for sins done. Now, y'all got a good one going on.
Hold on, Ryan. Before you go in, I need to address.
Go ahead.
But no, Rand, no. Finish your point, Rand, because we're gonna talk. You talking past me, Ryan? No. You can address me first, Rand.
I appreciate that. Now, y'all got a good one going here. When y'all talk about, well, what did the Israelites do that will bring such a horrific, which I agree is a very terrible judgment to be brought on by Africans to be in the transatlantic slave trade, the whole, slave thing. It was really bad. Let's just keep it a buck, right? I think we all know that, right? So what is the sin that would have brought that about? Since the question is, well, if God judged them again, well, what was the sin? Well, how about
the question is, what was the sin that Zion Lexx brought up in the debate?
Well, you're asking the sin, right? Zion Lexx didn't bring it up, which is the problem.
Cool.
Right?
So we're gonna pause right there, and now we're gonna rewind it, right? So you're saying that initially, like, I'm hating because of this issue of dual prophecy. So let's see if we actually watch the debate. Do you understand how Ryan countered that argument?
No, you can't counter an argument of dual fulfillment. You can't counter it, bro. All he did was say,
What was Ryan's position?
Because he's saying because
What was Ryan's position, brother?
If you gonna let me answer the question,
no, because you're not answering the question. I'm asking, what was Ryan's position?
Ryan's position is the Assyrian captivity is what we're saying that the transatlantic slave trade was supposed to be. So Ryan's position is because the Assyrian captivity happened and they had boats that carried heavy things. So of course they could carry slaves too. Why the heck not, right? Then why would we foolishly assume that the transatlantic slave trade would be what Deuteronomy 28 and 68 is talking about? Is that not Ryan's position?
That's part of Ryan's position. So Ryan's position, as he explained and has done so thoroughly multiple times, and you've heard him do it multiple times, is that he's a partial preterist, that he believes that the Bible's been fulfilled with the exception of him calling what's happened in Revelation, right?
That's what I just said.
No, that's not what you just said. You said he stopped at the Assyrian captivity, whatnot, and so you didn't explain the why behind it, right? The full position, right? And so the concept was like, so preterism is literally saying like, no, it ain't a dual fulfillment thing. It's done, and I'm explaining why it's done. And so then he went and showed the examples as to why it was done. He started checking off boxes and whatnot, right? Whether I agree with it or not, whether you agree with it or not, he gave an argument and started checking off boxes. Did Zion do anything to counter those arguments?
Yes, he explained that because it's a dual fulfillment, just because the Assyrian captivity is actually a judgment, which is Deuteronomy 28 and 68, doesn't mean that it can't happen again. That's the point.
Let me ask you a question. Is the Assyrian captivity one of the captivities?
It is one of the captivities, yes.
Okay, so here's an issue. You're not arguing dual fulfillment. You're arguing continual.
I said perpetual, bro.
Oh, hold on. You're arguing perpetual. Zion argued dual. Do you understand this or no?
Yes, I understand it fully. Yes.
Okay. So hold on, real quick.
But what can
I need you to slow down.
Go ahead.
I need you to slow down.
Yes.
What was Zion saying happened in 70 AD?
The fall of the temple.
And then
well, they go into there's exile, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So he says that's one, and then he says the other one, the greater exile, is the transatlantic slave trade. That's two. That's his two. Ryan saying one is Assyria. Now Zion has to disprove that, because if he accepts Assyria being one, guess what? The transatlantic slave trade is not two, it's three, ain't it? Not two, it's three, ain't it? So with that, I'm gonna pause, since we all can count, and I'm gonna let Ryan address what you just said.
No, wait. Because Ryan doesn't come in and do his thing.
You're gonna chill.
Let me address what you just said.
Ryan been on pause this whole time.
He can pause. He didn't have a whole debate. He can come in and do his thing. Now look.
Say what you gotta say. Ron, say what you gotta say. Go ahead. Say it.
Now.
I'm not a sure name, so
the debate is the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28 and 68. The whole purpose of it being a dual fulfillment is his argument is that again, you're agreeing with him, is that the Assyrian captivity is the fulfillment, which means it doesn't happen again. But the dual, right? You can say dual, you can say perpetual, whatever you want to say.
No,
but
it's specific. No, Rand is specific.
It's the same thing, bro.
No, it's not the same.
Yeah, it is the same thing. How is it not the same thing, bro?
What does dual mean?
Dual means twice, bro.
Okay, what does perpetual mean?
Perpetual means ongoing.
Okay,
it's
so
same thing,
I need you to slow down and use both lobes of your brain right quick. I need you to slow down and use your brain and not your emotion.
What Ryan
I need you to slow down and use your brain and not your emotions, brother. So
I'm gonna slow down.
I want you to slow down and use your brain and not your emotions real quick. Real quick. So if Ryan is positing the Assyrian captivity as a captivity, right? As the captivity he's talking about. As someone who's a preterist, that's one captivity, we agree.
Yes.
So Zion brings up 70 AD. He doesn't bring up any prior captivity. He brings up 70 AD, talks about that dispersion, and then talks about, again, all these rabbinic sources talking about there being an exile and then this greater captivity thing, right? So he's talking about two dispersions and whatnot, right? That's his dual thing. 70 AD, transatlantic slave trade. So if you're talking perpetual, now we're talking 3. Zion had the Zion said the Roman.
More than one captivity.
Rand, you're gonna hold your tongue.
I would assume everybody on here knows
Zion literally said all the other captivities in between didn't count, didn't matter. Not the Assyrian, not the Roman, nothing.
When did he say that didn't count, bro?
He literally said that.
Third round. His whole argument was Ryan was trying. Sorry to interrupt. His whole argument in his third. Listen. This is what Zion did, and I believe in perpetual, fulfillment or dual.
You obviously don't, but keep going.
Obviously, dual fulfillment, and is just colloquially saying that it can get fulfilled multiple times. So it's stupid to argue over the semantics of saying dual or perpetual. They are. I agree that's just semantic argument, but technically, I understand where Moore was coming from. But I believe in that. That is biblical. That does happen. The curses happened several times. Assyria, Babylon, Rome, Greece, all the way up to Christ is my position. As a Christian, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to defend what the Bible verbatim says in Galatians 3:13 when it says Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law, because as it is written in Deuteronomy 21, 22, 23, cursed is any man who is hung on a tree. And both Peter and Paul testify that Christ was hung on a tree. Peter says it in Acts 5:30-32, and Paul said it right there in Galatians 3:13. My position was that the Assyrian captivity did fulfill Deuteronomy 28:68. You don't have to agree with that, but that was my position. I was proving that occurred. Zion in his first round offered a position of these prophecies are dual fulfillment. So at first I thought he was agreeing that Deuteronomy 20:68 occurred during at least the Assyrian or Babylonian or any prior captivity while the Bible itself was written. Then by his third round, his position was Ryan didn't show us any Deuteronomy 28:68 fulfillment because all he showed us was people moving logs. He didn't show any Israelites on boats. So his position got into the third round, abandoned dual fulfillment, and said that the Bible itself never demonstrated Deuteronomy 28:68 occurring one time. And he said the first time it happened is the transatlantic slave trade. That is what Zion did.
You done?
Yeah, can you argue? Do you think he agreed that Deuteronomy 28:68 was fulfilled within the biblical time frame? Start there, please.
Okay, so the argument is Deuteronomy 28:68, the transatlantic slave trade. Now, I want to correct myself if I'm saying that if I'm misquoting him in his argument is saying that the Assyrian captivity is not the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68, then I'm going to backtrack that just to not discredit what he says. So
that takes a lot of honor, man. I respect you already just for that, because he contradicted himself by starting in the first round with dual fulfillment and then changing it to Ryan didn't show us any Deuteronomy 28:68. He just showed him moving logs. So he acted like it was never fulfilled within the writings of the Bible. That's what he changed to in the third round. He changed his position. People just didn't catch it. So I already respect you just for that, man. So
yeah, I agree with Ryan. I respect you for that too, Finn. That's a good look right there.
Yeah, that's righteous.
All right, so now my position against your position, Ryan, because you did just contradict yourself. You said that you believe in perpetual fulfillment or perpetual covenant, right? And you believe in dual fulfillment. But then you said, until Christ came. Yes. So tell me this. Why does, well, I don't say Christ, until the Mashiach came, right? So why does the Mashiach stop that from happening again?
Okay, we've all read every messianic prophecy in the Hebrew Bible, right? Do any of them infer that God is going to be cursing his people when he sends his Messiah?
It never said, first of all, if you have read the prophecy of the Mashiach, then that the prophecy of the Mashiach hasn't been fulfilled anyway. The prophecy of the Mashiach is he judges the nations, gathers in the exiles, builds the third temple. Has any of that happened?
Well, that's where your Old Testament view is at least more.
Not an Old Testament view. It is the prophecy of the Mashiach. Keep in mind, this is a Hebraic or Judaic understanding. The Roman understanding is different, right? That's why it's a replacement theology thing. So we're going with the original, which is the Hebraic Judaic understanding of what the Mashiach's whole purpose is. Now, question. Have any of those things happened yet?
Yes, to a Christian, myself included, and to early Jews like Paul the Apostle and Peter, people that testified with their writings that they believed that the Messiah did come, it was fulfilled. And in the way it was fulfilled was Christ was the Messiah. He gathered the Gentiles and got them all to serve Yahweh. So now everybody on earth is worshiping the God of Israel. And the third temple is us as a spiritual temple being built up into living stones, as 1 Peter chapter 2 states. Christ is the cornerstone, just like King David prophesies in Psalms 118:22. The builder, I'm butchering it now, but the cornerstone, the builders rejected the cornerstone. I'm paraphrasing. You guys are all familiar with the verse. This is the Lord's doing. It's marvelous in our eyes. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This is the Lord's doing. It's marvelous in our eyes. To Christians, the third temple, at least to be consistent on my view, is I never think it's going to be on earth as a Christian. There are Christians that disagree with me, but to me, it's a spiritual temple in New Jerusalem in heaven, and we're spiritually being built up into the house of God. So that I'll pass the mic on that, but that's how a Christian like myself deals with it.
I appreciate that that's how a Christian deals with it. I respect how a Christian deals with it, right? Now, my question to you as a Christian,
Hold on, real quick. Before you ask that question, Judah been on pause for a quick minute. So I'm going to let Judah come off and speak, so then you can ask that question.
Yes. Thank you, more. I don't have much time. I'm listening in about, I got some
I
stuff.
figured you didn't have much time, brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Rand asked us, what is this hate? And there is no hate. It's a debate. And, I think it's disingenuous to always bring race into everything. You know what I mean? It makes you bring race into everything. It becomes so played out. Then people begin to dismiss it when it really is a racial issue. This is a debate. It's nothing to do with race. You guys got to cut this out. Right? I keep saying that Ryan has a Christian standpoint. I debate Christians a lot, and they're always Christ-centered. You heard what Ryan just said. Ryan just said that he went to Peter's about the temple and the this, that, or whatever. You can juxtapose that with Isaiah chapter 2 and the book of Ezekiel, where there's actually going to be an Israelite temple, but they don't see it that way because they see Christianity as the temple. So you might call it supersessionism or replacement theology, but this is where it's coming from. It's not coming from because there are so-called black Christians with the same doctrine. You're not, and race doesn't come into that. It's just they're Christ-centered. This is their thing, whatever, too. I'm not going to be long-winded. I just want to say, too, a lot of us are like so-called mixed. When you guys are talking crazy about us, a lot of us are like so-called mixed. And I hate the FBA movement thingy, right? Because whatever. But the way some of you guys are acting, I can kind of see some of their argumentation as to why some of them may feel this way. It's not hate towards Zion Lexx, but I'm gonna say it again, like I said before. I think Orthodox Moore said that he came over here and said he doesn't like him. We have Anonymous Hebrew, who's a so-called Black American, and he was told he got blocked from Zion Lexx. Devion, who was from Torah Knights, asked Zion Lexx for a debate and got blocked. And he's a very, very respectable young man. He's not even 30 years old, right? So if that guy's supposed to be a moray and a teacher, he should be providing a better example if he's our people at all. But what he's doing, he's showing hatred for our people. So now we're seeing that, okay, maybe perhaps, and this is my opinion, maybe, or whatever, I'm seeing that perhaps some of these guys are not necessarily quote unquote Black Americans and they look down on us, whatever. So it's not, the question's not to us. It's a question to him. Why does he treat us like we're below him? But he gives honor and whatever to Rabbi Harry Rosenberg and whatever. And real quick, just to make it quick too, my wife also pointed this out. She was like, a lot of the people on the HOK are people who are not what you would consider like Black Americans. There might be Caribbeans or whatever, right? To us, they're still our people because I have Caribbeans and people in our family too. But and they too still look down on Black Americans. They're from Trinidad, they're Jamaicans, or whatever, but they look down on Black Americans. So, like my wife said, she's like, yo, it seems like a lot of people on the HOK who are dark skinned are not necessarily like Black Americans, like as you would think, like I am. Like my parents are from, or my grandparents are from Tennessee and Kentucky, right? They were from slavery, so you know what I mean. They're not islanders. So again, I'm not trying to like cause a division or whatever, because we don't look at it like that. So it's maybe on their side, not us. We're not the one with the hate. And thank you, Orthodox More. I'm gonna be in the chat listening in. Great show though. Great show.
No. Don't go in the chat, bro. Stay put, please.
All right.
All right. So you made some points. Okay. The reason why it comes off as you cooning, sorry to say that, is because you're supporting somebody who's actually discrediting you as an Israelite. You do realize that he's discrediting you as well as an Israelite. You do realize that, right? So where all that you said sounded very, very great, right? And I get that you are just trying to break down a debate, right? You're still supporting the person whose whole point of having a debate is this, to discredit you as an Israelite, not just me, not just the One West Israelites, who he's really attacking, because he's really attacking the One West Israelites, because there are far more Israelites than just One West. It's just the One West Israelites who are on the corners that are attacking Caucasian people and et cetera, et cetera. So those are the ones he's really attacking, right? Because that's the doctrine that he's really against. He doesn't even know all of the Israelites in the whole Israelite paradigm to be able to judge them all, to even have the opinion to say, oh, well, you guys aren't really your self-proclaimed Israelites, bro. Whether you are quote unquote religious or not, if you're talking about Israelites as a people group, which is what Zion Lexx did bring out, just as a people group, right? If you believe that there was a second temple, which there was, you know what I'm saying, as a people group, when the Romans raided that place, destroyed it, burned it down, the exiles went into Africa. Where did they go? Into the places where we were taken into slavery. So whether you believe in the religious part of it or not, as a people group, Israelites are here in America from the very place where they were taken from the exile that happened from the Second Temple, period. Point blank, period. I don't care if you're religious about it or not. As a people group alone, Israelites are here in America. If you proclaim yourself as an Israelite, there you go, Ryan. Okay. If you proclaim yourself as an Israelite, he's discrediting you, Judah. So unless you're just a convert,
I respond real quick, please.
Hold on. I let you speak. I didn't interrupt you. Unless you are a convert, right? Which wouldn't make any sense anyway, because if you're a convert, then you shouldn't even care. You know what I'm saying? But if you actually believe that you are an Israelite, then if anybody should be defending Zion Lexx, should be you, a Israelite scholar who's a Torahite who teaches about, I don't know, Israelite doctrine. You shouldn't be on the opposing side of somebody who is trying to discredit you as an Israelite, because you kind of fit into the whole group of Israelites. Am I not mistaken? Yeah.
So I'm going to respond before Ryan does real quick. So I'm somebody who's literally made the argument on air, and as far as I'm concerned, the best one I've seen so far in terms of Israelite people and practices coming off the slave ship, right? So like Judas said, as debaters, I have 33 debates under my belt, right? I'm critiquing arguments on this, John, right? This isn't an emotional thing for me, fam. I'm not in this for that, right? I actually argue my points. I debate my points with people on the clock, right? So this assumption that I'm defending somebody because I'm agreeing or disagreeing with who's winning an argument is ridiculous. So like you said, Ryan's shooting at One West Israelites. Judah's not a One West Israelite. I'm not a One West Israelite, right? He's not shooting at everybody. He's shooting at certain people.
He's shooting at everybody, brother. He debated.
Rand, you can respond real quick. Rand ain't no interruption.
Everybody knows he's not a One West Israelite.
Judah, you can respond first because you were before me, but then I do want to just clarify if he misunderstood my position about where Israelites are. And
I was just about to jump into that. Like,
okay,
so
go ahead.
this is what I do. I make sure people's arguments are clear and understood and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And so I was going to ask Rand, out of all the time that you've heard Ryan speak, have you heard him stipulate that he believes, one, Jesus was black, two, he believes that the majority of Israelites would have gone into Africa, three, that he also agrees that Israelites could be on the slave ships? He doesn't disagree with any of that. Have you heard him say any of that stuff?
Here's the head scratchy thing. I've heard him say all of it. So now the question is, how the hell doesn't he think that the
if
other
you've heard
Israelites
him, if you've heard him say that, how can you then argue that he's trying to discredit anybody's identity when he's
You gotta
literally,
ask him
when
that,
you've
bro.
heard him say that, and he's also literally said he's not trying to discredit anybody's identity. And as a
Really,
Christian,
bro?
hold on, and as a Christian, he believes that like you got to be a believer in Christ to be a true Israelite, just like Vocab does.
Yeah, that's called replacement theology, Christian
Right.
apologetics.
Yep.
Right.
100%. Right.
You.
Is that the
Wait,
topic?
first of all,
Is
are you
that
done?
the topic
I
of
don't
the
want to
debate? Is supersessionism the topic of the debate?
No, the topic of the debate was.
All right. So being that that's not the topic of the debate, you, sir, are introducing it where it does not belong. So in dealing with the topic of the debate, I'm only addressing arguments. And real quick, I'm going to say this to Ryan. What I was saying wasn't semantics, Ryan. So if you were actually paying attention to the debate and whatnot, and like I'm saying, like, so he makes a literal dual fulfillment argument, not a perpetual, a literal dual fulfillment argument. And it happens the moment he erases everything happening in between. And so that's why it became a really important point. Why I was saying this, I wasn't making a semantical point, right? I was making a literal point.
I understand. I understand.
You know,
Zion was making it like an Ezekiel type argument where it's like those.
Well, he was trying to retroactively erase the Assyrian captivity just because he recognized, damn, I gotta knock this argument out. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
he had to immediately go from perpetual to a literal dual thing now, right?
Yeah, I was just trying to be a mediator between you two because you were arguing over it, and I understood colloquially what
and I agree with you, and I can typically agree with you on the meaning of that, where dual is going to typically be understood as perpetual, but I need to be understood specifically in this situation.
Right.
Why I'm pointing it out is because Zion got scared. I was like, let me make this literal real quick.
Well, that's why I acknowledge technically you are 100% right
Yeah.
about the definition of the etymology. And
Yeah, but I agree with you on the colloquial use of it, and I typically use it that same way. But I'm
Well,
saying
you guys are using colloquially because you're not saying it right. First and foremost,
I know I can't pronounce it.
What's interesting on all three of the arguments from yourself Orthodox, from yourself Ryan, from yourself Judah, you guys, because for some reason, and this is where I say the hate comes in. We got this whole thing going on because you guys are literally nitpicking dual fulfillment with perpetual. When I get what you're saying, I'm not even saying I don't get what you're saying. I'm not saying I don't see how you're picking that apart. I see how you're picking it apart. You know what's funny though? You're picking it apart, right? The funny thing is that you are picking apart common sense, fam. Okay, you're literally saying, "Oh well, because it's dual, it doesn't matter if it's perpetual." But because even though we know it's perpetual, it's because he said dual that you're trying to throw out the whole freaking argument. Deuteronomy 28. Hold on. Deuteronomy 28 and 68 is a fulfillment of the prophecy of the transatlantic slave trade.
I'm going to mute you.
All right.
So what we're not going to do is we're not going to talk past people, and we're not going to misrepresent what they said. So again, you acknowledged that he wasn't making the perpetual argument. So this is a debate review show. I'm reviewing the debate. I'm not here just let me go talk some stuff about Zion. I could do that whenever I want to. If Zion didn't have this debate, I wouldn't be saying his name at all, bro. I don't think about him ever, bro. But in this debate, since I've had 33 of them and I do this quite well, I'm literally going over the arguments. And so like I was able to slow you down and have you recognize he wasn't making the perpetual argument. He tried to erase the perpetual argument because that would include what Ryan was saying, and he had no defense against it. So with that, I'm gonna let Judah respond, and then I'm gonna bring my man Black Tastic.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Listen, let's say I take your point of view, Rand, right? And I'm like, okay, because you're saying, oh well, Ryan's saying that, blah 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 blah, but more just, he took the words right out of my mouth about. He said that he believes Jesus is a so-called black man. Well, he obviously had people, right? There were his people, but obviously had to look just like him, right, or somewhat like him, right? So this is just common sense. And Ryan has never said to me, I don't believe you're an Israelite. Right? He hasn't said it to me. He may, in fact, may not even believe I'm an Israelite, but he has never said that to me. Right? So I'm keeping it like this. This is what I'm saying. I take emotions out of it and I deal with the information, because if I were to deal with emotions, well, wait a minute. If you see Ryan comes amongst all of us. Him and T.A.S.T, they come amongst us. They build, we laugh, joke, build in the scriptures. We agree, we disagree, we learn things, dispute, whatever, right? Zion is he literally would tell all of us he don't want nothing to do with us. Now I live in Japan where there are, and I'm not saying he is, but I live in Japan where there are tons of Africans or whatever. And for some reason, I'm just getting the strange vibes that I get from them here in Japan, Africans towards so-called Black Americans, as he does. And I'm gonna say it again, like my wife, if she's Japanese, she's like, yo, man, like she's like, she knows for a fact a lot of people over there are not what you would call so-called Black Americans from the FBA standpoint. So if you're gonna come with this like hatred towards so-called Black Americans, then why do I have to like love you, love him or whatever? Like, Ryan, like I said, Ryan comes over and he's built with all of us. He sat there for combined 12 hours, 13 hours amongst us, just talking and building. He never gets disrespectful. He never, he's always right. He even pins the thing so people can come on his chat and like build whatever. You can't do that with Zion Lexx. He's going to put you on block. He's going to act like you're not whatever, right? So I look at it like this. If it comes time for, remember, I'm mixed too. So I have white in me too. So I'm not going to do all that old racist thing. I'm sticking with information only. Right. And homeboy Zion Lexx just gives me foreigner vibes, and the way he treats my people, you know what I mean? He can do what he wants, whatever, right? I mean, I don't have any hate towards him, but this is the vibes I get, and this is the treatment we've seen from foreigners. So that's just what it is. But I'm gonna hop in the chat, and I can see, I see people in the chat too who keeps on voting for or trying to get the foreigner, and Ryan's a foreigner too. You know what I mean when I say foreigner? He's not so-called Black American. Right, but there's some people in the chat, y'all giving foreigner vibes too, and that's okay. But again, I'm not getting all that. I'm only dealing with information. But if you're gonna like show hatred for so-called Black Americans, then I mean that's what it is, bro. But thank you, more. I'm about to be in the chat listening in.
But you can go in the chat. It's all good. I'm still going to respond to what you said, and then I'm gonna go ahead and let Yeshia Ma'arab have it. Okay, so. When I asked, well, where's the hate coming from? Well, that's a good answer to the question right there. So you say, okay, well, you don't like his treatment toward people that he feels like ain't on his level. Okay, cool. All right. Well, that would be a reason to show some hate toward the man, to find a good, a good end, right? A good, little crack in the door to, kind of wiggle in and say, okay, well, this would be a time for us to get him now, because we don't like how he treated us before, right? That's usually, how people use, excuses to hate on people, right? So even if you don't want to call it hate, it sounds like some get back at least, right? So anyway, as far as what you're saying about, okay, well, Ryan's only attacking one West Israelites. You're only saying that because I said it. Because I actually know who he's attacking, right? But he's still saying that we are, I'm gonna say again, he's still saying that we are, one more time, just in case, the whole understand thing, just in case you're not getting it. He's still saying that we are not Israelites, because the whole debate is the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28 and 68. Well, if Deuteronomy in 28:68 says that Israelites will be taken into captivity on ships, and he's debunking that, it means he's debunking everybody over here who's an Israelite. I don't care if you're One West, Old Testament only, whatever sect you claim, right? You're not an Israelite according to Ryan Apologetics, which is the whole point of the debate.
I don't want to disrespect. I'll let the elder respond, but I have to respond to the things you just said afterwards. So go ahead. I can't. You're shy. I can't pronounce your name.
You got a Blacktastic.
Blacktastic. All right, go ahead. Sorry, Rand.
All right. Shalom, everybody. Shalom. I hope everybody can hear me well.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to say right off the rip, I do not like in these settings when people tell folks what side they should be on. You should be on whatever side you feel is the most coherent and that you are in agreement with. And it is regardless of whether you're black, white, in between, or whatever the color spectrum you want to claim. We all should be allowed to think independently without having to be goaded, bullied, or told what we're supposed to do. And I think that one of the things I hate about these debates too is when they go off the rails and they become racially motivated, or there's an underlying theme of a racial bias that's being projected. And a lot of appeals to emotion were definitely made in this debate that I thought discredited, you know, the debate itself, or at least one part of it, because it wasn't standing on facts. And that's what when we talk about standing on business, that's what you have to stand on. Bring your facts, like you said earlier, more to the debate and not your emotions. And then what happens is people who are already emotionally invested into one person or the other, they hear emotionally and not analytically. And so you can't really have integrity in judging a debate when you've already decided who you want to win before the information has even been dispensed. And that's one of the things that I seriously hate, because of the lack of integrity and honesty when we come to these particular forums, especially when one of the interlocutors is black and the other is white. And then everybody decides they have to choose sides based on that. Same thing with the whole gender thing. All the sisters pick the woman, and all the men pick the men a lot of times, except for the beta males and simps. And so it ruins any honest discourse, and then people always run to the arguments about, well, you're hating if you don't agree with who I like or who I agree with. And that, again, that's immature, childish, and ridiculous. I don't have to hate anyone to disagree with them. I don't agree with their line of reasoning. Can it just be that? And that keeps it intellectual, and that keeps it respectful. But once you start to characterize the other individual, as at the very beginning, I felt like it was already on a downhill slope when you put Ryan's picture there with white supremacy over it. Now, what you do is not only do you paint Ryan into this unfair picture, you also put pressure on all of the black people that are listening to the debate, because now if anyone gives their honest opinion just based on the information and the presentation, all of a sudden everyone else who's emotionally vested into Zion Lexx now look at that person and start to label them as, you a coon, you a traitor, you a Judas, you a Benedict Arnold, because you're not allowed to agree or disagree, rather. You have to go along to get along. That is cult-like behavior. And we exercise or we seem to exhibit that a lot of times in these discourses. And so you can't have honest discourses like this. And it's sickening. It's sickening to me, because especially when we start to talk about the Bible, where race is never the issue, but people somehow they eisegete race into the Bible. And then you start to use all these other terms, such as we use terms that we don't define, and then we misuse those terms because we don't know how to properly define them. I've heard dual fulfillment thrown out there. Nobody's defined what a dual fulfillment is. My understanding of what a dual fulfillment is that, first of all, you have one prophecy that can refer to two events, because all prophecy has to be relevant to the present audience that it's spoken to. But you have the aspect of forthtelling for the present audience, and then you have the aspect of foretelling, which is a later fulfillment of that prophecy in full. You do have that in the scriptures, but when you talk about dual fulfillment, it's not exactly the same, because oftentimes the forthtelling to the present audience is a foreshadowing of the complete fulfillment, which is to come at a later time. But prophecy can never just be spoken and be irrelevant to who it's spoken to. So in scripture, wherever you have prophecy, it's relevant to that audience. It's not just, hey, well, this ain't gonna happen for 2,000 years, so it really don't mean nothing to y'all. It's all about these folks that's gonna be born in a place called America that don't even exist yet, but it's gonna somehow be named that. We're gonna be taking on ships and all this other stuff gonna happen that y'all don't need to be around for. You won't be around for. You'll be dead and your bones will turn to dust. So it won't even matter to you. That's ridiculous. And so again, these you look in the Bible and you can see what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to prophecies surrounding Christ, where you had things that were spoken by the prophets and you had certain things that happened relevant to what was spoken, but then in Christ you had the complete fulfillment of that particular thing, and then that's the end of it. When it comes to the Deuteronomy 28:68 thing, I'm not a fan of it and I don't believe it. I never have, but I've examined it because I think it's only fair to give it an honest review. And in all the years that I've been studying it, I do not see it being fulfilled in the transatlantic slave trade. And I thought that the point that Ryan made about since the Jews or Israel was scattered in 70 AD, and then for nothing to happen until 1619, which seems to be a date that people always seem to zero in on, not understanding that the transatlantic slave trade started in the 1400s and not in 1619. But they do that. Why? Because they have an Amerocentric idea that focuses solely on one particular group of people as being the most prominent in that slave trade. And that is the 3% of blacks that were part of that slave trade that came to North America or to the British colonies that would later on become the United States, when the bulk of those people went to South America. And so there's a lot of holes in the Deuteronomy 28:68 argument. And because when you start to dissect it by going through all those verses from verse 15 through 68, you start to see how it has nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. And you can clearly see throughout history where, yes, you do definitely have ongoing fulfillment. But I think one of the weak points of the argument is amongst Black Americans in particular, from a psychological and sociological perspective, we have a tendency to latch on to things that we think highlight or portray our trauma. And so the history of Israel and the Deuteronomy 28:68 curses is an easy thing to do. But what that does is it creates a group of people that now go around saying we identify by the curses. And they'll say things like the curses are forever upon us. So you're just declaring yourself a perpetually cursed person. Never mind verses 1 through 14 that talk about the blessings, and the chapters after that that talk about how you'll be blessed if you repent, and then what Christ has done since he's come. And so it's this cursed mentality, this cursed mindset, and all of these various things. And then the other thing is, because there are some who descend from Israel truly or genuinely, what happens is all attach themselves to that some and say, well, if it happened to them, then it must be all of us. No, that's silly. That's like saying because it's some Black people at the Jones family reunion, well, I'm Black too, so I must be a Jones. No, that's not your family. That's not your history. That's not your heritage. All right. Some don't mean all. And Israel was scattered all over the world. And there's a lot of history that has happened to Jews in other parts of the world outside of these United States of America way before the transatlantic slave trade happened. You got about 700 years of history in the Arab slave trade and other things that have taken place. And you had slavery happening all over the world. This is a global thing, institution, before we had the transatlantic slave trade. And so you had people being sold all over the world, and not just Israelites. Okay, and then the other idea is that 12 million Israelites, the nation of Israel historically has never been able to hold those types of numbers. And then according to the curses, it say your numbers are going to be few. You know, but then people will contradict that and say, well, you know, we're gonna multiply and like be like the seed of the sand of the sea and the stars of the heaven, and they forget the spiritual aspect of that because Abraham is a father of many nations, not just Israel, and all those nations are united under Christ. It's not just
Yeshaya Ba'arab. Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Can I just say quick that I wish I had recorded that from a YouTube video and then I would have used it as one of my sources in my third round and just let that play because then I would have had a source I might have expected.
It's so sweet. Yes, it's so sweet. Yeshaya Ma'arab. Is your name Hebrew? Is that a Hebrew name? I say it looks Hebrew to me.
Yeshaya Marab, yeah, it is a Hebrew name.
Yeshaya Ma'arab, that's a Hebrew name. Okay, your whole argument is strange. Okay, because you're kind of arguing against yourself, right? It sounds awkward, but anyway. Now, when you start, hold on. When you started out, it was really American, and that's great. Okay,
I have a Hebrew name because my father named me a Hebrew name. You see what I'm talking about? You're speaking from ignorance. You don't know who you're talking to. I didn't say nothing about your name being around Shabbat. My dad was a very conscious person. In fact, I got ancestry of people who were Jewish and still to this day. All my siblings have either a Hebrew name or an African name because we came up in the Black consciousness period. So you don't know what you're talking about, all right? And my government name is Isaiah West. In Hebrew, it's Yeshaya Ma'arav. For Yeshaya is the Hebrew name for Isaiah in the English. Ma'arav is West in Hebrew.
I gotta say that was a little unlucky though, because like from Rand's perspective, most people just name themselves a Hebrew name, so that was really unlucky, Rand. But you know, he just had the Hebrew name. But just so,
well, that's why you shouldn't make those type of attacks or things of this sort, and then try to tell people what they can't, who they should be siding with. You know how they arguing against themselves and all those kind of things. Just don't even go there.
All I'm saying, Rand, is like I agree with everything Black T.A.S.T just said because it's the equivalent of if white people identified as ancient Greeks and then every white person that identified as an ancient Greek came up to you and they forced you to say, I'm an ancient Greek, call me an ancient Greek. And then all you did is ask a follow-up question. Why are you an ancient Greek? Don't you know white people who are from other countries also? And then you didn't say they couldn't be an ancient Greek. You just said you have a probability of being an ancient Greek. And then you even went as far as saying like, well, you're white and the ancient Greeks are white. So you have the highest probability of anybody on earth of being an ancient Greek. And look, you can also trace certain historical events that might even make your chances greater. So the fact you're in the Americas probably gives you a better chance than somebody in Japan or in Australia or elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like you can make arguments to give higher probabilities for who the ethnic Israelites are today. But for anybody to just be like forcing a white person, a black person, an Asian person, any person to just forcefully identify, hey, I said I'm an ancient Greek, call me an ancient Greek, or I said I'm an ancient Israelite, you have to view me as that in your heart. If you don't view him as that, you view him as possibly that. Why is it offensive to just say, hey, I'm not going to take, if you want to identify that way, that's cool. I'm not going to tell you can't, but I'm not sure if you are, and maybe you should, you know, do it in a spiritual manner and not concentrate on the ethnic side of it, because the Bible itself even teaches us the ethnic side of it's not important. Romans 9:6-8, it's not the children of the flesh, it's the children of the promise, you know, and all the other verses we could go to that show that Christ is saying it's true Israel is spiritual. And God said that throughout the Old Testament, you know, circumcise your heart, you know, but I'm
gonna make a couple quick points, bringing Anon, and then Ryan, you can, Rand, you can take off and land completely, but Anon may not have that much time. But real quick, I want to make two quick points. Like, so, Rand, one of your issues is like, so you're transposing something on all Israelites that is not universal, right? Like, so not all people who claim to be Israelites use Deuteronomy 28 as a DNA test, right? As an identification test in some way, shape, or form, right? So not everybody's going to be attached to that argument the same way you are, right? And so some people might not even like that argument and might use different arguments, right? Point two, as somebody who also, so I'm somebody who firmly makes arguments for West African Jewry. Will put my name, reputation, and research out there on that stuff, right? I will go out there and debate the thing, and have done so. And as someone who does the research, right, I'm literally embarrassed by the arguments that I heard Zion make in this debate and his previous debate with Vocab Malone and whatnot, right? And so, as somebody who's embarrassed by it, knowing that there's better arguments and better information, I have no issue speaking on these arguments and pointing out where the arguments could be better. With that, I'm gonna let Anon take off on that, and then you got it, Ram.
All right. First off, you know what it is. Shalom to the brother Orthodox. More appreciate you for having us on the panel. Shalom to the elder. Y'all say Yeshaya. That's Elder Blacktastic. that's how I deal with it. I want to say a few things. I'm going to qualify myself, so I'm just feel like I get up here and talk, and then I want to clear up a few things. Number one, like more. Judah crazy. Like more. And when we say we have like 20, 30 some odd debates, these are judged debates, right? It's not just poll type debates. These are judged debates where people either agree with us, they agree with our paradigm or not, and we are able to argue our cause in a way that rivals collegiate debate, professional debate. Not saying I'm the best, worst, good, bad, and different. I'm just giving you a qualification as to why this brother is having a review of it, why I will also be doing a review of it, right? And I'm going to clear up with something else. Judah said I said that Zion blocked me. That's not what I said. Zion has not blocked me. And I'm clearing this up for you, Rand, because I don't want you to feel like everybody has something personal against Zion. And more will tell you behind the scenes. I don't have anything personal against Zion. I think Zion is brilliant. I'm a fan of his scholarship. I'm a fan of his work. The only thing I said was he doesn't really deal with me personally, but I also qualified that and said he doesn't deal with me personally because I don't show my face. So I don't blame him for that. But the one time I did try to get on his panel when Mighty Hebrew was there, he let me on, right? So I don't have anything personal against Zion. I love Zion. I'm a brother to Zion. I believe Zion would be a brother to me. I believe Zion would even say, I don't really know who this guy is, right? So however it would, right? I don't have anything personal. There's a few concerns that I have about the debate, right? One was the argument from emotion, right? I'm just going to get straight to the point. The argument from emotion is not what we do when it's time for us to prove who we are, right? No disrespect to Ryan. I thought he did a good job. I would have watched him. That's just the truth, right? And I can say it now, Ryan, because the debate is over. We try not to get involved and insert ourselves in debates before it because I'm unbiased, right? When you asked me what I thought about your presentation and all of this, like I thought it was a good presentation, but I also said I couldn't tell you what I thought of Zion's argument because I didn't know what Zion was going to argue, right? But there were just certain things, certain questions that you raised, certain arguments that you raised that I do think we have answers for, that we don't have to continue to use the Deuteronomy 28 normal argument from. And I'll tell you one of the issues that I have. And I thought that Elder Blacktastic dealt with this masterfully from a scholastic standpoint. You can pretend, and even Ryan said this, you can pretend that the conversation of dual prophecy versus prophetic or perpetual fulfillment is something different, but it's not. The concept of dual prophecy or dual fulfillment prophecy is something completely different from prophetic. And that's how we should deal with the entire Deuteronomy 28 conversation, is say that it is perpetual fulfillment rather than dual prophetic fulfillment. Because as he said, our brothers who are staunch in the Christian faith will say Matthew 1 is a dual fulfillment of Isaiah 7. That is an important caveat to make, right? That is a very important conversation and caveat to make when talking about the multifaceted, multi-slave, slave fulfillment, enslavement fulfillment that we see throughout the scriptures. Now, if we go through a conversation of perpetual, I don't have to argue that Assyria was one and this was two. No, It's going to keep happening. And that's what Deuteronomy 28 really does say, right? If you're going to argue it in the sense of it's going to keep happening as long as you do the wrong thing, right? Now, a lot of my brothers don't agree with Deuteronomy 28. I do, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't argue it, right? I just don't. I believe that there is a ton of other ways that we can prove it. But I do. Those were two of my biggest issues, was the constant argument from emotion and then the dual prophetic fulfillment, right? And I was going to wait to really review it because I wanted to go back and watch the debate a third time just to make sure that I had all my notes correct, right? This is my other issue. I'm not here to knock rabbinic. I'm not here to knock rabbinic prophecy and all of this type of stuff, right? Or rabbinic conversation. But it becomes difficult when we use rabbinic statements over biblical interpretation. I would have much rather just see attack Ryan's interpretation of the Bible, in other words, right? If you disagree with him using the Bible, attack his interpretation of the Bible. God knows there was plenty of things that Ryan said about the biblical verses that we as Israelites would disagree with, right? Just attack it from that perspective. Now we have an overall argument, right? Finally, I would have loved to see him interact with those questions in the rapid fire. Once again, this is coming from somebody who is a debate purist. Our understanding of the championship rounds are the rebuttal and the rapid fire, because it shows the mastery of your argument. It shows your ability to stand up and say, yeah, I'll take your punch and I'm gonna punch you right back with every question that you ask, right? I said this the other night. I disagree with Ryan's standpoint of we need to show the exact number. I don't even think that that's a fair argument to have, right? I disagree with several things that he said, but it wasn't my debate. Now, I would love to say that we need to get on code and just support each other. No matter what is said in the debate, whether you agree with it or not, he's trying to discredit you. Bro, the Most High is he's raising us up every day, right? We can go and we can stand on Damona Israel. We can stand on all of the different things that we see in currently happening. Whoever unmuted their mic is causing an echo. But we can see a plethora of things that we can stand on. Most High don't need no help. He don't need us to stand on code. He needs us to stand on a foundational thing that we can consistently use. And there are several brothers who don't want to use the rabbinic school of thought. Once again, not attacking the rabbis. I'm just saying part of Zion's argument was to stand on the rabbis and then say kind of the biblical narrative is not right. Just attack Ryan's interpretation of the Bible in your rebuttal and it's dead. Now we're not even having this conversation, right? So whether you agree with brothers' interpretation of it or not, or whether you agree with their opinion or not, that doesn't mean that they hate Zion, and it doesn't mean that they agree with everything that Ryan, or hate Zion, or agree with everything that Ryan is saying. It just means that they're giving their debate interpretation, right? I personally don't have anything against Zion. I just would have liked to see him argue it differently. Go ahead and I'll listen.
I just wanted to clarify one thing because I agree with one of your criticisms of me about I never asked Zion for an exact number of Israelites. I honestly just because that's an impossible number to get because we don't even know the exact population after 70 AD, where they all went. I never wanted an exact number, but my range of people when he says Israelites went on the slave trips, the plural word Israelites is 2 to 12.5 million. So for me to have an intellectual debate and try to counter some of his arguments of Israelites are in West Africa, Israelites are in Central Africa, if he told me he's talking about 10 people or if he's talking about 1 million people, there's a big difference there. So all I was asking for was him to give me a general range. And listen, this is how fair I am and reasonable I am about it. If he said 1 million and the actual number was 3 million, I agree that's irrelevant. 1 million is close enough to the 3 million. I just wanted it within like a range of like, okay, you think it's 100,000? Okay, it can be 500,000. You think it's 1 million? Okay, it can be 3 million. That's literally all I was trying to do. I wasn't going to get him to say 1 million and then debate like, oh, you said 1 and it's really 3. Like that was not at all what I was doing. I was just trying to get, in order for me to counter what he's saying of, okay, this amount of Israelites is in this part of Africa, it's a very relevant detail if it's 2 or 12.5 million. So I agree with your criticism that I'd be wrong if I was trying to just win the debate on, oh, you said 1, it's really 3 billion. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I think you should have stood with your criticism more going tribal, right? You should have stood more with, okay, these are the tribes that he listed, and you should have dealt specifically with those tribes and said, okay, when were these tribes caught up in the transatlantic slave trade, and how do we know today that you are a part of one of those tribes, right? How do we know that you have any genetic connection to those tribes? In my opinion, that's the smartest way, the actual purest way to argue that from a debate standpoint, right? Asking people how many exact people were on this or on that, when even if you go to slavevoyages.com and deal with the work from Emory University, it's still going to be shoddy at best to give you or even roundabout numbers. I just don't think is a scholastic way to do it, especially because, as the elder brought up, when we get into the caliphate and when we get into the Arabic slave trade, that is a whole different conversation. Right now, we start to deal with complete loss of heritage, complete loss of identity, much like what happened during the Greek captivity, right? So, like I said, if it was me, I would have went right into it, and I would have pressed you on it, and I would have made you stand on it and forced you to go deal with the tribes, and then I would have had a genetic argument that connects a great vast majority of us to different tribes. So that's what I'm saying. It's just not a solid. It's not a solid way to argue it, because I'm gonna kick your request for numbers all the way down the street all night.
My only, and I want to let other people speak. I'm sorry, we're all trying to. There's a lot of us up here now, but I just want to try to give my feedback so you guys can respond to it. The reason I wanted the numbers is because it's a cause and effect, the entire Deuteronomy 28 blessings and curses thing. So if he said 10,000 people got cursed by God, then I have to then ask the follow-up question, what sin did they do? Were they not accepting the Messiah? Were they sacrificing their children? Were they not keeping the Sabbath? What sin did they do? So when I'm trying to get a range of a number, it's just pragmatically to go through like, okay, so what sins did they do? Because if there's 2 people, they could have murdered somebody. But if there's 1 million people, one murder in a population of 1 million is not going to make God curse everybody. So the numbers to me were more relevant. But like I said, I'm fine if the range was millions off. I understand. I wouldn't even harp on that, you know?
So, but yeah, I hear you keep defending it, and I want us to move. I want us to move on past it, but
okay.
I'm not going to let that slide. I'm just going to be honest with you, right?
Okay.
The reason now, hear what you said. You wanted him to tell you a number because you wanted to know what sin they committed, right? So the question is, what sin did they commit? The number doesn't matter, because I'll be honest with you, I also think your interpretation of corporate punishment over Israel is kind of off, right? So there are people who were also innocent that ended up getting scattered and getting caught up during the destruction of all of these slaveries, right? At the different times when the Assyrian people would come in, when the Babylonians would come in, the entire nation wasn't guilty of committing all of those sins. A lot of this are the leaders that are guilty of this stuff, and they're leading people astray. But you're seeing people. That's why the scripture teaches the righteous remnant understanding, right? Now I'm not going to get into that, right? But the understanding is of the righteous remnant. So that's what I'm saying. The number argument against some of us would have really, I would have turned the whole debate into that. I'm just going to be honest. Right, as soon as you said it, I would have took that, turned it into the whole thing, and I would have beat you up for the rest of the night on it because you wouldn't let it go. Right, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you're gonna debate it, and I just want you to know, we are debate purists around here. I want to see great debates. Right, I want to see both sides fight to the final whistle, to the final buzzer. And so what I'm saying is, the arguing about the numbers, when you want to know about the sin. If you want to know about the sin, then harp on the sin and then go tribe by tribe, because he gave you enough ammo to attack, right? The numbers, and I've debated this before, the numbers thing gets crazy. So for instance, right, my haplogroup is EM180. And if I'm making an argument about EM180 being attached to different tribes, and then you say, well, how many of these people were Israelites? I'm going to say, well, according to 23andMe, only about 60% or 70% of the African Americans are EM180, but 23andMe doesn't even categorize every single African American in the conversation. So what you're asking is an either or fallacy. Is it this or is it that? and I'm gonna beat you up all night because you can't force me to answer either or when there's a separate answer. And the separate answer is we really don't know because we don't have all the data yet.
Yeah, but respectfully, I mean, me and you could talk about this more in depth sometime, and I could hear your arguments out. But I think the population is very relevant, especially when you're saying they're in certain locations. I agree, the sin is the more important variable. I agree on that, but the numbers are important for me to rebuttal things and to disprove things, and to say historically, show me the events that occurred for this population size or number. It's a big difference to not have any. To have a range from 2 to 12.5 million is bizarre to me. So I'll just say that. But the sin is the most important variable because my argument is Christ ended the punishment for the sin. And I think to say God orchestrated the curse is where I was totally arguing against it, because I said after Christ, God was not orchestrating any of the Deuteronomy 28 curses. I know we have different ideologies on this panel. We disagree about that. But
right, to Anon's point, right quick, to Anon's point, you don't so you don't need a number to approach that, right? So the moment that Zion gives you tribes, so he gave you the Igbo, he gave you the Yoruba, he gave you the Limba of Sierra Leone, he gave you the Ashanti of Ghana, and it might have been somebody else, right? I think it was those 5. So like at that juncture, you don't need how many, you got the who. So the question you can go direct to, can you show me where these people did X, Y, and Z? To you know what I'm saying? You don't need a number at that point. You got the who.
And then
but again, like, so you're talking, Ryan, you're talking about you don't really want to debate no more, right? And so you understand, like, so me and Anon between us, we got somewhere around like 70 debates maybe between us. So like,
I mean, respectfully, like a respectful debate, I do. You know what I mean? With you guys or people that are like not, going.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we're sticklers for like when he says debate purists, we're being like sticklers right now. We're bringing out like the red pens and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Just because this is what you should see how we beat up our own debates. You know what I'm saying?
Critique the hell out of it.
Listen, Orthodox More, you just gave a good rebuttal because you said he at least identified some people groups so that I myself could make an estimate from those groups.
That's exactly what I said.
That's fair enough. But at the same time, there's 35 million Igbo people, and I showed in the debate a lot of them are doing voodoo and all sorts of polytheistic practices. So with
there you go, and that's what you get to start doing, and that's the whole point. You get to like you eliminate the time that all the time that you spent talking about the number was time that you could have been spending about what you just said there, going into the who. Because I saw your slides, fam. You could have gone into the who.
I didn't get it to go into half of them. You already know.
Yeah, and so that's what me and Ann are saying. Is like, so the time that so the most important thing for debater on during the debate is clock management, bro.
Yeah.
It's the
I wasted too much time in the third round on the Igbo. I'll agree with that 100%. Because in hindsight, I had better. I should have just gone to like the Deuteronomy 28 curses themselves, like Black Fantastic was talking about, and pointed to how all these curses aren't always occurring to people groups, and thess Zion can demonstrate they did.
Black Fantastic.
He said Black. He
Black Fantastic. I was gonna let it run.
I'll give you a shirt, baby. With that on it.
Not bad. What's your name? What's your name?
With that, you know,
Black Test.
That's an upgrade. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick, man.
I just want to land. I just want to land real quick.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
I just want to land real quick. And to the brother Rand, and even to Zion or anyone else that comes back and watches the video, right? Once again, I don't hate you, brother. I know how weird and chippy and petty our community gets. I don't hate you, bro. Like, I got nothing but love for you. I respect your scholarship. I'll give my opinion on the debate, and I'll do a lot like Moore did. I might even go a little bit more into detail and in depth in certain areas, and then he'll have more in depth on his areas because we both got different things that we're sticklers for. So for Rand, for anyone else that's watching, I love the brother Zion. I don't have no malice towards you. I don't have no hate towards you. I'm making a clarification, and then we're going to be doing this a lot more where we are critiquing debates, right? And I don't want it to be viewed as personal, right? Just understand, like, it's just a critique, bro. That's all it is. So,
yeah, Zion, to be clear, I don't hate you, bro. I got no hate towards you, bro. Like, I don't even beef that you came on my channel and told me you don't like me, bro. Like, it ain't with me, bro. It's strictly information, right? Like, I worry about that stuff, right? And so for me, like, what gets me more than anything is I know how intellectually capable you are, right? And I was shocked at how lazy you came at it with in this debate, because I know what arguments could have been made. Because like Anon said, like he could have pressed it up. Like me and Anon, like, so I would never debate this topic, because for me, I don't identify Israelites by Deuteronomy 28. I identify them by Isaiah 58. That's me. That's how I get down, right? So that's my thing, right? So if I'm gonna identify, I'm gonna do it that way. It ain't got nothing to do with the curses, right? None of it got to do with life all day.
I'm just kind of I'm a smoke jumper though, right?
No, I'm with that, but
like,
I was gonna go right. I was gonna go. That was my next step. I was like, but if I was gonna take the debate, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Trust me,
right.
Like it would have been a whole nother concept. It would have been
Right.
a whole nother ball game.
Right.
And
Right.
man, because the cold part is like, so if you really get into the information, Ryan is throwing you so many alley-oops in his argument, you can just start slam dunking him all day like it's some Steve Nash
I
American
agree.
Sotomayor type. You know what I'm
agree.
saying?
I agree. And that's no shot at you, Ryan.
Yeah, at
That's
all.
Just,
no shot at you, Ryan.
That's just saying
listen,
man, like
listen, I'm not unaware. I'm not oblivious to the fact that when I'm presenting information about the Igbo being polytheistic, he could just be like, well, that's why God cursed them. But the problem he would have then is he would have to demonstrate they started doing that in the 15th century. So I have rebuttals for these alley-oops.
So that's cool. No, that's against him, right? Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm not. Yeah. You're not even hearing me say Igbo, fam. I'm not even.
Exactly. That's one of the ones you guys are talking about. I'm assuming at least.
We wouldn't. Honestly, we wouldn't. Like,
no, okay. I missed. I thought that might have been one because
I'm just gonna be honest with you. No, and it's no shot. It's no shot against the Igbo, right? I'm gonna be honest, and I'll give the brother more credit for this, right? More so than myself. He's done so much extensive research on that I had to build off of and learn. I could make the argument without touching the Limba or the Igbo, just based on the work that he's given alone, right? So the Limba does make it easier, but there is so much other work there, and since the Limba is East Africa, we don't touch it, right? Or you don't have to touch it. So the conversation is much more extensive and much more detailed than that. And then the other argument then is, let me show you what they were doing when they got off the slave ships, right? And then now we go into that and make a whole different argument. And now we show what Moore has even brought out and coined. We see it in the scripture, but he's the first person that I've seen do this. Is talk about being co-religionist, right? And the co-religionist argument becomes extremely critical in this conversation, because now you see in an Islamic practice, a Judaism or Judaic practice, and a Christian practice, and all of those then line up with these people being forced into West Africa and then getting off slave ships with these arguments. And that Islamic practice really does go a lot further. So I'm just telling you, and then we can even make an argument about First Temple practices, right? That really even goes deeper to the argument. So I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying, and what we're saying is we know how intelligent and capable Zion is. There were just different arguments to make. That's all.
Can I say something? Let me say something, please.
Yes, please. You got it.
Go ahead, Elder.
9 times out of 10,
don't beat me up too bad.
No, I'm not. 9 times out of 10, if Zion is debating somebody, then I'm already favoring him. But I have enough integrity to listen to the debate and the argument itself and make an honest assessment. It doesn't regardless of if I already favor the person going in, because I've listened to Zion, at various points in time, and there's certain things that he's said and done that's caught my attention, and I see him as someone who I've regarded as having a lot of integrity, because I saw how he handled Polite before Polite got locked up and proved to us all that he was the monster that Zion was warning him about not being. So I've seen that particular side of him, but I'm not automatically on anybody's side just because they black or white or any of these other things. It's because I'm normally going to favor somebody based on what I believe they're capable of. And in this particular debate, as with the one with Vocab, when I've seen Zion debate apologists, it reminds me, I'm an old boxing trainer. I'm a former fighter. And it reminds me of guys who I know got the skills, but then get in the ring and I'm up there hollering, let your hands go. Let your hands go.
And they won't let them go.
And they won't let them go. And so, and I don't know why, why that is. And I think perhaps I think the same, mentality is that I don't need to do as much against this person or certain things of this sort. And I listened to how he was arguing with you, the same as I listened to how he's arguing with Vocab. And I think maybe, I don't know if it's because of dealing with the Sinetta platform, in the terms of the way people tend to debate on there, but I know he's very capable. And so there were some things that I felt that he could have addressed better. There were certain behaviors and certain things that I didn't like seeing because I felt, again, it undermines your argument. And when we talking about scholarship or we doing something intellectual, then that's what I want to see. I want to see you bring the information. I don't want to play the dozens. I don't want it to look or sound like a rap cipher. A little entertainment is fine. But when you, start to, again, I make a lot of these logical fallacies of appealing to emotions and all of these other things, and you're trying to invoke nostalgia in the audience to sway the crowd, you're just trying to win the crowd. You're not trying to actually win the argument or the debate. And that's what I don't like about debate, which is why I've only done one debate in the last several years. I used to debate a lot in the 90s and early 2000s. I'm kind of old now. So I don't really do that anymore because I spend more time teaching and educating. And so certain things that I see, like I said, with a lot of ways people are doing these particular debates on the internet in particular, I don't always like the way that it goes. But there were some salient points that I thought you made, and I thought you made enough of them to where I sided with you in the debate. Now, I have a different view of Deuteronomy 28 altogether. I do believe it is an ongoing fulfillment, but I don't believe that the transatlantic slave trade is literally defined by Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 68 specifically, because we have actual history that shows where that literally is fulfilled. However, you asked a question about when do these things come to an end. Now, I disagree with the perspective, and I'm not doing this for the sake of debating, that all these things ended with Christ. No, Christ came to give us the opportunity to end these things by turning to faith in him. But anyone who continues to be in sin would fall under the curses of sin. And if you ask about Israel specifically, well, when they rejected Christ and said, let his blood be upon us and upon our children's children, well, that's exactly what you would do. So any curses that pertain to sin, because if we agree that the fulfillment of all scripture is in Christ and that he came to fulfill all those verses, then the rejection of Christ would also bring all the curses previously spoken upon the one who does that. Because why? It's the byproduct of sin and rebellion against God. And that's what you see in Deuteronomy chapter 28. The key is to get back to Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 1 through 14 through Christ. Without Christ, well, you're going to fall under the umbrella of verses 15 through 68 in some form or fashion. Because why? That's the judgment for sin. So sinners outside of Christ, yes, are going to fall under curses. And unfortunately, a lot of people are living that way. And so wherever Israel is, where they are continuing to live in a life of rebellion or rejection against the revelation of Yah through Christ, well, then these things would happen. This would be the result of it. The wages of sin is death on any sinner. All right. And so that's my particular view, on that. But I don't look at or pinpoint one particular event and then attach my heritage, my ancestry, and all those things to it, especially when I've already done all the research on my genealogy and all of these other things, and I know where my people came from and literally what their last name was, and the very last name that I carry, and how I even got this name. There's a translation out of one language into the next to eventually where you get my last name of West, but it comes from Ma'arav, which comes from, so it's all of these different things. And again, like I said, with black people, and I'm going to say this again, just because something happened to a few We had this bad tendency to say to attach all. Again, it happened to a few. It's not evidence that it happened to all. Like I said, the Jones family reunion don't mean that's your family reunion. That's the few people over there called the Joneses. You ain't one of them. All right? Just because we look alike don't mean we're literally the same and even have the same background, experiences, and heritage. And that's one of the things, again, that we have to stop doing. There was a ton of other people on those slave ships besides Israelites. And if you ask me personally, I believe that the Israelites were a minority of a minority on any of those slave ships. But I would, with all the evidence that we currently have and that's still being unearthed, I think it would be ignorant to say that there were no Israelites on those slave ships.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything you said after you said I won the debate. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for that. And it's totally cool that we disagree on, you know what I mean? Christians have different perceptions of how the law, and I taught one of the verse. I got 10 verses from an angel once. I just subscribed to your channel, and one of them is, for the wages of sin is Romans, I think it's 2:4. For the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of, it might be Romans 6:23 actually that you quoted. For the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord.
Amen.
That's what I'll put the 10 verses in the private chat, but Rand's been mad patient, so I'm gonna fall back.
Why, thank you. You know, this was a nice, you know, I'm trying to be nice here, but I've heard a lot of happy things, right? Somebody got to play the bad guy, so I'm gonna do it. All right. So I hear, oh well, we don't identify as Israelites because of Deuteronomy 28:68. First of all, that's the only reason why Israelite even exists in America, is because William S. Crowdy, William Christian, and Frank S. Cherry identified as Israelites because of Deuteronomy 28:68. They identified with the plight of the slave to the curses of Deuteronomy 28:68. They seen that they correlated. They said, you know what? This looks like us. This must be us. So everybody who's saying now, oh, well, you know, I identify as an Israelite because, you know, it just gives me a good purpose of identity. Nonsense. You identify with being an Israelite because of William S. Crowdy, William Christian, Frank S. Cherry identifying Deuteronomy 28:68, or the curses of Deuteronomy and 28, with the plight of the slave. Those curses have not stopped. We may not be in quote unquote chains anymore. Of course, you would have to talk to people who are locked up in prison. They would say different. Everybody who comes from prison says, you know what? When you in jail, it's just like being a slave. Why? Because of the 13th Amendment. When you become a felon and you go to prison, you are legally a slave again. It is literally the 13th Amendment. So has anything ever changed? No. It may be painted up nice and pretty nowadays. You may have capitalism. You may have people who can make their name what they want, or, you know, get you a business here or do something there, et cetera, but nothing has changed. It's just been painted up real pretty. White supremacy has existed, does exist, and until Mashiach comes back, will exist. That has not changed. So y'all can miss me with that little argument. Now, where y'all say there's no hate against Zion, all I'm hearing is, and I'm seeing in show, oh, Zion lost 4-0. Oh, it's 3-0. Oh, he just has no relevant arguments at all. That is nonsense. You're talking about one of the top scholars in the Israelite community. Okay, he is one of the top linguists who speaks the actual proper language, which is Lashon Kadosh, not Lashon Kadash. Okay, he speaks the proper language. He knows the proper language. He teaches the proper language. Y'all wanna crap so hard on rabbinics as Israelites who are self-proclaimed Israelites, Ryan. Okay, every self-proclaimed Israelite says that, hey, those Ashkenazic Jews, they're not the real Jews. They didn't come onto the scene until 740 AD. Well, that's interesting. If that is in fact true, and as self-proclaimed Israelites really believe that the Ashkenazic Jew is a convert, okay, then that means that every single text that was written before 740 AD doesn't belong to them. You know what that text would be? The oral tradition, which every Israelite after the 1960s seems to reject, because just like the elder said, during that period, that was the Black Power movement period. That's when everybody started to find themselves, quote unquote, find their little spot on the couch where, you know, which cushion is comfortable for them. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you're more Muslim, Israelite, Christian, Kemetic, whatever you want to be, whatever makes you feel black and proud. That's what the 60s did. Once that happened, the Israelite community split. That's where you get your One West and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Before that happened, though, you had rabbinic Israelites, period. Rabbi Matthews and them were all rabbinic Israelites. That didn't change until the 60s come, and they said, why everybody's talking about, oh, we don't want to get emotional. Let's not get emotional. That's just not the thing to do. Okay, first of all, it was emotion that changed the whole paradigm anyway, because they didn't want to identify with anything white. They didn't want to identify with anything Christian. They didn't want to identify with anything Ashkenazic. So they got away from all of that, which is how you get all of these new ways of thinking now. Now, I know nobody wants to get emotional, and I get that, and I respect that and all of that, what have you, but it is emotional from go. The point is, we have a paradigm called replacement theology, which the Romans have implemented ever since they came in, waged war on the Israelites who were in the Second Temple, destroyed the Second Temple, and dispersed us. First, they put us into slavery and had us build the Colosseum, put us in the Colosseum as fodder, entertainment, and then we got dispersed and et cetera, et cetera. How we got into Africa in the first place. You feel what I'm saying? So it's been a war. It's been, which is the whole point of Hanukkah. I know people don't want to celebrate Hanukkah because, oh, that's the white Jews. Look, everything before 740 AD is supposed to be you, Israelite. So if you think that you're an Israelite, if you believe you're an Israelite, then guess what? All of that is yours. Because of the 60s, you want to get away from it because you don't want to identify as an Ashkenazic Jew, right? That sounds kind of emotional to me for everybody who keeps saying, oh, we don't want to make this emotional. Yes, you do. It's already emotional. You just don't want no smoke. That's what you're saying you don't want. You don't want people to be uncomfortable. But the whole reason why we're here is because of uncomfortability. The One West Israelites are on the streets making people very uncomfortable. People like Ryan Apologetics. So people like Ryan Apologetics become Ryan Apologetics. You feel what I'm saying? They come up with a doctrine to bang on Israelites and say, you know what? You guys aren't the real Israelites because et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All your doctrine is lame, it's trash. You need to stop it so you can stop telling us that we're going to be slaves when the Mashiach comes back. Because, well, that's what the Israelites are saying. Sounds like a pretty emotional argument to me. Okay, so it's emotional whether you want it to be or not. You can say you don't want it to be emotional, but it is. Okay.
How long do I got to listen to him miscategorize what I said?
Until I'm finished. So anyway,
now
you already knew I was gonna let you take off first.
I'll cook you right now, fam.
You'll have your opportunity
right now.
You'll have your opportunity.
And be
let
respectful
me
because
finish. And I didn't come at you, Black Jedi. You didn't even let me say anything about you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't come at you, Black Jedi. Well, you know what? If you said it ain't emotional, I guess I did. You know what I'm saying?
What I said was we don't argue from emotion. I didn't say nothing about it not being emotional.
Well, how you gonna say you don't argue from emotion if it ain't emotional? Now, I understand what you're saying. I'm not ignorant. I understand what you're saying, Black Jedi. I understand what you're saying. But if debates don't have emotion in them, then they're not debates, bro. It's called edutainment. That means in a debate, there's going to be emotion, bro. You can't come to a debate lame and monotone and happy. And let's just make sure we don't hurt anybody's feelings because we don't want to cross any unnecessary lines. That's trash, fam. You don't go to a boxing match just to see defense. That's why people didn't like Mayweather's post-career. They like his pre-career, before he hurt his hands when he was going in there knocking him out. That's what you pay tickets to see. You don't pay tickets to go in there and see somebody be nice. You don't pay tickets to see somebody go in there and just play defense. You pay for offense, fam. You pay for emotion. You pay for excitement. You pay for entertainment. So when it comes to a debate, you bring both scholarship and entertainment, which is emotion. You bring some smoke. You want your opponent to be a little dirty, you be a little dirty. That's how it works. Now, people may say, oh, well, that's not nice. That's trash. That's called a debate. You're supposed to come there with personality and scholarship. You win the debate both ways, fam. That's how people win elections. They don't always have all the right answers. Most of them don't do crap anyway once they get elected. But you know what they do? Just what you said. Win the people, fam. How do you win the people? With emotion. You get them on your side. Is it a cult following? Unfortunately, but that's the way the human mind works. Now, to finish what I was saying, okay, so
you got 60 seconds, bro.
All right, cool. So when you're talking about, it's amazing how I get 60 seconds, but I let everybody speak so long. Even Ryan said,
If you wouldn't lob allegations, if you wouldn't lob so many allegations, you could take off and land with a lot more.
I never said nothing. I let everybody speak, bro. I didn't interrupt. I wasn't rude. It's just my time to fly. Can I fly till I land?
My man Zaynon said, let you get it out. I'm gonna
thank
go
you.
on mute and let you.
I greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, so like I said, when it comes to this whole situation here, y'all want to discredit my More, Zion Lexx, saying that he came with no points. The only point that you guys are actually trying to get him on, and I'm even saying trying, is the dual fulfillment, which even the elder explained dual fulfillment. Okay. And that's another answer to your question, Mr. Wired Apologetics. You said, well, what did the Israelites do that put us into the transatlantic slave trade? The man answered your question. When when Yeshua was convicted, what did the Jews say? What did the Israelites say? Let his blood be upon us and our children. Because homie said, yo, his blood ain't on me. I find no guilt in this man. I am not about to try him. The Israelites said, no, let his blood be on us and our children. Guess what happens after that? 70 AD, the fall of the temple. Then you got the Inquisition. Then you got the exile. You got the transatlantic slave trade, bro. Guess what? We are the Israelites. That is the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28 and 68, whether you want to agree with that or not, bro. The elder answered your question. So if you have a question, well, what sin did they do? There you go. All right. I would think that would be a pretty strong enough sin since it's a perpetual covenant. And since we yet again broke the commands of the Most High Yah for us to go through such a horrible event. I don't agree with it. I think it is traumatic to identify with a curse. While everybody's saying, yeah, you're identifying with a curse. You shouldn't do that. I don't want to identify with no curse, bro. But if anybody is of the Abrahamic faith whatsoever, everybody identifies with a curse. It's called the Adamic curse. It's called the curse of Adam. You identify with a curse regardless of whether you want to identify with a curse or not. If you believe in God from the Bible, we're all under a curse, bro. It's the curse of Adam. You believe you have, as a man, have to work for your food, and as a woman, she has pain through child labor. That has never ended. There's enmity between a man and a woman. He just spoke about the separation of women getting women coming after men coming after women. Enmity. So everybody identifies with a curse. So you can't say, well, I don't want to identify with the curse of Deuteronomy 28:68 because it's traumatic. Well, first of all, it is very traumatic. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you on that. But everybody identifies with the curse if you're of the Abrahamic faith, point blank, period. So not identifying with the curse because you don't like the particular one doesn't rule out every curse because it still exists. You know what I'm saying? So Zion Lexx brought out several points, several that make Deuteronomy 28 and 68 stick, right? We talking about gorilla glue. Okay, to say that he lost every single round, you ask me, where's the hate coming from? Sound like hate to me, right? He lost every single round. That's trash, bro. The man did not lose every single round. The only thing you can get him on, if you want to get him on anything, is he didn't stick to the dual fulfillment, which it's still a dual fulfillment. So he's not even wrong about that. Because if we're using the Assyrian captivity, if you want to say, well, he got away from that, so it doesn't count. Wrong, it still counts because it's still a dual fulfillment. The Assyrian captivity was one fulfillment, and the transatlantic slave trade was another. But you know where he's saying that it's not a dual fulfillment on that one? Because he's saying in the Assyrian captivity, they didn't go in ships. It only happened in the transatlantic slave trade. So he's still not wrong. So for y'all to sit there and say that he lost every round is a lie, fam, because he argued that in the Assyrian captivity, they didn't go on ships. Ryan's argument is they did go on ships, and his way to prove that was he put everything on the ship except for human beings. So that's where Zion was saying, well, you're cut on that because you got everything on the doggone ship except for a human being. In the transatlantic slave trade, guess what? There ain't no logs under the boat. It's people, fam. Those people are us. So the man didn't lose the debate. He smashed you, Ryan. And for y'all to come on here and say that, well, you know, I didn't like his points and I didn't like his attitude and I didn't like the way he presented things and he was wrong and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're all full of cap, fam. The man handled his business from top to bottom. So for y'all to try to discredit him, sound like hate to me. You feel what I'm saying? So unfortunately,
but it's not though. And again, we can judge something and have a difference of opinion and disagree with him and you, and it not be hate. Your points that you're making are so
right.
hyper emotional, man.
No,
That
they're not. No, they're not hyper emotional. They're just
they
factual.
are because the
They're
whole
just
thing, and then
factual,
you're
fam.
being very
Am
demonstrative,
I
saying,
putting
"Oh, we
emotion in
said
it?
we
Yes,
made him.
but
He
they're
lost every round."
factual
You're
points.
saying things that I don't even
Nothing I
think
have
that you
said has
heard.
been wrong whatsoever at all. You just
my
don't
more.
like what I'm
Every
saying.
time you say my more, my this, you're taking personal ownership of Zion Lex as if he belongs to you and you here to be his shield and protect him. Nobody's attacking him that way. Now,
Yes,
I
you are.
thought overall Ryan won the debate based on the points that he presented, and I thought that Zion could have. In fact, I expected him to do a better job, and so I was disappointed when
So
he
how did he
didn't.
disappoint you? What did he
First of
not
all,
do? What did he not?
Let me get him, Elder. First of all, I normally ride with him
The elder interrupted me. I was talking.
in these particular debates, and I expected to hear more from him and not what I saw. Now the debate is both audio and visual, so I'm
Yeah,
looking
watch it.
as well. I'm looking as well, and yeah, I can have my opinion and be disappointed on based on what I saw. You know why? Because from
Why?
as you said, from a scholar, a top scholar in the Israelite community, I have the right to expect more. And when you
Well, I'm
and
asking
when
you,
you
what
and,
did
then,
you
and
see?
hold on,
What disappointed you?
anything that you admire or love, you have every right to criticize it and to have an expectation of it. And when it doesn't rise to the level of that expectation, you have a right to criticize it. You don't have to just go along to get along. That means
Gotcha.
you lack integrity and you're dishonest. That's like telling a woman who can't cook, "Oh, baby, this is so delicious." You're
Oh my
just
God.
lying, and you need to tell her the truth. "Baby, this don't taste good. It's nasty. Let's help you out, or let me tell you where you went wrong. I can't eat this."
Okay.
And so you got to be honest. And the
So tell me
problem
where
with a
his
lot,
dish wasn't tasty, bro. Where did he lack seasoning,
the
or
problem
where did he
with a lot of
overcook?
these debates, especially from the pro-black crowd, is that it's the same attitude we have in the park on the basketball court when a white boy show up to shoot ball. He ain't gonna win. We gonna clobber him. It's the same attitude when we get in the boxing ring. We about to knock this white boy out. That's the underlying attitude in all these types of discussions when the other person on the other side of the argument don't look like us. Now,
No.
and I hate that because
It's
again,
when the white boy comes on. It's when the white man comes on the court.
exposes hypocrisy and a lack of integrity and unrighteousness in us. And we make all these claims about who we're supposed to be. Number one, talking about how we're supposed to be Israel. But when you act like that, the very thing you doing is the reason why those curses come upon us, because of all these types of bad behaviors that lead to bigger bad behaviors. The little lies turn into big lies, and you're just living a lie because you can't tell the truth. You can't let other people even have their own opinion. You want to control and dictate how other people think. And when it don't line up with what you want them to think or how you want them to say things, all of a sudden it's hate, it's this, that, and the other. So you have to denigrate and you have to put down other people to try to browbeat them or bully them into seeing things the way you see it.
Negative. Wrong.
You know
Wrong.
better than the slave.
You're wrong, bro.
Mentality. Because instead of using a bullwhip, you want to use your words and you want to use your behavior. And it don't work like that. If we're going to be intellectually honest and have some integrity, we have to allow free thought. We have to allow people to express themselves. And then we have to be able to discuss it without acting like kids throwing a temper tantrum. Now,
do I get to talk now without being interrupted?
Fine. I ain't got no problem with that. But I don't.
I get to talk.
And you got a problem with that.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
And
Can I go?
It's popcorn going right now. Everybody can come off mute.
I got you. Okay, so now it's amazing that you're talking about emotion. You sounded pretty emotional to me just now.
I never
right?
brought up emotion to begin with. I'm talking about you when emotion.
I'm the only person.
I'm
the only person that brought up emotion.
Debate.
Just so you know.
Okay, you can have emotion, but it cannot drive the debate. When emotion is all you have, you lost the debate.
Okay, well, I apologize. I discredited you when I said you brought up emotion. You didn't. You see what I'm saying?
With no
but that being said, you are still in this little think tank here. You're still in this little group that's all saying Zion Lexx lost. I'm literally telling y'all and showing y'all why.
This ain't no little thing. No, stop doing that. I'm not going to let you do that to me. I'm going to interrupt you.
No, man, you let me finish. You're supposed to be an elder, bro. You're supposed to be an example to me. All right. Be an example to me. Be humble like I was humble, and let me finish talking, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because all you're doing now is you're proving yourself wrong. You're being the very person we're talking about. You're saying I shouldn't be, so that we can be better.
All right, let me my guy go around for a quick second.
And we're participating in a conversation. You know what a quorum is, brother? Something that Israelites had when people of intelligence and of age got together and had discussions.
Man, miss me with the intelligence and age part, because if all of y'all saying the same thing, you're all doing the same thing. Not one single person is giving this man Zion Lexx.
Blacktastic, respectfully, me and Brumman finna talk real quick. So, since you don't want to be respectful and talk to the elder, you're gonna talk to me.
Then you're gonna talk to me.
If before you go, I was being respectful. Okay, I was talking.
No way.
Hold on, just before, but please,
no way,
respectfully, please.
No way,
please. Hold on. I listened to everybody talk, fam. I said nothing. That went on for at least 30 minutes, bro. Even Ryan said, the person who I'm here banging on said, you know what? We've all had our say. Ron has been listening patiently. Let's let him go. You said, I believe, that you were going to let me talk when I get my chance. I waited patiently. While I'm talking, who comes in and cuts me off and interrupts me? The elder that you're saying that I'm not respecting. Am I wrong?
No.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
No,
it's on you. Go ahead.
So did you just call him an elder, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Did you just call him an elder, yes or no?
Does that mean he gets to cut me off when I'm talking?
100%. That's exactly.
No way. Stop that. Stop.
That's
An elder means you're supposed to be as respectful.
Your mother can't
as
stop you. Your mother can't stop you. Your mother can't tell you to be quiet.
Man, he ain't my mother or my father.
Right now he is. The moment you called him,
no, he is not. It didn't miss me with that. An elder is supposed to be as respectful as the people he's leading.
In that case, what we're going to do is this: we're going to demonstrate what he just said to you. We're going to demonstrate what he just said to you, right? So what he just said is you're trying to implement your ideas on everybody. And what we're all telling you is we don't believe what you believe. So either you're thick and don't hear what we're saying, but I know you do because I heard you acknowledge it earlier. And you heard we were able to slowly walk you through the arguments that he was not making. So anyone who's heard this whole conversation and watched it has watched you enter in with your emotion, lobbing attacks at people left, right, and center. And then had to slow down and recognize, you know what? You're not making the same arguments that he's making in his own debate. That Zion's making, right? Not at all. And then missing the fact that me and Aeon both said, had we taken this debate, we would have washed Ryan in a whole different set of ways.
Chill. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no worry. And shout out to Ryan. Like, so Again, you've missed it. We've already talked to Ryan about his arguments that we thought he did that weren't as strong, etc., and what he could have did better on. Right? You've already done that. So there's no need for me to be repetitive with him again. Again, he actually literally told you what we said. What we told him, right?
What? Wait, which ones? What are you talking about? Just remind me which ones.
We were talking about the numbers and whatnot.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah, I totally still. I'm not saying you guys can wash me on that number thing. I still don't
exactly. No worry. And why? See, and we're all cool. Do you see? I was not beef, Rand. You see, we can literally agree to disagree and talk like men. Talk like men.
Yeah,
so as a man, I'm telling you, we don't all identify with Deuteronomy 28. You want to say that the only way people can know about it is through Crowdy and Cherry. I'm sorry, fam. That is a logical fallacy. You might not understand what that is.
Or Orthodox moral.
Hold on, whoa. My mother told me I'm connected to a Jewish population. That had nothing to do with Crowdy or Cherry, fam. When I investigated that story, I found out my father's people who I can directly connect myself to across the pond, fam. I can directly connect myself to these populations, right? I've done the work for that. I can go into their history and see where they're connected to Jewish populations. Ain't had nothing to do with no Cherry or Crowdy, right, fam? And that's why I consider and tell you, I've done work you haven't done. I've done work Zion hasn't done. That's why Zion doesn't like me, because I can speak from a place of authority on this. There's no Christian apologist out there who will debate me on my claim on connecting to any Jewish group I'm talking about. None whatsoever, because I've done work that they look at and they run from. Fam. I've shown it to them. I've shown it. You can go on my channel and actually see it happening live, fam. So what I'm telling you is, I have no beef with Zion whatsoever. I have beef with his lazy argumentation in this debate because he's too smart for that argument. 100% too smart for that argument. And so if you want me, check this out. If you feel like he did so great on this debate, how about you go to your Morey and beg him for the debate he won't take with me about Isaiah 58 over Isaiah 20 or Deuteronomy 28? How should we identify it?
I heard you say Isaiah 58
now,
before.
Hold on. Now, I'm done talking. I'm gonna let my man Anon go in.
Hold on. So I don't get to speak my piece.
When he's done talking, you got it.
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead,
No, you got it, bro. Because I'm gonna be honest. I'm finna lighten everything you said. So go ahead.
With the saber, you're gonna use the saber.
No, I'm gonna use this big ass foot. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. So anyway, now I know you said it earlier that you identify as an Israelite with Isaiah 58, and if I'm not mistaken, and if I am, I apologize, Orthodox more. I thought I heard you agree with him about Isaiah 58. So what y'all said, and if I'm wrong about
brought it up, and he agreed with me.
Okay.
Because I'm the only one. I'm actually the only one on the panel that said I'll use Deuteronomy 28.
As I said, y'all said
I will smoke.
Actually, we both said we could win this debate from Deuteronomy 28. I just wouldn't take I said I would never take this debate, but if I did, I could win this debate. So me and Adams are both saying we could win this argument, right? So we're not saying it's we're not saying it's an unwinnable argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you understand that concept?
I'm just curious. I'm curious. It just
real quick. I'm asking you, can you understand the concept that we're not saying it's an unwinnable argument?
Which argument? What are you talking about?
Deuteronomy 28.
What do you mean it's an unwinnable argument?
We're saying it's not. Listening is an art. It's not an unwinnable argument.
No, so many people are talking as well as me. I didn't hear what you said. So
not so many people, bro. It's two people, and you clearly know because we're
waiting. It's still well. Anyway, what did you say?
Man, this is what I said. I'm done with you. I'm finna cook everything.
Can you read the screen? It says he literally didn't hear Anonymous and I say we would have won this debate taking a different route had we wanted to.
Yeah, I get that.
Meaning we don't believe it's an unwinnable argument.
Cool. Okay, that's cool. My whole thing is this. Okay, the Israelite paradigm exists in America, to my knowledge, right? Unless you're a descendant from those who went to Savannah, Georgia, back, whenever with the whole pews thing going on. You feel what I'm saying?
And for the record, I'm the first person to go there and take them pictures. I'm finna cook everything you said.
That's great. Okay, so unless you're descended from those peoples who even they went Christian, right? So unless you're descended from the peoples from Savannah, Georgia, right, who actually kept their Israelite identity, you know what I'm saying? Are you really going to sit here and try to convince me that everybody just thinks they're an Israelite, not because of the movement that happened in the late 1800s? Because that's the only way I know it to exist.
You brought up Cherry and Crowley too.
And I'm talking about America. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not talking about what's going on the other side of the pond. I'm talking about over here in America, where the whole awakening, which is what we proudly say all the time, you know, us self-proclaimed Israelites, the awakening of being an Israelite is because of the correlation of the curses of Deuteronomy 28 to the plight of the black man. I personally, and I don't see anywhere in it in any type of scholarship, see where there are a group of African-American Jewry over here in this country who are proclaiming themselves as Jews, as a wide range of people making this an Israelite movement. Half the people don't even know about what Israel is. This is still something that's new to most people who aren't even in the larger territories where the larger cities are, New York, Chicago, et cetera, et cetera. Most smaller communities, they don't even know about Israelites. You know how they know about Israelites? If they know about Israelites, from YouTube and social media. Other than that, they ain't even heard of an Israelite, bro. You know what I'm saying? So to try to convince me that Israelites are just like Christians and Islam as far as their well-known popularity goes, that's a lie, bro.
All right,
The
now here's the issue, bro. Like I'm done. Like I let you go get this tussle. Number one, you sat up here and gish galloped the whole time. I'm gonna show you the difference between what you talking about and what edutainment is. You made 14 points. I'm finna cook them all because I sat here and wrote them down. And I'm gonna show you how your moray should have been rebutted. Since you want to talk about knowing about debate and edutainment. Number one, no one made the argument about disparaging Crowley and Cherry, right? So that's a non sequitur to the argument. No one said that they didn't do great things. No one said that they weren't important. All we said was that we can make an argument about them coming off the slave ships, especially with the Savannah argument, since you want to go there. But the other argument is the co-religionist argument, meaning the conversation revolves around us being able to identify, because we did have a mixture of Judaism, Christianity, and Muslim worship coming off that slave ship. So that means that we can now start to chase that back to worship practices on the west coast of Africa, then trace that back to migratory patterns using linguistics and using the proper genetic conversation, which is what me and my brother's been doing for the last 6 years, probably 7 years consistently. So to sit here and pretend as though we're discrediting your moray, no one is discrediting Zion. Everybody sat here and said, we think he's brilliant. We expected more from him. We think he's amazing. No one said he didn't know the language. Once again, your emotion. See that, brother? This is what edutainment sounds like. This is what edutainment looks like. I'm educating
You're on two. You have 12 more to go.
Be quiet. I'm educating you on your poor argument. Now, let's get to it. Now, you want them? Okay, so number one, you talked about people in the chat. Oh, they're chaotic. They're talking this. People are hating on Zion. They're the chat, bro. That's what they're there for. They're there to be entertained. They're there to interact with what we're saying. Let them say whatever. Stop worrying about the chat. That's the first point. You're so worried
I never
about
mentioned the chat. I'm talking about y'all.
All you got to do is let me finish, my guy. Notice I didn't interrupt you. Everyone else did. I waited for my chance to cook you. This is how I know you don't debate, because if you would debate me and interrupt me, I'm going to kick it all the way down the street. I ain't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. Be respectful. Appreciate it, fam. Now, you did talk about the chat because you kept talking about everybody in the chat saying Zion got 4-0 and, everyone in the chat saying they're hating on him. It was only people on here that I heard 4-0 was from Moore, and then Judah probably said something, but a lot of that came from the chat. Right, your arguments and everything that you were arguing about was coming from the chat. The second
thing was Orthodox Moore who put it in the chat.
I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. Don't interrupt me again. Right, not because I'm a tough guy, but because it's showing your skirt right now. Right,
yes, sir.
It's showing your skirt. Be respectful. Appreciate you. Now, the rabbinic Israelites and all of this, right? This is our argument, bro. We're not knocking rabbinic Judaism and people dealing with the rabbis, right? Now, I don't make the argument, right? But the argument was not so much about, oh, he used rabbis. The argument was that he used rabbis to argue against the scripture instead of just arguing with Ryan's interpretation of the scripture, right? I need you to really listen to what people are saying. So before you run back and tattletale to your moray and start talking about what people said, at least get it right. Right? The argument, once again, was not the fact that he used the rabbis. It was how it was used. And then he didn't come back and combat what was said in the word. Here goes my next point. We didn't say don't get emotional. This is my favorite one. What I said was don't argue from emotion. So in other words, I don't have to sit here and use George Floyd. Peace and blessings to George Floyd and his family. I am not negating what happened to the King George Floyd. So don't take that and run with it either. But what I'm saying is in that argument, at that point in time, it's not necessary. Maintain the discipline and argue and be more entertaining by inflection, changing the tone of your voice, choosing when you point, when you take shots and what shots to take. Now, next point, this supersessionalism argument. I'm going to give it to you, bro. It is a supersessionalism argument. And as the only person on this panel who has argued vocab about supersessionalism, we all understand it. But that wasn't the debate that he made. So once again, tying it back to your point, you're arguing points that he never made. Zion didn't argue supersessionalism. He called him a racist. And that's going to be my later point, right? So when you hear it, I'm not duplicating it, but I'm just touching on it in advance, right? Supersessionalism is a thing, but it wasn't a part of the argument. If you wanted to tie it into that, you should have made it a part of the argument. This is all we're saying, bro. You're emotional about things that are not a part of the argument. And then you said something about Hanukkah. Oh, bro, all my kids celebrate Hanukkah. You should think before you speak. We don't have a problem with Hanukkah. You're sitting here arguing things that have nothing to do with what was said on this panel today. Now, if you want to go find Israelites that don't deal with Hanukkah, go find them and go argue with them and beat your chest with Zion there. But we don't got a problem with Hanukkah. Once again, you're making arguments that ain't got nothing to do with the entire conversation. The Ashkenazi Jew thing, once again, completely off topic. No one's making an argument for or against Ashkenazi Jewry. Some of our brothers deal with them, some of our brothers don't, right? But to sit here and bring the Ashkenazi Jewry argument up into this conversation, once again, is non sequitur. No one is arguing from that standpoint. Honestly, it wasn't even necessary to make the argument because Ryan's argument had nothing to do with Ashkenazi Jewry. It had everything to do with supersessionalism, though. And that's what he probably should have focused more on, right? Because he could have made a hell of an argument about replacement theology, right? Because the Ashkenazi Jewish conversation is not necessarily from replacement theology. You could argue from it, but really it's the Christians that have a replacement or supersessionalism argument, right? Let me keep going. The point about the cult following or the One West thing, fam, we understood that Ryan wanted to debate One West. He didn't get it, so he was debating Zion. The people that you're talking about, and I'm going to keep it a buck. I love Cap. I love Priest Daniela. I got love for Gorilla Hebrew. None of us are One West Israelites. None of us were brought up in One West Israelites. None of us sit here and cape for One West Israelism, right? So once again, you're bringing up points that are null and void. You sat here and went on an emotional rant for 20 minutes almost about stuff that nobody said, had nothing to do with the argument, it had nothing to do with the points. Had nothing to do with the points that anybody on this thing made, right? Saying that we discredited Zion. No, we did not. Once again, everybody sat here and gave him compliment after compliment. And as a matter of fact, the only reason that people are upset is because of how brilliant we know he is. The brother Moore said he expected more out of him. The elder said he expected more out of him. No one discredited him. They just disagree with his points on a debate, fam. If your moray is not strong enough to stand up to someone disagreeing with him, then why are you following him? Now, I'm not saying that he's not strong enough to do that. Let me clarify that before you go run and tattle on that as well. I'm not saying that he can't stand on it. But what I'm saying is you're making irrelevant arguments. And it's ignorant, bro, because this is the type of stuff that creates confusion and conflict in the community. No one said that we're discrediting Zion. No one said that you shouldn't go to Hebrew Academy. And you should, by the way. I'm a cake for it, by the way, because the brother does a great job on teaching the language. So if you want to go learn the language, go learn from the brother. There you go. No one's discrediting your moray. So stop sitting up here and acting like we are. No one's discrediting him. It's our actual love and respect for his scholarship that makes us say we want to see more. Right? And this ties me into my next point about the Gish Gallop. Bro, you got to learn about debate, right? If you're going to sit up here and be so focused, right? You want to be so focused and get all of this stuff in and you want to protect them, then you need to understand how to make your point. You sat up here and made Gish Gallop arguments. I mean, you throwing all type of stuff on the wall to see what's going to stick, and then none of it got nothing to do with this argument, right? As a matter of fact, you really did was a straw man, and I call you the straw man burners. That's what I do in the debate. You built a whole straw man and burnt it down, right? You created argument after argument after argument that nobody made and then burnt it down. Now, this is the thing about the 4-0, and I want to come back to this, right? I was one of the main people that gave you the areas where I felt he should have did better. It was in the rapid fire round where they were interacting, right? I talked about the dual prophecy versus perpetual concept, but I also, what you failed to understand, the rebuttal part. The rebuttal is a major part of the debate. Zion's disdain and lack of respect for Ryan's scholarship wouldn't allow him to actually engage properly in making a great rebuttal argument, like I'm going point for point here. Instead, he would dismiss a lot of his time. Oh, I ain't got nothing else to say. He would throw away his time. He was so nonchalant and cavalier because he knew, based on the poll, that he already smoked Ryan. So therefore, it was no need to continue to try to rebut. So when you go back and watch those 3 minutes that he gets before he goes into his next presentation point, those 3 minutes are valuable for people who watch the debate. Why? Because part of this, if you want to call it edutainment, part of edutainment is teaching people how to stand on a square. It's not just good enough to present. You got to learn how to rebut, how to tear another person's argument down. Zion didn't do that, not because he couldn't, because he didn't respect Ryan enough to even get busy with it, right? He didn't even engage with it, right? And now, finally, and I'm gonna tie these two together, right? The edutainment and the crowdy thing. And I'm going back here because I want to spend the last moments here, bro. Right now, I want you to understand. See, now I can calm down. Everything that I'm saying to you and I'm giving you is not personal, but I want you to understand how you should actually view these things and what edutainment should really look like. Right? If I want to cook you, I can go point by point by point and be just as demonstrative as I want to, and then slow it right back down and get right back into my bag. That's what professional debaters do. You understand what I'm saying? You sat here and made all of these points, bro, and I say maybe 10% addressed with people. So you had a point because Moore said 4-0, right? I give you that one. So you had a point because Moore said 4-0. That doesn't demonstrate hate. That demonstrates his viewpoint of the debate. I'm going to be honest. I would agree. I would at least give Zion round one, right? Because I didn't feel like Ryan was really as into his first round presentation as I would have liked to see, right? So I at least give Zion round one. And like I said, the reason that I haven't done my review is because I want to go back and watch it for a third time, which means I've watched it twice and taken notes, but I want to go back and watch it for a third time to make sure that I'm not being a hater, as you want to say, right? The issue that I have with you, brother, is not so much that you up here caping for your moray. I'm proud of that, right? Stand up for your brother, but actually make the proper arguments, fam. You argued all around the rainbow today. I ain't gonna say rainbow because we don't deal with the rainbow, but you argued all around the mountain today and didn't one time really address what most of these people were saying, with the exception of the 4-0 argument. You accuse the elder of hating on him. You accuse Moore hating on him. You say you see all this hate when these brothers are literally saying that they got love for Zion. The only person that really has even had an actual interaction, a negative interaction with Zion, would be the brother Moore. Even when Judah was up here, he was talking about the situation between him and Deviana. He's still not saying he hate the brother. They just got issues. But I was the first person to come here and raise my hand and say, I don't hate the brother. I love the brother, right? If you're going to be an ambassador for that brother, then come in and deal with people in a way that they want to deal with you and keep building with you. So that way you can build a better name and a better brand for the brother. Because the point that they said is true. A lot of people feel disconnected from the moray. I don't, because I know what it's like to get tired of dealing with certain people. But a lot of the lay people, the people who are not as intelligent or whatever you would view them as, it feels like you're disconnected because the brother don't want to deal with you if you're not on his scholastic level or whatever, right? That's the point that they was making. But you're so angry and so quick to knock people that you're not listening to their heart. You're not listening to their soul. That's the last part about debate, bro. You got to learn how to listen to the underlying argument and then attack it. I appreciate you for listening to me. But the point was, and this is the overarching point, when you make these arguments and you want to come here and stand up for it, make sure that you actually address what people are saying. Go ahead.
Are you done? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I got to say, if that was you cooking me, my guy, I'm not even thawed out. Okay. So, first and foremost, when I made the point about, let's just start with what was in the chat. Like you already said, that was Orthodox Moore who was saying that. And it was also Judah Nass who was saying that. Those two people were on the panel. So I didn't address the chat. I addressed the people who were on the panel. They were putting those things in the chat. So that's who I was addressing. When I was talking about rabbinic Judaism, I was addressing Judah Nass and Orthodox Moore because they both was throwing shots at Zion for using rabbinic Judaism as a source, which is what he used it for. He used it as a source, fam, which is why he was attacking Ryan Apologetics, because he didn't have any sources. So his whole point of using rabbinic Judaism was as a source. Those two were trying to knock him for using rabbinic Judaism when he was only using it as a source. Okay. Now, when it comes to me bringing up Hanukkah, I brought up Hanukkah for one reason and one reason only, because it ties all into what people don't want to say is emotional. But what it ties all into is the whole battle of replacement theology versus original Israel. Replacement theology is just that. It is trying to get rid of Israel. In replacement theology, the Catholics, they thought that the Jews were going to be done away with. They thought they were all going to die out. Obviously, that ain't happening. You feel what I'm saying? But their goal was to replace the Jews with themselves, the same way the Roman Catholics, the same way the Romans and the Greeks did with the Cometics, they were also trying to do with the Jews. You feel what I'm saying? So what they did was they took the Kemetic theology as well as the Jewish theology, merged them into one, and created the Christianity that exists today, which is the replacement theology with the whole everything they're talking about. We are new Israel, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I brought up Hanukkah, because all that ties into one. Hanukkah was obviously the war that they fought against the Greeks, who were coming in and trying to take over from the first place. It went from the Greeks to the Romans. So that's why I brought up Hanukkah, because it's all talking about the same damn war, the one that still exists today, that's bringing up the emotion that you hear coming out of me now that I know nobody wants to hear. But it has not changed. The reason why he called Ryan Apologetics a racist wasn't just to throw shots at him, and it wasn't just an ad hominem. The racism is, what is racism? Racism is one people group has enough power to oppress another people group. What would you call? Oh, that's right, replacement theology. When that people group has the power to try to oppress the other people group, which would be the Jews. So that same war exists all the way to today. So all these, Caucasian people who are Christian apologetics, who want to use replacement theology to say that Israel is not even relevant anymore, right? The Jews ain't even relevant anymore. We're new Israel. We're the new Jews. And by the way, that goes for all the Black Christian apologists, or just Christians, period, who agree with that nonsense. That's why I brought up Hanukkah, because it all ties into one, just like with everything that I just said that addresses all of that. What I'm saying that y'all are hating on the man is you're not respecting the scholarship that the man did bring to the table. You feel what I'm saying? Yes, Orthodox Moore, new Jews, right? If you're a scholar, you know what I'm talking about. So I don't even get that statement. But anyway, so you're not addressing any of the scholarship that the man brought out. You're nitpicking things. You're nitpicking the things that you didn't like that he brought to the table. Why? I don't know, because like I said, it's a debate. You feel what I'm saying? He brought information to the table. He brought sources. He attacked Ryan because he didn't bring any sources. Apparently the source Ryan brought was two sources. One, Zion was one of the sources, and two, the Bible was the other source. What Zion is trying to say is, in a scholarly debate, you can't use the Bible as a source because it's not credible to most scholars. In an academic setting, you're not going to bring in a Bible and say, hey, here's my source for everything. Everything I say out of this Bible is going to be relevant. And because I believe it, You have to believe me. Nobody thinks that's relevant. That's why you guys are using the argument that you don't agree with Deuteronomy 28 and 68 to identify as an Israelite. You go with, I guess it's Isaiah 58, right? That's the point he's making. You can't use just the Bible as a source. Why? Because there are going to be differing opinions when it comes to that. So it's not credible enough. You have to use actual scholarship, proof, things that this man brought out in all 3 rounds that he brought forth. The reason why he was cutting the man off, which I feel some type of way about that he cut off when he was doing the rebuttal round or what have you, is because he didn't have the respect for what the man was saying. He made the points that he knew that were relevant, and with the points that Ryan was making weren't relevant. The only thing Ryan actually got him on is when he said, how many Israelites were in the transatlantic slave trade, right? 12 million. So he got him right there. Why? Because he was trying to do it the whole night. He wants to make the point that, can you prove that they were Israelites? If you say there were Israelites on the boat, can you prove that they were Israelites? So now the question is, how many Israelites are there? Well, et cetera, et cetera. How can you prove that? How do you know that that number, whatever it was, whether it be 2 million, et cetera, how do you know they're Israelites? You just addressed that point. You just addressed that point with the DNA and all of that. You can't prove that they're Israelites just because you say there's an X amount of people on the boat who are Israelites. You can't prove they're Israelites just because of that. That's why he wanted to do the whole number thing. Zion danced around it. You feel me? He didn't bite, right? He didn't bite the bait that the man was trying to throw out there. But when he finally did bite, and when he finally did get him on it, and he actually said 12 million, right? Because Ryan kept saying, 12.5 million, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the numbers, right? In the transatlantic slave trade, as far as the number of slaves, is 12 plus million. So when Ryan asked him, he tripped him up, fam. He said 12 million. He was supposed to jump on him right there. But Ryan didn't. And y'all talking about there shouldn't be emotion in a debate. There shouldn't be some dirty play. Hold on, I'm not done yet.
I'm gonna let you rock. I'm gonna let you rock. I just don't want you. I want to clear this up. No one said there shouldn't be emotion. Please stop saying that. We said don't make an argument from emotion. Do you understand?
I don't understand how those are separate.
Okay, so
yeah, no, you're right. I got you on that one too, boss. I appreciate you bringing that up because I actually forgot that one. Good deal, boss. I like you. So anyway,
before you go further, I just want to make it clear. No one was mad about Zion's emotion. No one was bad about Zion's attitude or the tone of his voice.
Yeah, I did bring up the fact that you didn't like that he was cutting it short at the end of That's not
emotional.
I said it wasn't respectful.
I know. I didn't say it wasn't respectful. What I said was that it shows a lack of wanting to engage in the argument. He thought he was so much better than Ryan.
Because he was.
Cool. Guess what? I think I'm so much better than you, but I took the time to write down
everything. I'm crushing you right now, bro. You're not even letting me finish. You're getting smashed on everything you said. You being an experienced debater, I am smashing you, fam. I'm throwing myself out because I'm hot. You had nothing to do with it. Your soul ain't even got no gas in it.
I hear you. Right. I'm happy for you. You feel great. So, but the point that I'm making is this, right? I need you to kind of stop saying certain things. Now, make no mistake. I have written down everything you said right here too, right? But what I'm noticing is all you're doing is just repeating what I'm saying and then qualifying why you were gish galloping. That's not a good argument, right? You're qualifying.
No, I'm correcting what you were saying, fam.
You're qualifying.
I'm explaining what you were saying, fam.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm doing.
I did a great job explaining myself. Go ahead and
finish. You did a great job explaining yourself and helped me go ahead and cut everything down that you just said because I knew everything you were saying because I knew everything I said. You thought that I was just, as you say, throwing stuff on the wall to make it stick. Negative, fam. Everything I said had relevance to it, just like that.
And it's all washing off, right?
Gotcha. So now let's bring up the part where you say you shouldn't bring emotion into it, i.e., introducing George. Introducing George Floyd into the debate, trying to win the people emotionally. The only reason The only reason why he brought up George Floyd, because he's not the only one he brought up. He also brought up the woman that called the little man the N-word. The reason why I brought that up is because he's correlating the curses. Bam. That's the reason why he brought that up, because it's a correlation to the curses of Deuteronomy 28. It said there will be no respect for the elder or the child, or however that goes. It's a correlation to the curses, which is the whole point of the debate. Is there a dang on correlation between the transatlantic slave trade, which most Israelites stand on, and Deuteronomy 28 and 68? Well, if you can correlate the things that are happening from beginning even all the way up to now with the curses on Deuteronomy 28 and 68, it kind of makes it a hard argument to deny. Ryan Apologetics' point is none of that fits y'all. Ryan Apologetics' point is none of these curses fit us today. That is trash. All of the curses fit us, and that's why he brought up George Floyd and the little boy with the woman calling him the N-word, because he was correlating the curses with those two situations, fam. It had nothing to do with emotion. He's correlating the curses. Now, if you felt emotional about it, good deal. That means you care about your people, and that makes
of course I care. Now, did he prove that George Floyd was an Israelite?
It had nothing to do about George Floyd. Well, okay, you know what?
Wait, don't do that.
I just said, fam, I'm not going to say that. Okay? I just said I'm not going to say that. So you got that. Was it the point that George proved George Floyd was an Israelite? No, but the point is, I get what you're saying, right? But now you're having Ryan's argument. Right? Now you're basically saying, and here's the thing also. Here's the thing also. While you're saying that, because see, you introduced that, right? You introduced that.
I will not let you talk if you're gonna lie on me, bro. Right? I am not making the same argument that Ryan made. What I'm saying is this, right? Please learn how to connect some dots, right? What I'm saying is this: if you're gonna introduce George Floyd, then prove that George Floyd is an Israelite. Especially when Ryan first asked you, are you saying that everybody that got off the slave ship is an Israelite? And Zion, rightfully so, right? Responsibly so, says, no, I'm not saying that. He says it'd be asinine to say that every black person that got off these slave ships was an Israelite. So then if you're going to introduce George Floyd, then we need to know how we're correlating George Floyd into being an Israelite. And I'm just going to make one more point, and I'm going to let you finish doing what you're doing because you think you're doing something, right? Here's the argument, bro. Here's the issue, bro. I want you to prove that we're the people, right? And if you're going to say, okay, this group of people, you're the Israelites, then now you can make that argument. But he never gave us a solid leg to stand on saying, these people that came off these ships, or these people that went through this had these practices, or they were doing this, or they were doing that. It's only, hey, we woke up and we went through this, right? And we're seeing people go through these horrible, horrific things, but I can't tell you who exactly is an Israelite and who's not. That becomes problematic. That's the issue that we're making, bro.
Yeah, that's the issue of Ryan's whole argument.
No, it's
which
not.
Is why I say you're saying
yes, it is, man. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Ryan's argument is this. This is Ryan's argument. Ryan's argument is we don't know who an Israelite is, so
that's not Ryan's argument. Ryan's argument: we are not the Israelites. We do not.
Exactly.
We do not fit the curses
self-proclaimed
of Deuteronomy in
Israelites.
28:68. We are self-proclaimed Israelites. That is his argument. By you introducing the same logic, you're giving the same argument Ryan did.
Question
okay?
Both y'all. Didn't Zion Lexx say that he is a self-proclaimed Israelite in the debate?
He said that in jest, fam.
Right.
He was jesting when he said that. And just so you know, because I'm a student, because you're my moray, because I'm a student, the man has already said, and matter of fact, I think I did a video on this, that he's done a DNA test and he's traced his DNA back to the people in over on the other side of the pond, just like I believe you two brothers said you have. So if you two brothers stake that same claim that you're Israelites by blood, so does he. So he doesn't have to.
We're not
not saying that that's wrong. Like, what don't
I'm
you
talking about
understand,
what
bro?
Orthodox Moore just said.
Bro, this is
We
the
literally
point, bro.
say that's the way you're supposed to do it.
Okay, well, that's how he did it. So for you to say,
Is that how you did it in the
hold
debate?
on,
That's
hold
not
on,
how we did it in the debate, is
hold
it?
on, Jedi. Put the saber down.
I actually,
Okay?
so
But
check this out,
but he
real
didn't
quick.
have to. But he didn't have
Real
to
quick,
though.
Rand,
The
real
room
quick.
ain't got many things
Give me
left.
10
It's gonna
seconds,
fall
Rand.
apart.
Is that how
Bro.
you did it in the
Okay?
debate?
You know what I'm
So, Rand,
saying?
real quick, I want you to hear
Anyway,
this, Rand. I
I
was
rep
literally on
Orthodox
Judah's
Moore
channel.
when he said that because he's the one that's.
Rand, I need you to hear this real quick, fam. I was literally on Judah's channel days before the debate, saying how I thought Zion would actually make his argument on how he would connect to the Ebo, etc. I said he would use his DNA test. I said he would use the Obadiah Alliance stuff, etc. I said all kind of stuff he did not end up using, fam. He didn't use it in the debate, therefore it's not relevant in the debate. That's the whole point. My man Moray Yemyao, I know you're itching to say something. Go ahead, fam.
I was just gonna say this, right? Everybody keeps talking about he used rabbi sources. The whole point of him using the sources is to show or to showcase that the prophecy of Deuteronomy 28:68 is a perpetual thing, even though he used what is called dual prophecy. The dual prophecy only represents perpetuity, okay? Meaning that these things are going to occur and reoccur as long as Israel transgress, okay? Which he proved emphatically and showed emphatically. While Ryan talking about can you show in the Bible? How can we go in the Bible and show you something that happened 2,000 years ago today? That's happening today. And the only way, as Zion Lex, Zion Lex demonstrated, is that yes, we fit the bill because we are the people who came off them ships. And we are the people who are continually blackballed and still face the curses today. He didn't even get into it because Ryan's whole argument or how he formatted his argument was sad. He didn't even come in to debate. Does the transatlantic slave trade prove Deuteronomy 28:68? He didn't even prove that, disprove that, or show anything towards it. But I yield right there.
Can I respond just because, I mean, I don't want to talk more than anybody else, but obviously I'm part of the topic here. And I can't believe you made Zion taller than me in that picture too, bro. I'm kind of tight about that. I mean,
That wasn't me. That was ChatGPT. You know what I'm saying?
That's hard. That's hard. That picture's hard. I'm glad you grabbed an old school picture of me when I was actually like healthy and shit.
I was looking out for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you did. You at least got me. You seen the girl I was with in that picture too, right? You seen her, right? That was my ex. She was bad, but she was crazy too. Anyways, off topic. But anyways, no, my response to that is you said, how can Zion go in the Bible and show us to prove it? Well, that was the whole debate. And he continued to go in the Bible to try to prove George Floyd was an Israelite and the curses pertain to that dumb racist fundraiser thing that he tried to say I donated to, like ridiculous, way to go at me, like mad cheap and unnecessary. But anyways, the point of the matter is you have to go in the Bible if the debate title is Deuteronomy 28:68 a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade? So yeah, if that was his only verse in the Bible, that's cool. But that just proves he has a weak case. Because if I'm going to go in the Bible to prove the Assyrian captivity or the Babylonian captivity, I can quote Hosea, I could go to Isaiah, I could go to the Book of Kings, I could go to Chronicles, I could go all throughout the Bible. And that's why I thought my case, I didn't even understand how he argued Assyria wasn't a fulfillment. Like he literally started, as I'll be redundant because some new people got here. In the first round, he said dual fulfillment is his argument. Then by the third round, he was saying Assyria never fulfilled it. Ryan showed us boats moving logs. No slaves went into Assyria. So he literally changed from dual fulfillment in the first round as an argument to in the third round, his argument is none of the curses of Deuteronomy, well, not none of the curses, but the curse we're debating, Deuteronomy 28 itself was not fulfilled within the biblical writings at all.
Ryan.
That's crazy to me. Who else
That's
false. That stance?
That's false. Ryan, what he was trying to prove to you is this.
That's exactly what he argued in
Ryan,
that match.
your argument is that
his argument is fraudulent.
Hold on, Ryan. Your argument is is that the Assyrian captivity is the fulfillment. His argument is that isn't the end of it, which is the whole point of the perpetual or even the dual prophecy. Your argument is because the Assyrian captivity happened, that means that is Deuteronomy 28 and 68. That's your argument. So he's discrediting your argument by saying that it doesn't end there, fam. You're trying to say that it ends there, so that the transatlantic slave trade can't possibly be Deuteronomy 28 and 68 because it was fulfilled.
Exactly.
You've already recognized in this conversation.
He's you on that.
Rand, you've already recognized in this conversation. You've already recognized in this conversation that that's not the argument that Zion was making. That Zion literally erased the perpetual concept when he tried to erase the Roman and the Assyrian. Not just one, fam. Not just one. And that's what, again, Ryan said by the end of the debate, he went from dual prophecy to none of it happened in the Bible.
And let me just say,
no, we didn't, man. Listen, man.
Orthodox more. Hold on, Yirmiyahu. Hold on, please. Orthodox more. One, I'm going to apologize. I misrepresented Zion. I did say what you were saying. I misrepresented because I was inaccurate in my explanation of it. So I misrepresented Zion in what I said. I did say that, but I misrepresented Zion in what I said. What he was doing, what, right? He was, again, like I said, he was showing that wasn't the end of the fulfillment. What he was showing was that it wasn't the end of the fulfillment. You feel what I'm saying? The fulfillment was the transatlantic slave trade. And I already said earlier, the reason why he also discredited is because there were no ships, right? They didn't go on ships. Now, the argument you're making, right, which is a fair argument, is the dual fulfillment. So that being one, which when you're talking about a perpetual, Ryan's argument is that is Deuteronomy 28:68 because that was the captivity that Deuteronomy in 28:68 was supposed to represent. Zion's argument
he's
is
a preterist. He believes that it's all been fulfilled with the exception.
Exactly.
Let me just clarify. So
hold on, Ryan. You're gonna have
I can clarify it too. Like I'm right here to clarify it.
Yeah, and he's also given a bunch of reasons that you're not addressing. That Zion didn't address, Rand. That's the whole point. Let me just clarify.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you got it.
I said it in my introduction. This core issue is our timeline difference. I have a clear timeline. I agree that prophecies don't just occur once. The curses and the blessings don't just occur once. They occur all throughout the Bible. My entire point is that the curses had a timeline end, and I think anybody that watched the debate is very clear on why when I say the curses end. When Christ died on the cross and became
that's your opinion, bro.
Rand, hold on. No, Rand, hold on. Listen to this. Listen, because Zion makes the same argument, and you don't understand.
Zion didn't make that argument.
He did.
No, he didn't.
He made the argument that they paused for 1,400 years, fam.
Wait, say it again.
Oh my God! So this is I want y'all to just let him finish, and then you're gonna let me take off and land. Just hear the argument.
Let me just say, I am not just pulling this opinion out of thin air.
Yes,
I read the book of Galatians, and Paul literally says in Galatians 3:13, Jesus redeemed us from the curse of the law because, as it is written, cursed is every man who is hung on a tree. Because one of the curses in Deuteronomy 21, 22, and 23 is you are a man who is hung on a tree must be brought down the same day. Any man that stays up on the tree over one day is a cursed man. Jesus became a curse to redeem all of us who are speaking right now from the curse of the law. So for me, as a person who is leaning towards partial preterism and also just a Christian, I'm going to lean towards what the scripture verbatim tells me. Paul says he was hung on a tree. Acts 5:30-32 is Peter saying Jesus was hung on a tree. That's two witnesses saying Jesus was hung on a tree. I don't think any of us are going to debate Jesus hung on a cross because we're not Islam over here.
And hold on, you brung all this up in your first round, right?
I brought it up in my introduction.
Yeah, no, I mean your intro. Yeah, so I'm saying your intro. Yeah.
Yeah. So I made it clear that this is our our fundamental difference is I say the curses ended at Christ and they occurred all the way up to Christ. So like if you're cursed in the city, it's going to happen throughout time. But then, yes, we're still going to be able to get blessings and punishment from God. But
Hold
it's
on,
going to be a
real
different
quick.
covenant.
Hold on, man.
All right, I'll leave it there.
Before y'all go in, I'm gonna ask
No,
Ryan
I'm
a
not
question.
going in. No, I'm gonna.
No, not you. Not you two. More in Ryan. So I'm pausing real quick.
I just want to prove his point. That's all. I just want to prove. Did Zion ever address your point
He-
about Jesus becoming a curse for everybody?
No, never.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Hold
That's
on, time out. No,
stupid.
time out. No,
That's
stop. Now.
stupid.
Hold on, let me tell you why it's not. Let me tell you why it's not. Let me tell you why it's not. Then I'm gonna shut up. Okay. It's stupid if you want to say it's non sequitur to the debate, right? But guess what? If you want to say it's non sequitur to debate, you have to point out how. That's the only issue that I have. Okay. If you want to say it's non sequitur, say it's non sequitur because in Deuteronomy 28:68, such, or when I said this, such, whatever. But instead, he just treated it like it was an idiotic statement and moved right past it. And that's one of his hinge point. That's one of the linchpins in his argument.
Right.
The
That's called
linchpin,
hand waving.
the linchpin.
Okay.
You can't do.
Hold on, bro. I get it.
So
Hold on,
I have a question.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, hold on. This is just give him a second. Give him a second.
Before we do all of that, and you know me, bro. Like I'm not. You know I rock with Zion, right? So this ain't no hate, right? I'm talking about the debate. That's all I care about, fam. Right? Because I'm finna wake up tomorrow and be an Israelite, whether they say I am or not. I'm finna send money when I got it to Demona. I'm gonna support Zion when I tell somebody that they need to go learn the language. I'm gonna support more. I'm gonna support all y'all brothers, right? This don't change. This don't make my pee change colors. None of that, bro. None of this move me, right? And if I want to beat this argument, I will beat it up. But the point that I'm saying is this: it's easy to say that you don't like the Jesus argument, right? It's easy to say you don't like the Jesus argument, but then what is the response to it? I need to know why. Why is it non sequitur?
And if you give any response, not yeah, because I wasn't done yet either. But if you give any response, then you've given more of a response than what Zion gave in the debate, and that's the point me and Anon are both making, right? So, quick question, Anon, have I ever told you lost the debate?
Yes.
Do I hate you?
Nope.
I would lie down in traffic for you, wouldn't I?
Facts. Help
you take a bullet for me, wouldn't you?
100%.
It's not hate, fam. Not hate. And real quick, question to Ryan. Did you not bring up the point in the debate that Zion was saying that the curses paused at 70 AD and then picked up in the 1500s or the 15th century?
Yeah, I asked it in the form of the question. I said, can you demonstrate any curses occurring to who you deem as Israelites anywhere in the world, Africa, Europe, anywhere? Can you demonstrate these Deuteronomy curses getting fulfilled from the time of Christ or 70 AD, whatever time you want to begin at, right in that first century, all the way up to the 15th century? And his response was like, Ryan doesn't know the title of the debate. It's not about the other curses. Ryan, we chose to debate Deuteronomy 28:68. That was his response.
Right. And so this is where Anon and I respectfully disagree, right? Because this is why I give Ryan the first round, because as a debater, you're supposed to give your premise out so everyone can understand what you're about to argue. I'm about to get into this X, Y, and Z. This is the whole whatever, right? Ryan gave a clear premise in that intro where Zion didn't. He just stuck to ad hom the whole time, right? He was trying to poison the well and stuck to ad homs and whatnot. That's not how you prep your debate for this whole thing, right? Like, again, if you're starting a thing, you get a chance to rip and run and take a good lead and control this thing for him. And you do that with a solid premise. He did not lay one, but at the same point in time, every point that Ryan laid out in his premise, not every point, there was many points he laid out in his premise, and these major ones we're bringing up right now that were left unaddressed in the debate. And that's the whole point. When we're saying he could have done better, X, Y, and Z, we're saying he could have done better, not because we hate him. I didn't tell Anon he lost because I hate him. I told him he lost because I love him. You understand what I'm saying to you? So with that, y'all can pick it up, say whatever you want to say, and then I'll let y'all get it in. You know what I'm saying? You got it.
All right. So as far as addressing hate, one, Black Jedi, you weren't on the panel when I was saying that. I'm saying it now because you're agreeing with them saying that he did poorly on the debate. So yeah, I'm saying that now. But when I first said that, I was addressing Orthodox more and pretty much everybody else who was on the panel saying that Zion lost all 4 rounds and all this ridiculous nonsense that everybody was saying. Okay. Now my question to you,
everybody wasn't saying that. I think you heard what you wanted to hear. but everybody
No,
wants.
I heard what was being said. Everybody said the man lost the debate. Everybody said that they didn't like how he presented his information, or nobody really had anything really positive to say about him, except for, Zion's a great guy and we know he's intelligent, but
Well,
you know what they say about everything you say before but, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's
It
true.
doesn't mean that we're not trashing his character. We're not this, and I think that's where a lot of this gets lost in translation.
I'm not saying you're attacking his character. You attack the debate. You guys keep talking about character. I never said you attacked his character at all.
Rand, when you first came on, you said I was hating, and then I asked you, "Can you please give me an example
Oh no, you're
of the
hating.
hate?"
Yeah, you are.
I said, "Can you please give me an example of the hate?"
Hey, Rand funny
And
though.
all you said is, I disagree with this argument, fam. That's the best. You didn't give me not one ad hom that I said to him about him. I didn't discredit him as a person, his intelligence. I've talked up his intelligence many times in this one broadcast. Many times. When I say, if I'm a hater and I'm saying I'm disappointed because I thought he did better, then he must have really did bad if I'm a hater, bro. Because as a hater, why would I expect him to do better? Why would I expect him to do better? Because I know how intelligent he is. I know how intelligent he is. I've never discredited. I speak that up all. I recommended his books to my Morris family, fam. Now I got Morris brother that got his books on Hebrew and whatnot. I don't recommend everybody's books, fam. So I'm not beefing with him, fam. I don't hate the man. I disagree with his arguments, and I told you why every step of the way. And I did not disparage him in any step of the way in doing so.
Can I just add quickly that
Hold on, Ryan. Because I would like to cut you with the lightsaber that Black Jedi is inaccurately using. Okay, so now you keep saying that because of Jesus, right, that all the curses are done away with. So my question to you is, the ones who killed Jesus, when they said his blood be on us and our children.
What you're gonna do is you're gonna tell me Zion's argument. You're gonna tell me Zion's argument.
What's Zion's argument?
What's Zion's argument on that?
I don't care about his argument. I'm asking a question.
You ain't asking
right, yeah, exactly.
I'm asking a question.
Right.
You're out of here. Okay,
no, come on, don't do that.
No, he getting his mind right. No, we baptized him. He getting his mind right.
Look, check it out. Reason why, and I would have did the same thing, because first of all, when we talk about the Messiah and him being hung and him being accursed, has nothing to do with Deuteronomy 28.
Says who?
Say what?
Says who?
Says the scriptures. Says the scripture. Listen. You don't understand. You do not understand
I gotta ask you the same question.
No. Don't ask me. Hold on. Don't ask me. Don't ask me a question. Let me finish what I'm saying. Right. The point is this. You mentioned about the Messiah has nothing to do with the debate, because guess what? If you don't believe, guess what? You're going to fit a curse, right? If you don't believe in what he taught, guess what? You're going to fit a curse. So rather you believe.
You just answered it and Zion didn't. You just answered it and Zion didn't. You just answered it.
Listen. I would do the same thing. I don't care what he did. He did the right thing. Because that's not a part of that was not a part of the debate. That was not a part of the debate. It doesn't matter. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Do you want to know why it's a part of the debate? Do you want to know? Do you want to know why?
I don't. I have too much respect for you, and I don't even do it. Let's just get on to the next thing then.
No, we're gonna stay right here. Right? This is why it's a part of the debate. So respectfully to you, Moray, you know I respect you, right? But this is why it's a part of the debate. Because Ryan argued it. Brother, listen to me, please. Because you don't have that many debates out here like that, right? When I'm telling you the biggest thing, my biggest issue, and that's why I'm telling you I'm not hating on Zion, because I know he knows the answer to these things. One of the biggest parts, or the championship part of the debate, is the rebuttal and the rapid fire. Everything else is just presentation. We need to see where your arguments intersect for me to decide who a winner is, right? So if I say the sky is blue and you say the sky is black, is white, I got to intersect with your argument. And the way we do that is in a rebuttal, right? One of Ryan's major points, if you don't understand this, as a debater, you attack the major points. I can't attack everything. So I attack the major points. One of the major points is that the curses are done away with, which I disagree with. I disagree with it. I want to point that out. I disagree with it wholeheartedly. But he says the curses are done away with because of the death, burial, and resurrection of Messiah Yeshua. As a debater, you have to address that. You got to attack that in the rebuttal. You can't just say you don't want to address it. You got to attack it because it's one of the linchpins of his argument.
Hey, not to cut
But
you,
it's not.
hey,
But
hold on,
it's not a part of the debate, though, man.
Hey,
He just
hey, real quick,
at
not to
this.
cut nobody, but the elder told me he needed to jump in right quick. I don't know if he needs to go. So,
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, you got it.
So first, let me go over this again because when emotions are high, people just don't listen well. And we go back to what this debate is about. Was the transatlantic slave trade a fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28, verse 68? No, it is not a fulfillment. And here's what people are missing. When something is fulfilled, that's the last of it. That's it. Christ fulfilled things. There's nothing else coming greater than Christ. He fulfilled it in totality. That means he brought it to a completion and end. You cannot say that the transatlantic slave trade was the fulfillment of a scripture and then say we are perpetually in that same thing. That's a contradiction. And I don't think people are hearing that. And so, no, my point is I disagree that Deuteronomy 28:68 is a fulfillment, the transatlantic slave trade is a fulfillment of that scripture. Because you can't say that because it should be over then after it's done. The transatlantic slave trade is done. All right. Now, other things have happened with white supremacy, racism, Jim Crow, all these other things. But it's not the transatlantic slave trade. The other thing is this.
How is it not? Explain how it's not.
Hold on. I'm trying to finish making my point just like you finished making yours. All right. The brother did make a point that I thought was missed earlier. And he brought Rand made this point about curses. Now, here's where I also disagree with Ryan, but I understand where he's coming from because I've heard this argument from a lot of apologists that on the cross, Christ ended all curses. No, that's not what happened on the cross. On the cross, what Christ did was if you turn to Christ, the curses end for you. But Rand made a point earlier about us being under the curse of Adam, of sin. All humanity is in sin. And whether it's in the world as we know it, men still have to work by the sweat of their brow. Women do still have pain in birth. None of that's changed. And that's as a result, again, of what happened. But the difference is the main part of that particular curse was death. All right. And so Christ, he did liberate us from the aspect of death, in which we now have a right to the tree of life through Christ, and we can inherit eternal life. In the same way, because everything reflected in Deuteronomy 28, verses 15 through 68 is a byproduct or result of sin. Well, through Christ, you can also be delivered and liberated from that. And so the solution is always going to take you back to Christ. So and that's why you can't dismiss Ryan's point either, his argument. But I do think to my Christian apologetics brothers and sisters, when you try to say that on the cross, Christ ended all curses, I think that's an oversimplification of salvation.
That's
right?
for yeah. Sorry.
And again, because you can't ignore the fact that the people said, "Let His blood be upon us and upon our children's children," and there were consequences as a result of that after the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. All right, and so again, because that was what an act of rejecting and rebelling against God in the person of Christ. Christ is the fulfillment of the law. He fulfilled it, which means that everything that God has committed to humanity, when you reject Christ, you reject all that he represents. And so when they rejected him, yeah, and they were still walking according to the Mosaic covenant, well, that was fulfilled in Christ. Christ brought us into the new covenant. Some disagree with that, but I'm one who believes in the new covenant. Well, now you reject everything that God delivered in the first covenant, which was fulfilled in Christ, and everything being offered through Christ in the new covenant. And so, again, I think there are some things that, as we listen even to our own arguments, we probably need to retool some of what we say and rethink how we're saying it, and not be so committed to being so narrow in our particular view or expression of a thing, because we may need to broaden our scope a little bit more so that we don't miss certain things.
Yeah, all I want to say, just in response to that, is Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law is specific to the Deuteronomy and the Leviticus 26 curses, Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. It's not speaking to the curse like you spoke of death in the flesh from Adam, or childbearing curse, because of the rebellion in the garden. I understand it'd be wrong to just use it like in every sense, but it does have you can see the verse. The guy, Indigenous Black Man, just put it in the chat. I can share it.
Right, right. But can I?
So wait. Hold on. I ain't gonna let him get past that. Wait. So if
Moray, you're right. Let me say this, because I don't want to lose my thought. Because here's the point that I'm trying to make to you, Ryan. The scripture that he has on
You're next, Moray.
in the chat, Galatians 3:13. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us, for it is written, "Cursed is everyone that hangs on a tree." None of us disagree with that verse. Here's the problem. What we disagree with, or at least what I disagree with, let me speak for myself, is the oversimplification or narrow-minded view that that verse automatically applies to everyone, because when you say it the way that you all oftentimes do, is that means even for non-believers. And that's not and I don't accept that, because again, sin is curses come as a result of sin. And so Christ redeemed us, but you got to accept that redemption. That's why you got to be born again. If you're continuing to rebel against Christ and reject him, Galatians 3:13 don't apply to you.
Okay, so Mr. Blacktastic, just so I can understand where you're coming from, not to interrupt you, do you think Deuteronomy 28 was still pending after Christ died on the cross for non-believers?
I'm saying that anything that the Bible teaches in terms of what is a result of sinful behavior and conduct applies to all sinners who have not been redeemed in Christ, whether you're Israel or not.
So forever, God is going, because if Christ's death on the cross didn't end it, I don't know, maybe you have a future event that would end it. But for me, like Moore knows, I think heaven's not going to be on earth ever. So for me, there's no other event coming to earth to end it. So is God forever going to be cursing non-believers to go on slave ships to their enemies, like Deuteronomy 28?
Well, okay. Now you're making a point from your preterist view, and we don't hold the same view in that regard. All right. When Christ returned, well, you're going to have his reign, and then we'll go into eternity. In eternity, this is not an issue, because everybody's now going to be judged, and you're going to have the sinners that are going to go into the lake of fire forever and all time, and the saints that are going to be forever in the kingdom with the Lord. And so that's no longer an issue. These curses are curses because of sin, because that's the bottom line. The curses given in Deuteronomy 28 verses 15 through 68 are a result of Israel's sin and rebellion. That's what they're a result of. If we just keep it based on this is what happens to you when you sin. Look at other people outside of the covenant and who are walking and living in sin. They get have things happen to them too. Why? Because sin brings its own inherent curse. But it was personal when the Lord was speaking to Israel, because why? He cut a covenant with them. And so his attitude, so to speak, towards them was different in terms of dealing with the rest of the world at that particular period in time. But now through Christ, Everyone has the opportunity to be free from the curses of sin. The law, even if you didn't live according to the law or you didn't come under the covenant, well, the law still has global implications. Why? Because it gives you the moral code of God for how men ought to conduct themselves. Just because people don't agree to it does not mean they still won't suffer the consequences of disobeying it, because it shows you the perfect will of God.
Sanctification.
And so you're not right. So you're not gonna, just because you, I don't believe or I'm not in that covenant, that don't mean you're gonna be absolved. That's like saying you're in the state of California or you're in the United States. Well, I'm not a citizen of the United States, so I don't have to obey none of the laws of the United States, or I won't have to suffer the clear consequences if I do. Yes, you will. You go to another country, you go to Thailand and act a fool. They're gonna whoop you with a bamboo pole, no matter what country you come from. And so the whole point is that the law shows us the perfect will of God. It gave man a standard to live by which humanity failed. It was a broken contract. Christ came to fulfill the broken contract. But whenever you sin, and just like with a contract, with regular contracts, it's a breach of contract. And so there are penalties as a result of that. Sin is the penalty for breaking the laws of God. All right. And so unless you turn it,
I agree with the penalties, but
and
I'll fall
so-
back. I'll let somebody else speak.
Let's
Yeah.
let
and so the scripture where Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, yes, for those who turn to him for salvation in believing faith. But it's not just automatic for everybody. So I think, again, the way that I hear apologists teach it is, well, when Christ died on the law, on the cross, that ended everything. No, it did not. If you're a sinner, you still gonna suffer the consequences of breaking God's commandments. You still gonna suffer from sin. Period. Now, if you're a saint, because you get born again, well, you're no longer under those curses. I'm
just trying to
fall back. I'm sorry.
It's just long.
This is hard to
It's just
duplicate,
long
man.
winded. That's about it.
This
It's
is
just long
hard
winded.
to
That's about
duplicate,
it.
man.
Go ahead, Maury. You got it.
Look. I'm hearing too much.
Ran. I'll throw Maury. You got it next.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
You got to have Maury. You got it.
Okay. So, man, that was so long, man. I forgot what I was really gonna say. But one thing you said though, you said Christ is the fulfillment. Christ Himself said, Christ, the Messiah Himself says that, told His disciples, "You will do greater than me." So obviously, whatever He came to fulfill was His purpose, and it's still a greater purpose than Him. Okay, now. I forgot something else that was said. That was too long, man. I lost my thought.
It's all good, Yirmiyahu. One thing I gotta say. This is where replacement theology is just it has ruined the minds of the people, right? People are too Christianed out these days. You're just too Christianed out. Okay, so we live in the age of redemption. We don't live in the messianic age yet. Even Christians believe that Jesus, who is the Roman God, Yeshua is coming back. He wouldn't be coming back if he fulfilled what he was supposed to fulfill the first time he was here. If you fulfilled what you're supposed to fulfill, you don't need to come back, fam. You're done, right? Which is this whole argument that things are supposed to be done, right? Well, guess what? They're not done, right? He came to redeem first Israel, and yes, the rest of the world. No, I do not have the One West doctrine that believes that salvation is only for Israelites. No, salvation is for the world. The Most High redeemed the world the first time in the flood. That was the world. All three sons are the world. Okay, so He redeemed the world the first time. He redeemed the world again with Yeshua. But He only redeemed us. It is not fulfilled, which is why it's coming back. When it's fulfilled, then and only then will you no longer be under the quote unquote curse of the law. Right now, you still are, right? Because it's not yet fulfilled, which is why it's coming back in the first place. Because He still has to, and I know the apologetic theory is to to rebuild the temple, gather in the exiles, and judge the nations. I know you believe that that's the quote unquote Christian body, which is the quote unquote church, which is all the people. No, he's actually going to bring in the Israelite nations. Those Israelite nations will return to Israel. That's one. Then he's going to judge the other nations. That's two. He's literally going to judge them. Okay. And three, he's going to rebuild the temple, not just the body. Yes, the body is the temple. Yes, that correlates. But he's actually going to rebuild the third temple. There was one temple, that's gone. There's another temple, that's gone. He's going to rebuild the third temple, which is where sacrifices and all that will still be done. Will there be sacrifices for sin? No, because sin will be done away with. That's only when he comes back. It is only then that you're no longer under the curse of the law. We are all still under the curse of the law, especially Israel. You are still, well, I don't even call it a curse. It's only a curse when you bring it on yourself, like what we've been arguing this whole night, which is, Deuteronomy 28, right? Those curses, you bring those on yourself still because they're still perpetual. Deuteronomy 28 and 68 is the fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade is the fulfillment of that, because I hope not, because then I would be wrong, right? If there's another slave trade that happened again with some ships, well, guess what? Throw my argument out the window. But until that happens, then that has been fulfilled. We are still under the curses, however, because as long as we continue to sin, we continue to receive those curses. They're not done away with. That does not happen until the Mashiach, which will be Mashiach ben Dawid, right? For those who just can't stand rabbinic Torah. Rabbinic Torah has you stupid, okay? I see what you put in the chat, Judah Nads. Look, the lack of rabbinic Torah, the lack of Pardes Torah has you stupid. It has you only reading the Bible, thinking that you can get all of the answers out of the Bible. You can't. You can't get all of the answers out of the Bible, especially when the Bible explains things that you cannot figure out unless you actually go outside the Bible, which every scholar here does. Every scholar here goes outside the Bible to get information. So why would you think that the Torah only exists in the Bible? That doesn't make sense in itself.
Can I tell you why I agree with you, Rand? I don't even want to, 30 seconds. I agree. And I thought the way that you broke that down about your rebuttal to Jesus being the end of the curse of the law, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I love to find where we can agree. My guy, I like almost 100% almost agree with everything you said, right? Thank you for saying it. Here's my issue, because this is a debate review. Why didn't my brother make it? Why didn't my big brother Zion just simply make that rebuttal? That's my biggest point. Why didn't I get that?
Do you guys accept
I'll give you
It's
this.
not a part of the debate.
Hold on.
It's
I just
not
want
a
to
part of
answer
the
the
debate. That's
question.
why, my brother.
That's one. Yes, that was not a part of the debate, so he felt no need to debate it. My opinion is what you guys have an issue with Zion about this. He didn't feel a need to do that with Ryan, because one, it's not a part of the debate, and two, he doesn't feel a need to go there because I hate to say it, he feels that part is beneath him. I know that's been the argument about him all night long, but yeah, I gotta admit that look, Morey Zion Lexx does have an air of confidence that says, if you can't look me in the eye, you can't look at me at all. Now, does that rub people the wrong way? I'm gonna tell you, little do y'all know, it rubs me the wrong way. See, none of y'all except for Yirmiyahu is in his classes. I am. You know who's actually had run-ins with him? Me. Okay? The person who's defending him is also a person who has literally suffered the things that you guys think you're talking about. I'm in the man's classes. He and I have had debates. Okay?
Biased. That's
Yeah, and yeah, me too, man. Me and Moray definitely had
You know what I'm saying? So I understand why y'all feel that way, but what I'm saying
Hold on,
is you're throwing out the man's scholarship,
when was I
you're
scared to look Zion
discrediting
in
his
the eye?
argument.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Tell me
That's
that.
not what he's saying, Ryan. That's not what he's saying.
I know he's trying to say my scholarship's beneath him in another way too, but I want to know what position of Zion's I hid from.
Hold on, just real quick. No, real quick. I'll give it right
Talking
back
about
to you.
me.
I'll give it. Yeah, he is, but I want to. No,
Right
he's talking about all of us at times. Just relax, bro.
I got you.
This is a cookout conversation, real quick.
I
No
feel you.
disrespect.
I ain't mad at
Just
it.
fall back. Just let us get this real quick. Here my thing, big dog. Like you know what I'm saying? I rock with you. I think you're funny. You know what I'm saying? I love interlocking. Here's the pause. Anybody that take that the wrong way. Here's the issue, right? And I need y'all to really tell me if I'm debating you. Yes, there are things that are non sequitur. Right, I'll give you that. There are things in the debate that are non sequitur. But if your opponent is literally making the argument about the curses being done away with, and they're done away with because of this, that's his main argument. How can we say that that is non sequitur? It wasn't like he was off topic. Like in literally, he's dealing with the curses. He's dealing with the New Testament, saying Christ being crucified, and he's our redemption from the curse of the law. And just how easy it was for you. You could have summarized your point in 30 seconds. I can tell how articulate you are. You could have summarized that in 30 seconds. How can you tell me that the as we would put it, like one of the greatest, if not the greatest, right? If not the greatest mind in the community can't do that? It's not supposed to do that. The one major point that he's hinging on the curses, he's literally saying that the curses are done away with because of Jesus. And you're telling me that it's non sequitur to the debate? Is that really your response? And that's just a simple yes or no. Is it really your response that when your opponent says that the curses are done away with because of this, and it's in the Bible, that it's non sequitur?
Yes.
Wow. Please
Okay,
debate me.
I appreciate your honesty on that, Maury. Me personally, at the very least, see, this is the part that got me, right? And so my man professes to be a New Testament Israelite, you know what I'm saying now, Zion Lexx, right? That he's gone through some metamorphosis and whatnot, right? And in that regard, at the very least, I wanted at least 15. I wanted him to at least like hint or sneeze at like and go like straight to like Romans 9 and 12 for like 10 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds at least, and then just jump out. You know what I'm saying? At least say something, but nothing. No, like the hand waving was cold. Like you can't like if like in a boxing match, right? If my man's just drilling the hell out you with a jab, right? Drilling the hell out you, you got to do something. If he's drilling you with a cross, you got to do so. You got to counter some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, my man's just sitting there just blasting you, and your eyes are gonna be swollen shut real soon. You're gonna be cut up real soon.
Yeah, let me just say, hold on, because I want to get on the same page with Rand, because I don't know everybody up here. Do you accept the New Testament as scripture?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you interpret Christ redeemed us from the curse from the law in Galatians 3:13? How do you what does the word redeem mean to you? Because that's like when a Hebrew slave got bought, how Zion broke down how a slave got redeemed and he got out of slavery by somebody redeeming him. That's like the same Hebrew concept for Christ redeeming us from the curse of the law. So that means you would be bought out of that bondage of slavery and you would be redeemed from it, right? You'd be free from it, right?
You're going to love this answer because this answer is for everybody here.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Zion Lexx is actually the one more qualified to answer that question. I'm not as qualified as him because he knows the research. I personally, I agree with both Anonymous Hebrew and Orthodox Moor that it would have been at least respectable to, even in a very brief, maybe statement or explanation, bring that point out. Where I'll use an argument, and you can accept this or not, and you don't have to accept this if you don't want to, because it could be completely irrelevant. However, when we're just like the question that I was just asked by Ryan, because I'm not qualified to answer that question the way Zion will. If Zion answers that question, You just said we got 24 minutes, which we're now down to 21. We would probably be here for another half an hour, if not more, because he's just as long-winded as everybody else on here. And not every question could be answered with just a brief yes or no or a quick explanation. Some things require more depth. So if you want to accept that, you can. If you don't want to accept that, you don't have to. But again, for you, Ryan, for that question, because it's a very relevant question, I'm not the one qualified to answer that. The one qualified to answer that would actually be Zion.
Fair enough, but can everybody on here just, or not everybody one at a time, but if just one person wants to agree or disagree with me, was what I just said as an interpretation a far-fetched interpretation for a person to have?
It is the
Brian, I'll respond to you. I'll say this.
Disagree.
I don't think it's a far-fetched interpretation. I'm not going to say I necessarily agree with you 100%. I believe that what the Bible says, Christ is the end of the law. That means he fulfilled the law. Now, what Rand said earlier is a whole different thing from what the scripture is saying in Romans 10:4 about for Christ is the end of the law for righteousness to everyone who believes. Again, everyone who believes is the qualifying factor. The other thing is the law. He ain't fulfilled all scripture yet, but he's fulfilled all law. And he said, when he quoted Psalm, he comes in the volume of the book. In other words, to fulfill everything. He said, not one jot or tittle is going to pass away, until all is fulfilled. But as far as the Sinai covenant, yes, I do believe that the Sinai covenant has been fulfilled. We are in the new covenant. Again, others don't agree with that because of how they read scripture. But the scriptures themselves, if you are a believer in the New Testament, make it quite clear. And by the words of Christ, he makes it quite clear that we are in the new covenant. Now, I feel, and so
we could.
Good elder. I have a question for you.
We could never be in a new covenant.
After this question, after your question, Rand, I'm gonna let Vicar dropped off. I was gonna let him go.
I have a question for you, good elder.
I'll let you ask your question. And so
what does
I didn't finish making my point.
No, he said he's gonna let you ask when he lands when he's done landing this plane. He's gonna let you ask when he's done landing this plane.
And so that's what I stand on when it comes to scripture. All right. And as I progress further, I debate a lot less because people are going to be left to their own devices and believe what they want to. And I don't have a lot of time to waste having endless debates and arguments with people over the scripture. But I'll take questions.
Can I just respond to Ryan before y'all go to the next question real quick?
Yeah, you got it, man. You got it.
So, Ryan, the way that I view the scriptures is, number one, we can't really deal with the Old Testament and the New Testament, and use air quotes, without understanding what happened in the Apocrypha. Okay? Now, I'm not saying I'm standing in the Apocrypha as everything in it is absolutely right and correct, but there is a point where we understand that, and even if we read the Tanakh, that there is a divorce of Israel and Judah, right? And so the understanding, another interpretation of Christ being the end of the curse of the law is talking about the reconciliation of the northern and southern tribe back to the Most High, right? This is one of the deepest understandings, even if we want to go to a rabbinic school of thought. So I want to make it clear, it's not that I reject the rabbinic school of thought, is that we need, at least we need to give proper weights and balances to both, right? If we're going to do that. So, but the understanding is that Israel and Judah were accursed, i.e. divorced and separated because they were wicked. We can go in the book of Hebrews and have this conversation, go to a lot of different ways and understand this. And so if you understand that and you really deal with the understanding of Messiah ben Yosef and Messiah ben David, as Rand had brought out, right? Then the conversation is the reconciliation and redemption and the bringing back of the broken off branches so that they then can come together and be a light to the rest of the world. Simplest way to put it.
Okay, so my question to you, Elder. What does jot or tittle mean?
What? Okay. The question you're asking me, you asked me what does jot or, let me say this. You're asking me for the definition of a word. Just make your point, and then I can better answer your question. I don't like people trying to do these. Aha, I got you. We're not doing definitions. I'm not reading the dictionary. All right.
Mhm.
What I said earlier was this, and I think this is the point you missed. All right. Fulfilling the law and fulfilling scripture concerning all the prophecies about Christ, two different things. Romans chapter 10, verse 4 makes it very clear that Christ is the end of the law, which means that that first covenant or first contract has been fulfilled in Christ through his death, burial, and resurrection. A new contract or covenant has been given by the same Christ through his death, burial, and resurrection. The fulfillment of all scripture takes place concerning that jot and tittle that you're talking about when he returns and reigns on the earth. And that's what the scriptures talk about. The verses that you're coming from, Matthew chapter 5, verses 17 and 18, when he says, don't think that I've come to abolish the law of the prophets, but I didn't come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. And then he says, truly, until the heaven and earth pass away, not an iota, not a dot, will pass from the law until all is accomplished. The problem that a lot of people get hung up on is, what is he talking about relative to law? And you're talking about Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, who is the word personified, incarnate. All right. And so if he takes us from one covenant to the next, and we are told to obey the commandments of Christ, he's given us law. Just because we're not under the Sinai covenant doesn't mean we're without law. We are now under a greater covenant. And he didn't lower the bar, he raised it. And so this new covenant still contains a lot of the same moral laws and codes that were in the former one. Now, to get into this would take too long. And like you said, we'd be here all night because we start talking about covenants, we start talking about contracts. And when you go from one contract to the next, you take what's called SOPs or standard operating procedures. So all of the things relative to our moral righteousness and behavior, the things that are encapsulated in those 10 commandments, with the first 4 being how we behave toward the Most High, and the second or last 6 being how we behave toward one another. Christ took those and he rolled them up into 2, and he said that they were equal to one another: to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself. And then everything follows after that. All right. And so keeping the law is going to go back to Christ as the final authority on what the law is.
What law though? You keep talking about the law. What law? If it's a new covenant, what law?
We only got 11 minutes. Please. We only got 11 minutes. So
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Y'all gonna have to finish later because Vicar need to go.
Yeah. So Rand, you asked your question. I told Vicky he could go after you asked your question. So
Hey, real quick before I go, I just want to say peace and blessings, man. Thank you, Orthodox more for letting me up on the panel. Ain't not always a pleasure, man. Rest of you brothers, man. Y'all have a good one. Ryan, peace to you, and you definitely lost all 4 rounds. Your questions and answers, you know what I'm saying, was irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? I would have passed on them questions too. You made some good points in your argument, but I think you came to a different debate, me personally. But besides that, man, peace
you're
and
welcome back
blessings.
anytime, fam. No worries.
No, I was just gonna say,
Told Aki,
before you leave, I was gonna say I was only trying to I wasn't trying to interrupt you, but before you left, I just wanted to say, if people want to continue talking about this or just build it, I can start a StreamYard or somebody else. I can do it on my channel right now.
Yeah, you go ahead and fire it up if you want to.
You guys, so that I didn't want to interrupt you, but I didn't know if you were interested in coming
we can
over
go
to
ahead
my
and pass the baton, fam. No.
Yeah, it's just
but I'll definitely come on. You know, if you on in the future, you know what I'm saying, I'll definitely jump on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I got family time, you know what I'm saying, before I take off tomorrow. So peace and blessings, man. Y'all have a good one. Everyone in the chat too.
So we're in the last 10 minutes, so we're gonna let Vicar go ahead and take off and land, and then we're gonna let everyone say their closing bits right quick.
Are people interested? So not to interrupt, but are people interested? Should I set up a StreamYard? Do you guys want to keep?
Yeah, he did loud with the chat.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, Ryan. So I'm gonna have to go ahead and hang
It's
this up.
12:50. But I do want
Okay, all right.
to brother, because brother Ren and the other
Yes, we
brother
do, Judah.
Jeremiah, they did ask one question, and I'm gonna hit it, quit it, and be done with it. And they said, "What law
Pause.
was he talking about?" Right? Did somebody say pause?
Pause.
Oh man, y'all don't be doing that during the days of the Diddy trial.
Hey,
Man.
we got
I know what I'm saying. Don't be doing that to me. But that's probably another. This is definitely another stream, because the answer to that question, people always go to the law of Moses. And let me say why he's not talking about the law of Moses, but he's talking about everything that comes after what he says. Because that particular scripture, those two verses, verses 17 and 18, are taken out of the Sermon on the Mount. And he's going to give an entire sermon in which he's going to give several commandments that are based on the law. But these are things that are leading us into the new covenant. And this is what he's talking about, because he goes on. And so if we just cherry pick two verses and we just say that this is all that he's talking about, then we do a disservice to the text and the context therein, because it's literally covering 3 chapters of his teaching, and he's going to lay out what his commandments and these very things are, because he says right after that, whoever relaxes basically on any of these commandments and teaches others to do the same, they're going to be called the least in heaven. And so this is a much longer conversation that I can't have right now. And like I said, it's brothers, it's almost 1 o'clock, and I'm tired without the hour. I'm tired, so I'm not gonna stay up that late for that.
I'm on the West Coast. It's still early. Let's not just point.
All right, you got it, Victor. You know what I'm saying? We got a little under we got a little under 7 minutes left, I think. So you got it, fam.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom, fam.
Hey, respect to the panel. You know, I know my avatar look might look crazy.
It
I'm
do
not the
look real
reaper.
crazy.
I'm not the reaper. And to those talking that falsehood, I'm the reaper to those, But respect to more, out there's more channel. I respect it because y'all talking a lot of truth, and y'all, conversating. That what grown men do. So I respect everybody on the panel, even though I don't know everybody's name, but much respect. And that's all I really wanted to say. I'm just listening in, trying to see everybody's knowledge.
Respect to you, fam.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, respect back to you, fam.
I'm gonna go ahead and close out with this. I appreciate everybody's time. I appreciate everybody's patience with me. You know what I'm saying? I apologize for any disrespect to any and everybody on the panel. It wasn't meant for disrespect. It's just trying to clear things up, and sometimes it just is what it is. But still, respect to all on the panel. Apologies for any inconveniences. When it comes to scripture, well, the reason why I asked the question about the jot and tittle, when it comes to scripture, we know Genesis to Revelation. When it's actually Bereshit to, I don't know what Revelation would actually be called, right? We read scripture based on what was given to us in slavery from people who themselves don't know scripture. Okay. People want to throw out rabbinic Torah, keep saying rabbinic Judaism, right? It's not rabbinic Judaism unless you're speaking of quote unquote Ashkenazi, and all the Ashkenazi are the ones who the Most High gave the Torah to preserve it, to give it back to us anyway. So we can hate on them all we want to, but the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't know how to keep Torah anyway. Do they need to claim our identity? No, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to rabbinic Torah explains how to break down these things in the new covenant or the New Testament that are being misunderstood, which is why there's so much confusion in the first place, right? When I hear the arguments, I hear Christian points. Okay, it's not a Christian text. It is a Israelite or Jewish text. It's not a Christian text. That's the problem with replacement theology. Those who took the text made it what they wanted it to be as opposed to what it actually is. You have to learn it on a, yes, rabbinic level in order to fully understand it, because it's deeper than just what's read from Matthew to Revelation, and certainly what's read from Bereshit to Revelation. It's not it's not even what I ever thought it was. It's far deeper than that when you're looking at it from a Jewish perspective. And you can't just look at it from an Israelite perspective, post 1960, whatever, where all people do is just read the Bible. You have to know how to read and understand Torah. And that comes with far more than just what's in the Bible or even the Apocrypha. You have to know, what is that? Oral Torah. You have to know Oral Torah. And yes, you have to know Kabbalah as well. It all ties in together. It will give you the understanding to the New Testament.
You gotta land. We gotta give everyone enough time, fam. Gotta land, fam.
My bad. All right.
All right. I'll go next, just in the order we're going here. I'll just say peace to everybody. And I lost the poll, but the respect of the people here and the opinions that I heard over here mean more to me than, the general public's poll. And obviously I can't judge the comments because they literally were erasing comments that said I was one. I have no idea who did that, but I know it wasn't Sonetta, so that's a separate topic. But yeah, hearing your guys' feedback is helping me, learn from what I could have done better or where I should have tailored arguments. And I understand why you guys love debate and breaking it down, because it honestly is a great way to sharpen your sword, iron sharpens iron type of thing. Because if it's done in a formal manner with respect, it's a great way to do PowerPoints and do research that you wouldn't have normally done. But yeah, I'll keep it short like that. And same as Rand said, if any disrespect to anyone was felt, I apologize. And we all did a great job. I think this is the best panel I've been on in a long time on YouTube, where we respected each other's time and were patient. So thanks for. Oh yeah, Orthodox more. You got to become like a late night radio host too, because I can just hear your voice saying like, "Yep, if this one's for your baby, number 7 on the hot tops."
You already know what it is.
I can't do it, but you can. You
We
can.
got some late night streams coming, fam. You already know what it is.
All right, I'm done with that.
You got it, they know.
Hey man, real quick and simple, it's love for everybody, man. We gotta have these type of discussions. Just because we disagree with the point doesn't mean we hate you, brother. So I got love for all of y'all, love for all the Most High's people. And so let's just keep moving. You know what it is, Rand, bro. Ain't no hard feelings, man. It's nothing but love for you. Love for everybody. Y'all be safe. It's love for you too, Zion, if you come across this, brother. All right, man. Peace to y'all, brother.
And I'm gonna say this real quick before I hand it to the OG. So I have no beef with rabbinic Judaism, Rand, and rabbinic Torah, however you see it. I have that in my history. I also have connections to Karaite Judaism in my history. Right? I personally connect via a Karaite tradition. Right. However, I think we can still walk together and be brothers and whatnot. I think we can walk separately and still be brothers. Right. So I'd love to talk to you more about that, family. You're welcome to come back whenever you want to. You got it, OG.
All right. Well, I've enjoyed spending time with you all on this Memorial Day, which is something I didn't think I would do, but I saw the notification. So I listened in, and then I decided to go ahead and pop in while I was working on some other things. And I'm glad I did. It's good to have these conversations every now and then. I'll say this. From my perspective, there is no Christian way of studying the Bible. There's no Israelite way of studying the Bible. I mean, when we make these statements, we have to define what that is. You study the Bible through the Spirit, and you do it by faith because it's a spiritual book. When we try to take ownership of something as great as the scriptures to make it exclusively the property of one particular group, or as if that group is the only group that has the key to it, we actually limit the deity or the God that gave us the book to begin with. All right. The method or group through which he delivered it does not make it exclusive to that group when the message is to the entire world. And so I always hear people say, well, you have to look, what I hear is a Christian way, and they can't even define what a Christian way is because it's based on supposition and it's based on bias. And not one person who criticizes Christians can truly ever define in a accurate way what is the Christian way. And then most of the people talking that way who claim to be Israelites, well, they still trying to learn how to be Israelites because they don't know how to do that or be that either. So what's the Israelite way? You don't know. And so what we are people who are all trying to find out how to do things the right way so that we can please the same God. At least that's what I would like to believe. And so we had to be careful not to be so biased or so hypercritical in our assessment of another person, or even too generous in our assessment of ourselves. All right? Because on our best day, we still probably the dumbest student, or at least we should take that posture so that we can learn the most, instead of thinking that we've already arrived. We have such a long way to go and we don't have enough life left to go that journey. So we're doing the best we can with the time we have and with what we've been given. And I hope that we all excel, succeed, and that we all find that end result being in the eternal rest with the Most High God, in the name of Jesus Christ, or Yeshua HaMashiach, as I like to say.
Appreciate you, OG. Appreciate everyone that came on the panel. Appreciate everyone in the chat. Please like, share, and subscribe. Leave your thoughts and comments down below. And with that, family, I say peace and love.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the ambulance roll out the stretcher. Why can't you see it's not logical? And you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. I'm really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking in the man in the mirror. Can't say it any clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the sickle. In his van coming with a ram with the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, been after my license day one. Let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.